Hey guys, welcome to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto finds his parents' scroll. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. So let's start the video. No, wait. What are you doing? I'll pay you twice as much as whoever hired you. No. The panicked man's cries were cut off abruptly as a kunai severed his carotid artery. Blood spatters rained across the sign behind his chair, of which only the letters "Shy" were visible. The man had only a few moments to look in disbelief at his killer before he slumped to the ground, a pool of blood slowly spreading outwards. Casually wiping away the blood on his blade, his killer stepped back, looking on sadly as his victim expired. He'd never even know exactly why he'd been targeted and probably wouldn't have believed the answer anyway. He didn't like killing. In fact, he generally avoided the practice entirely. This was different. Slipping his kunai back in its sheath, the shinobi quickly made his way up the wall, departing the house through one of the windows on the second floor, different to the one he'd entered through. It would take only minutes for guards to track down the man screaming and discover the body, but that was quite enough. Still, he needed to hurry. He couldn't afford to be seen anywhere nearby. Wrapping his dark clothes closely around himself, he quickly made his way across two roofs and onto the rather unimpressive wall that surrounded the compound. It was certainly not as remarkable as Konoha's, and the guard detail took minutes to make a full sweep. That was a lethal mistake when dealing with shinobi, who took advantage of even second-long periods of inattention. Drawing two kunai, he tossed himself over the wall, impaling the sharp implements into the wall and riding them down to the ground, setting down right next to the small stream that served as the compound's water supply. There was a certain irony to it. Kunai like these were first used to dig holes into walls, not unlike this one, not as weapons. There was a sudden clamor up above which meant the murder had been discovered. Quicker than he'd anticipated, but not nearly fast enough. Tossing his overcoat and hood aside, the shinobi dived headfirst into the stream, forcing his way through the current. The coursing water would wash away any traces that tracking ninja or dogs might follow. Raised voices slowly receded in the distance as he forced himself to keep going. When the lights were finally out of sight and the night was silent once more, he got back onto land. He wrung out his clothes and inspected his kunai. They weren't made of iron, but keeping them clean was paramount for their effectiveness, he knew. Mission complete, the shinobi whispered to himself, smiling wryly as he gazed back, the wall he'd just ascended barely visible on the horizon. For a moment, he enjoyed the slight drizzle fitting weather for such a dreary act. Technically, what he'd just done had been a crime, a pretty severe one, actually. Assassination of civilians was always questionable, but without even the authorization of a Kage or daimyo, he would probably have to face the death penalty if anyone found out. Not that anyone would. He was good enough to escape attention, especially when there were no shinobi involved. Still, it was the principle of the thing. Not that he felt terribly guilty about what he'd done. He was a shinobi, assassination and stealth were all too common in missions. Besides, he did have a little information that others didn't. His victim hadn't been innocent. Not at all. Things would take a turn for the better around here. Nobody would know who to thank, but that was alright. Perhaps the Land of Waves would attribute a sudden boon to their lost hero, Kaiza. He could definitely live with that if it gave Inari some much-needed closure. It didn't really matter, since Gatom's grip on them was at an end now, and far sooner than the last time. He let out a curse as he suddenly realized he'd probably just nixed his chance of having a bridge named after him. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head tiredly, beginning the long run back to Konoha with a muttered curse. He had a genin exam to get to. Why do you think that idiot's not here? Kiba wondered, glancing around the class. Everyone else was already present and Iruka tapped his foot impatiently. He's almost out of time. Who cares? Sakura piped in. Can't we just get started, Iruka-sensei? Iruka frowned, rubbing his forehead tiredly. It figured that his most problematic student would be late again. We'll just give him a few more minutes. I am still organizing things, anyway. He grumbled as he sorted through a pile of test scores. Where's Mizuki-sensei? Chimjai wondered, snacking on a potato chip. You said he'd be testing us too, didn't you, sensei? Iruka frowned, looking away. For a few long moments he remained silent. Then he turned back and he sighed. I'm afraid to tell you that Mizuki-sensei is no longer with us. He sat down on his chair, hard, and shook his head. Shikamaru blinked and sat up. He's dead. Iruka nodded darkly. I'm afraid he was found in his bed. A few days ago the Hokage chose to keep it largely silent until yesterday, as it might have been an assassination. He slumped a little. The medical nin said it was natural, though I suppose that's sometimes what happens. So troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he sat back in his chair. Quite a few of the other students looked a little pale, though he couldn't quite figure out whether or not it was fear at the thought of death or just expiring in bed. He was sure which one it was where Sasuke was concerned, though. I'm here. Naruto exclaimed suddenly, crashing through the door and almost toppling over his feet. The boy skidded to a halt and tried to smile. Sorry, I had to go back home real quick to put on some new clothes. You're not wearing orange, Shikamaru observed. Naruto turned and smiled brightly. Actually, I kind of ruined that one on an assassination mission, so I had to get a new set of clothes from home. He laughed as Shikamaru shook his head in disbelief and scratched the back of his head nervously. Okay, you got me, I was climbing on the roof sand. Naruto turned, his eyes wide. Iruka-sensei, sorry I'm late, but I'm sure you just heard why. I had a totally good reason. Iruka sighed wearily. Naruto, just get in line. He turned to the others and gestured behind him. For the graduation exam, you'll do the Bunshin no Jutsu, the clone technique. I'll be in the next room when you're called, just come out and you'll know if you pass right away. He rifled through his papers and gave up. I'll just go by order of your papers here, so get ready to be called anytime. What a drag, Shikamaru commented, as one by one different students left through the door to take the test until only a handful were left. He turned to the blonde. So, Naruto, why did you really ditch the orange? The black's cool, but I figured you didn't like it. Naruto smiled nervously. I totally told the truth about that. I was going up on the roofs and one of those masked guys almost caught me. He hooked a kunai into my suit, so when I escaped it got all torn up. Besides, this was the only other color I had. Masked guys? Anbu? Shino muttered, drawing attention. He adjusted his glasses and nodded to Naruto. They were after you? I sort of painted the monument, Naruto said, smiling broadly. They'll take forever to figure out how to get it back to normal. Ha. You're such an idiot, Shikamaru said. Now the truth, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka called. For a split second relief flashed across Naruto's face before he got to his feet and smirked at Shikamaru. Good luck at your own exam. You'll have to do Bunshin, Naruto, Iruka said apologetically, worriedly looking at the blonde. He'd failed twice before and his chances didn't look much better now. I know it's not your greatest strength, but that's what you think. Naruto stuck out his tongue, flashing through hand signs. Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones popped into existence surrounding Naruto in puffs of smoke, each of them smiling broadly. For a few moments, there was absolute silence. Then one of them crumpled to the floor. Naruto glanced at it and shook his head in disappointment. Still, the 4 others were intact. Very well done, Naruto. Iruka commented, blinking. I didn't think you'd mastered that the last time I saw you try it. They all look like the sickly ones there. I can't make just one, Iruka-sensei, Naruto admitted sheepishly. You never said how many there had to be, though, but it's good, right? I passed, right? He leaned forward eagerly. Iruka frowned. Being easier with more chakra wasn't really how it usually worked. The only reason that more clones would work better was if he sighed, rubbing his forehead. It figured that Naruto of all people would have an overabundance of chakra, considering his burden. Naruto, how many Bunshin can you make? I never actually tried that, Naruto admitted. I could try, but I'm sure it'd be lots. I'm sure it would be, Iruka answered, frowning. He forced a smile, picking one of the hit I ate from a side table and looking over it briefly, glancing up at the grinning blonde. You successfully performed the technique, that means you passed. Congratulations, 3rd time's the charm, after all. Naruto accepted the forehead protector and immediately replaced his goggles with his new acquisition. Iruka-sensei, will you come eat at Ichiraku's later? To celebrate. Iruka hesitated and then nodded. Of course. I'm sure that Tuchi-san will have a great big bowl for you for becoming a ninja. Now, there are a few others that still need to be tested, so go out to the others and see who might be on your team. He smiled. I wonder if they'll be surprised that you passed. Naruto was out of the room and whooping at the top of his lungs, and Iruka shook his head in amusement at the boy's antics. It was still hard, sometimes, looking at the boy and forgetting about all the misery that he was a reminder of. Still, the blonde had never been cruel or malevolent. Quite the opposite, actually. He pitied the team that would end up with that bowl of energy. He turned back to his papers and groaned. Nara Shikamaru was next. How would he convince him that taking this test was worth his time? The dead last passed. Ino wondered, glaring at Naruto as he entered the courtyard, shiny 8 on his forehead. Who'd have guessed? Well, after 3 tries, Sakura said, glancing the other way to a dark-haired boy leaning against the wall. Sasuke-kun passed as well, I'm sure I'll be on his team. It'll be amazing. She grinned at Ino and prodded her in the side. Can you imagine being on one team with him? Ino grumbled. I still say I'll be on his team, not you. You don't even have any special skills, unless supreme bitchiness is one. Ino pig. Sakura growled, raising her fist. Hey, Sakura, Ino. Naruto interrupted their impending fight and both turned their glares on him. He shuddered nervously, though his grin wouldn't go away. Ah, you both passed as well, then. Naruto, go bother someone else, Sakura said, scowling. Even if you have a forehead protector, you're still the dead last. Maybe you should go hang out with Shinji or something. Hey, there's no need to insult Shinji, Naruto muttered. Sakura-chan, you know that you could get on a team with anyone, right? We could even get on one team and then we need to get along anyway. You could also be with Shinji, for that matter. He looked towards Ino. You too. There's no guarantee that you'll be with Sasuke. Since when did you get all logical? Ino said, sighing. I can do that too, you know. There's only a few girls here, of course one of us will be with Sasuke-kun. Do you think they'd put him with Hikaru Hinata? She can't even look you in the eye without stuttering. Well, don't say I didn't warn you, Naruto noted, turning away. At the last moment, he turned back and winked. Sakura-chan, want to go out, now that we're shinobi. Naruto, you idiot. I'll take that as a maybe, Sakura muttered in annoyance as Naruto wandered off toward Shikamaru and Shino, both of whom were attaching their own aid to their clothing. Sakura sighed. He can be such a pain, sometimes. Where were we? Ino wondered, glancing back at a rival. Oh, right. Forehead girl, I will be on Sasuke-kun's team. Naruto exhaled wearily as he made his way back to his home, skipping from roof to roof with the ease of a Chunin. It was exhausting, getting back into his childhood role. He'd not been a genin for such a long time. It was quite a novel experience to be one again. It was strange to see all the familiar faces of his later friends and allies at such a young age again, especially the ones he worked the most with. Sakura, she was exactly how he remembered her, precisely how she'd been until at least the original Chunin exams, perhaps longer. She didn't even show a hint of the medical ninja she'd grown up to be, but that wasn't a surprise. She'd probably get back to that at some point in the future, though right now Naruto wasn't sure if she'd even end up on the same team as before. That was the trouble with changing things. Shikamaru hadn't changed a bit. Still the lazy genius, Shikamaru was already putting question marks behind something as comparatively minor as his change of clothes. As expected from the future Jonin commander. Honestly, Naruto had simply chosen the new clothes because he was used to them, and he hadn't had time to change after returning from the Land of Waves assassination missions being what they were. The dark colors didn't show blood as much, and they served as a good camouflage. Technically it was dark blue, though in the bright light that was hard to make out. It was a horrible job trying to clean these clothes, thankfully they'd remained unsoiled this time. The rest of the class was pretty much as he expected. There were hints of their future careers and specialties, but not much more. Hinata was still the recluse, he'd have to fix that, and Sasuke was the elitist Uchiha he'd always been. He didn't show much of the insanity that marked the boy's later life and death, so there was perhaps a chance to change fate there. It depended on the teams, now that he'd upset events by taking out a number of dangers before they could really become such. Probably there wouldn't be too much of a difference, but it was a probability game. He'd started fixing things with Mizuki. Sneaking in and using medicine against him was effective enough, and the wounds of a butchered chakra scalpel technique were easy enough to hide, if you knew how. Granted, Naruto didn't have the sort of chakra control he'd really need to fix something, but that had hardly been his goal. Imprecise use of medical techniques was a pretty effective way of nigh-invisible kills. He'd briefly felt bad about resorting to such a brutal method of solving his problems, but he was hardly squeamish about that kind of violence anymore, and it was a far better choice than leaving him alive to terrorize the village again. Next, of course, had been Gaten. Successful as the mission might have been, according to the Hokage, the first time he'd gone out there, the wave mission had resulted in the deaths of both Zabuza and Haku. Those two people could make an actual difference in future events, especially where Kiri was concerned, so keeping them alive was a good idea. Solving Tazuna's problem with his bridge before it even arrived and taking out an awful person, thereby undercutting the entire mission. Naruto hadn't thought twice about it. These two had been the easy targets. Naruto jumped into his apartment through one of the windows, dropping onto his bed immediately and letting out a deep sigh. He frowned as he thought about all the things he still had to do. Kabuto was still out there, somewhere. Unlike the others, the medical ninja frequently slept with numerous other shinobi close by in the same building, and Naruto didn't have the poisons at his disposal that would have made it a cinch, assuming Orochimaru hadn't given him the means to become immune to those yet. The snake Sannin was on his list as well. He'd have to figure something out, as that particular shinobi was rather beyond his skills in this smaller body. Having superior chakra control and knowledge could help with a lot, even boosting his speed and strength beyond usual genin limits, but he still had his weak-ass body to deal with. Page Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto murmured, and 3 solid clones popped into existence. 2 immediately used henge to turn themselves into rather nondescript villagers, and left. The last of the clones shrugged and sprawled out on the bed. The real Naruto smirked, snatching a hood from his closet and quickly putting it on. I'll be back before team announcements. Of course you will be, boss. Remember the dinner with Iruka-sensei, okay? Also, keep an eye out for Kakashi if he's going to be our sensei again, he might be watching. Don't want to let him in on this whole game before it's necessary, right? I'm not stupid. Well, not that stupid, Naruto answered indignantly. I think it's time I sent a letter to an old friend. Shouldn't take too long. The clone chuckled. Good luck with that. I think we'll just have to smack some sense into him again, you know. It worked before. Naruto shrugged, turning back with sharp eyes. Maybe I'll consider fetching some new reading material, the other stuff's getting rather stale. If the old man comes by, don't be an asshole. I'm you, I can't be. As you're well aware, I can be an asshole. Naruto paused. I just insulted myself, fantastic. He sighed, jumping out the window and leaving a bemused clone to count sheep and act as an alibi. It didn't take long for loud snoring to break the silence of the apartment. Chapter 2 Theft from the Tower 1-2 Naruto flipped over the railing, landing as softly as he could. His legs protested against the strain as he slowly made his way over to the window. Walking on tiptoe along the thin edge was difficult enough without the disadvantage of having received practically no physical training of note. Reaching the edge at last, he grasped it tightly and just held on for a few moments. This seemed way easier the first time around, he muttered to himself as he vaulted over the edge and into one of the longer hallways of the Hokage's tower, where Anbu would only patrol every 10 minutes, instead of constantly. The heat put on himself should be sufficient to ward off unsuspecting eyes, but it was nowhere near enough to ward off any serious search, so he'd need to be quick and silent. The walls were covered in scrolls, hundreds and hundreds of them. Of course, removing them was asking for serious trouble. The only reason he'd gotten away with it the first time was probably sheer luck. Still, he'd been a genin, then, luck or not, he certainly had to be able to do better this time, considering his experience. Walking over to the back of the hallway, he quickly found the Genjutsu scrolls. They were the best protected of all, aside from perhaps the forbidden scrolls, and if he didn't want to get caught like last time, he couldn't set off any alarms. This wasn't the first time he'd gotten in here since he'd returned the first day he'd taken the forbidden scroll, perusing it for the few techniques that he'd wanted to learn the first time around, but never did. He had them transcribed on one of his own scrolls, but getting around to learning those was of later concern. Circumventing that scroll's defenses had almost been too easy. If he was successful again, today, he'd report the problem to the Hokage, and he'd get some kick-ass Genjutsu scrolls that he hadn't read yet. Both were good. LMN. Right, here we go. Muttering under his breath, Naruto quickly scanned the slips attached to the scrolls and identified a few interesting ones. They would probably be too difficult to follow, they usually were, but reading this particular handwriting had something special, and he really wanted to have something of the man. Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, and his father. Hope you don't mind, Dad. It's for a good cause. He formed the all too familiar hand sign, and 3 shadow clones popped into existence next to him, each reflecting his own black attire and hood. Giving a single nod, each briefly studied the scrolls and used henge. 3 duplicate Genjutsu scrolls were left behind, and Naruto grinned victoriously as he picked up the first one. Now, I only have a short time, Naruto mumbled, grabbing the first of his father's scrolls. He yanked it out and stuffed the shadow clone one back in the same slot, his heart racing as he waited for several long, drawn-out seconds. No alarm. No Hokage. He let out a sigh of relief, quickly stuffing the scroll behind his belt and grabbing the second shadow clone. Repeating the procedure twice more, 3 shadow clones now occupied the slots. By the time they dispelled, he'd be long gone. Mission complete, he said to himself as he hurried back to the window, leaping out and landing on the next building over in a crouch. It wasn't until several minutes had passed and the tower wasn't alight with activity that he allowed himself to relax. The defenses in the Hokage tower definitely needed some work, then. Well, he'd get around to talking to the old man about that. But not until after he'd perused his new acquisitions. High above him, looking down on the village from the roof of his tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked after the departing boy. He puffed on his pipe, following him until he went out of sight. Then, he smiled. I'm here, Iruka-sensei. Naruto stormed into Ichiraku's, jumping onto a stool and catching himself before he could topple over. He smiled brightly, running a hand through his mop of blonde hair. Sorry I'm late. No problem, Naruto, Iruka said softly. I hadn't started yet, wouldn't be right without you, would it? It's a celebration, after all. Naruto nodded gleefully. Finally, I'm a Konoha ninja. Now, nothing stands in my way to my ultimate goal. Iruka smiled as Tucci arrived with 2 full bowls of miso ramen. Naruto attacked it like a voracious animal, loudly thanking the chef for making the food of the gods. Still the one-track mind, eh Naruto? Still intent on becoming the next Hokage? Of course. Naruto stopped eating for a moment to give Iruka an incredulous look. What did you think, that I was just going to go back on my word when I got this hit I ate? No way, someday you'll see that my face is on that cliff. He pointed excitedly at the Hokage monument. The old man believes I can do it, so that's enough for me. Iruka sighed. Still the disrespect for the Hokage, Naruto. That won't get you any closer to his position, you know. He doesn't mind. Naruto shrugged, emptying his bowl in one massive gulp and quickly grabbing a second, which Tucci had kindly already set aside for him. I wonder what the teams will be, though do you know anything about that? I bet my team will be something lame, like Ino and Kiba. Even if I knew, you can find out with everyone else, tomorrow. Haruka tapped him on the head and gave a friendly smile. Perhaps, if you train well enough, I'll call you by a title someday. No slacking off though, or you won't ever get it. You'll need to put all your energy into important things. Right? Naruto exclaimed, devouring a second bowl of ramen like it was nothing. Protect the village like everyone in it is my family. Be a leader that people look up to because of respect and awe, rather than fear. At Haruka's inquiring look, Naruto smirked. The old man told me that. Well, the old man I mean, the Hokage would know. Haruka sedately ate the rest of his bowl as Naruto began his next and then another one. Hey, Naruto, I could give you a little hint that you might find useful for your first day as Genin. He smiled thinly, rubbing his nose. What's the greatest tool a shinobi possesses? Think about it. Haruka said. If you can figure it out before tomorrow, I'll be impressed. I'll definitely figure it out. Naruto declared. The greatest tool. Kunai, maybe. Shuriken. How about ninja wire, that's extremely useful. Wait, do you count? Tomorrow, Naruto. Haruka admonished me. I'll see you when you get assigned to a team. Don't stay up too late. I won't. Naruto gobbled up his last bowl of ramen and stood up. I'll definitely be on the best team and then I'll make sure I'll be the best shinobi in it. He looked down at his black clothes and frowned. Definitely need some more oranges, though. Can't go to the academy like it's a funeral. Haruka chuckled. I think your new look is pretty nice, makes you look like a real shinobi. I am a real shinobi, Naruto quipped, tapping his 8. Well, I'll see some more oranges anyway without it, it's just not normal. Bye, Haruka-sensei. Wait, Haruka sighed as the boy leapt out of the ramen restaurant, his bright hair the last visible part of him as he disappeared into an alleyway across the street. Turning back to the bar, he gulped. 9 empty bowls of ramen were stacked up precariously and nobody had paid for them. This was going to hurt right in the wallet. Starting today, you are all ninja of the hidden leaf. Haruka announced, pacing in front of the class. Sakura and Ino were muttering about their places while Naruto looked on tiredly, plucking at his black and orange suit idly. It was close enough to the jumpsuit he'd received from Pervy Sage during their training trip. With a smile he recalled his travels with Uriah of the Sannin. This time around, he intended to keep the man around for much, much longer. He'd considered ditching orange entirely, it'd be a pain to put on new clothes every time he got sneaky, but he found that he couldn't. He just wasn't the same person without at least some of it. Naruto yawned loudly. He'd spent most of his night reading the scrolls he'd pilfered, trying to get some idea of what they were even about, but they were a little beyond him. His kenjutsu skills, however impressive compared to probably anyone else in the room, certainly weren't up the 4th level, not that he'd really expected them to be. Perhaps someday he'd be able to read those scrolls and decipher what his own father had written. Naruto was torn out of his thoughts as Haruka stared sharply at him and he forced himself to pay attention. You will follow your sensei's instructions as you complete your assigned duties. We've tried to even out the teams so that they're all about the same strength. Haruka smiled as several people called out in horror. After the first few teams, Naruto already saw what was going on. Everything was exactly as it was last time, not a bit had changed in any of the teams. Well, not getting in the same team as Sasuke had probably been wishful thinking on his part. Next team. Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura groaned. And Uchiha Sasuke. Hell yes. Sakura called out, punching the air in victory. Naruto looked over at his 2 teammates with a sigh, thoroughly unsurprised. Sasuke didn't spare him a glance, staring into space like he always did, and Sakura was making faces to Ino, who seemed inconsolable. Then she turned to Naruto and grimaced. Well, this was going to be fun. Haruka quickly rattled off the other teams, which were the same as always figured. Finally he was done and looked out over the class. Okay, this afternoon, we'll introduce the Jinin sensei. Before that, though, I have a question. Consider it extra credit if you wish. Extra credit after we've graduated. Shikamaru muttered. Too bothersome. Wake me when he's done. Haruka rolled his eyes. This question is something that you must keep in mind. It's something you should consider when you meet your sensei. What is a shinobi's greatest tool? There was a brief silence as several of the genin muttered to each other. Naruto stared at Haruka, who glanced in his direction, smiling encouragingly. Anyone care to make a guess? It has to be the kunai, they're the most used out of all the shinobi's tools, a girl offered. Naruto realized he actually didn't even know her name. All that vaguely came to mind was that she was one of the genin that hadn't made it through the invasion at the Chunin exams. Something that, if he had anything to say about it, wouldn't happen again. That's wrong. Anyone else? Perhaps, chakra. Hinata offered, cringing slightly. It is the most important for all ninja skills, isn't it? A good guess, not many would consider naming chakra a tool. Unfortunately, it is wrong, again. Anyone else? There was some shuffling of feet. Anyone? The mind. Naruto said, barely audible. Haruka turned to him with raised eyebrows. Naruto shrugged and spoke up. The mind is the ultimate tool of the shinobi. Without it, all the weapons would be pointless. Very good, Naruto. Several genin stared at Naruto, and he fidgeted. Haruka coughed in his hand, tapping his 8. The mind, the intellect. That is where we plan, where we process, where we feel. There are shinobi that do not use kunai, they are no less for it. There are shinobi who do not use chakra or who can only use it in a very limited fashion and yet they are no less for it. But there is no shinobi of note who doesn't use their mind. You'd better remember it. Naruto smiled widely as Haruka sat back down, occasionally glancing at him with a look that he couldn't quite identify, perhaps pride. Whatever it was, even if he hadn't been acting like his younger self, he'd have been hard-pressed to get rid of his elation. He had plans, plenty of them. He'd been thinking about what to do for the last few days, and his shadow clones were busy preparing a few of those ideas right now. One letter was on its way to Suna. He didn't know if it'd ever reach its target, but at least he'd try, before the exams. One more letter was headed to Kumo, and he was pretty sure that one would arrive. It'd be interesting to see what the response would be. His last letter, well, he hadn't sent it yet, but he was considering it. Compared to the other two, the risk was far greater, so perhaps he'd simply hand it over in person. If things stayed anything like he remembered them, he'd get the chance. Now, though, it was time to wait for his Junin sensei. Considering his team was no different, that meant damn, this was going to take forever. He let out an annoyed groan, slumped on his desk, hoping that anything he'd done, had made some impact on Kakashi's chronic tardiness. What are you reading, dead last? Sasuke asked, nearly an hour after the other genin had left. Only Team 7 remained behind. Naruto looked up, blinking. Oh, it's just a book I found. I thought with all the waiting, I might as well. He tapped it and smiled. It's quite interesting, it has lots of information on all kinds of shinobi. Information on shinobi? Sasuke repeated, frowning. What exactly? Hello there. A man suddenly said at the door. Naruto smiled widely as he recognized the masked visage of Kakashi, one eye looking over his 3 students with interest. My first impression, I don't like you. He gestured behind him. Let's get to the roof. Naruto sighed, following the man without complaint. At least, he reasoned, his choice of literature beat that of his senseis. Sakura and Sasuke weren't far behind, looking at their new teacher's uncertainty. It was actually sort of amazing, Naruto considered, how innocent they all really were at this point. So Kakashi said as the 4 arrived at the roof. Naruto plopped down on the side, quickly turning the pages on his book, searching for a particular page. The teacher noticed, of course, and glanced over. What are you doing there? Ah, I thought I'd seen. Here you are. Naruto declared victoriously. Had a Kakashi, copy nin of Konoha. B-ranked nin. He frowned. Man, you've gotten old since this picture, sensei. I haven't in a B rank in 15 years, Kakashi said, blinking. What's that book? A bingo book? Yup, I found it in one of the training grounds. Naruto said. He'd better not admit he'd taken it from Mizuki's house, not that the man would have much more use for the thing. It's a really old one, I think, since it has all these cool shinobi that aren't around anymore. He flipped the page, showing a picture of a much younger Kakashi, side by side with a boy that was unmistakably in a chair. Hold on, I think we should begin introductions now. You can read your book later. Kakashi admonished me. No, this is cool. My favorite ninja of all is in here. Look, he even has a special warning, all for himself. He turned the book to the others, smiling widely. A picture of the 4th Hokage wielding one of his special kunai covered the entire page, labeled only flee on sight. Someday I'll be a Hokage too. Uzumaki Naruto, the 5th Hokage. I'll be just as cool as him. He imitated the solemn pose that the 4th had in his picture and was gratified to note that Sasuke suddenly blanched and Kakashi looked decidedly uncomfortable. Bingo. Step 1 in getting Sasuke's damn attention. Successful. Everyone knows about your silly goal to be a Hokage, Sakura muttered. There's nothing silly about such goals, Kakashi interrupted suddenly, frowning. If he wants to be a Hokage, well, let him try. Who knows, he might surprise you. Naruto smiled radiantly at the praise. Now, we really should get to introductions. I suppose Naruto already covered mine and his own. Pinky. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and blushed. I'm Haruno Sakura. My goal is to be a great Kunoichi, and she blushed even more. Well, Kakashi nodded, sighing. How about you, in the corner? I am Uchiha Sasuke. My goals, no, my ambitions are the resurrection of my clan and to kill a certain man. Well, nothing had changed there. Naruto sighed. He had a lot of work to do. Well, Kakashi. He's grown in an interesting way, Hokage-sama, the silver-haired Jonin replied. He wasn't nearly as annoying as I'd anticipated from the stories, but then, I suppose those were probably colored by his burden. Naruto is the most interesting boy, the Hokage agreed. Indeed, I hadn't really considered it until I caught him doing something he really shouldn't. The Hokage smiled, tapping his crystal ball. I've been keeping an eye out, sometimes. A few days ago, out of the blue, Naruto decided to pay a nighttime visit to the tower. He was quite sneaky about it, not even the Anbu spotted him. That's pretty good for an academy student. The Hokage nodded. Of course, he usually wears bright orange, he must have learned to be quite good at hiding if he can manage it with that eyesore of a suit he had. I've noticed he's stopped wearing it since he became a genin. I don't think it's a coincidence. The Hokage gestured at his scrolls. Here I've stored all the most powerful and dangerous scrolls in my own library, not even Naruto can get at them. If he can sneak in and out of the tower itself, though, I think he's earned his spoils. Ah. You'll make the protections on the scrolls progressively better. Kakashi guessed. I recall that being a Jonin level assignment, though. Perhaps, but then, I think we might be underestimating Naruto's cunning, even now. Do you know which scrolls he took? Not more forbidden scrolls, after the first time no, he got what he wanted from those, I think. He must have overheard someone about the contents of those, if there is anyone who can use the Kage Bunshin technique to its full potential, it has to be him. Keep an eye on that, will you? Regardless, this time he went straight for a specific type of scroll. Genjutsu. The sealing arts. Kakashi blinked, eyes widening. Don't tell me. The Hokage smiled. He's been borrowing one Namikaze Minato's notes. Nothing really dangerous, but definitely complex, enough to make me dizzy. If he's already trying to figure out those kinds of techniques, who knows? Perhaps it does run in the family, after all. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? The Hokage shrugged. When Jiraiya returns to town, I'll ask him to test the boy. He's bound to be here for the Chunin exams in a few months. His eyes hardened as he stared at the Jonin sensei. You'll treat Naruto well, won't you, Kakashi? I know you have the last Uchiha on your team, too. No favoritism. As you say. Kakashi bowed and left. Uzumaki Naruto, where have you been hiding your talent? The Hokage muttered to himself as he shook his head in amusement. Stealing from the Hokage tower, only you would be so bold. Well, you and Jiraiya. Chapter 3 Genesis of a Team. Naruto lounged on his apartment's roof, his legs dangling down over the edge as he distractedly watched the clouds sail by in the sky and considered his next course of action. Though a number of different plans were still ongoing, there had to be more that he could do right now. He'd be faced with Kakashi's bell test again this morning. It was almost nostalgic, thinking back on the first time he'd done it and the repeat a few years later and how amateurish he'd really acted. Granted, he was hardly an elite Jonin right this moment, but he was no slouch either. It would be interesting to test out his stealth skills against one of the true elites, especially given that he wouldn't be wearing his best suit and tools for the job, and he wasn't nearly agile enough to really be a serious threat. Getting back in shape was, however, not his main concern. That would happen soon enough, with proper training. Going overboard right now would just destroy him, he wasn't developed enough to deal with it, so he focused his efforts elsewhere. Thankfully, there were no such limitations on focusing his chakra control, a far more important skill, as far as assassinations went. People really underestimated how very little strength was really needed to end a life. Man, this handwriting like a medical ninja's with a bottle of sake down the hatch, Naruto muttered in exasperation as he stored away the Genjutsu scrolls he'd been deciphering. He couldn't very well leave them up here for anyone to find, after LL. He wasn't having much more luck with their contents, but at least he was slowly dissecting the scribbles until they matched legible text, which would probably be helpful. He'd really only gotten into the sealing arts after the Fourth Shinobi World War. He'd been interested in figuring out the Kikbi seal, not to mention all the other ones he'd come across, and with a relative period of peace in the foreseeable future, he'd decided to, for once, dedicate some time to actual studying. Sakura had been, unsurprisingly, amazed. Unfortunately, without Jiraiya to be a teacher, he didn't really have access to a master in the field, and he'd had to muddle along on his own. It didn't help that a lot of the village's records were destroyed in Nagato's attack. Thankfully, neither of those limitations were present, not anymore. Yo. Naruto looked up in surprise, dropping his storage scroll to the roof. Kakashi sat in a crouch on the edge of his roof, smiling cheerily behind his ever-present mask. Kakashi-sensei? I'm not too late, am I? Naruto asked, blinking. Had he been reminiscing and studying his scrolls for so long that he'd managed to miss his proper genin exam? That would be embarrassing. Don't worry. You still have a while yet. Kakashi stepped onto the roof and stretched. I was just curious, honestly. I saw you sitting up here and wondered what you were up to. Not planning any more nasty pranks, are you? Naruto laughed. Well, I'm a shinobi now, right? I figured that I have some other things to do now instead of entertaining the villagers. He withered under Kakashi's skeptical gaze. Fine, I ran out of paint, so I was thinking of waiting until I get some more. I should get some money from the missions, right? You'll have to pass the test first, you're aware, you didn't eat yet, right? Kakashi asked, smiling. He glanced around to the other roofs and then turned back to his student, talking softly. Naruto, I was curious about that bingo book you had yesterday. Yes. Was there a particular reason you brought it with you to the introductions? Especially such an odd one, at that. If I didn't know any better, he glanced at Naruto sharply. I'd think you were trying to make a point. Naruto looked at his teacher nervously. What do you mean, sensei? I think you know what I mean. He smiled congenially, dropping down to the roof, then looked knowingly at Naruto. There's no crime in showing off, and I can understand your pride, but you should consider the consequences of your actions. You never know who might be watching. He smiled cheerily. So, I would keep that book of yours at home. Naruto wasn't terribly surprised that Kakashi had seen right through his facade. Bringing that bingo book to the meeting had been a calculated decision. He'd actually counted on Kakashi realizing what he was doing, laying some groundwork with his teammates. He was certainly not going to run into being a ninja like a complete idiot this time. If getting along with him required matching the Uchiha's claim to an awesome family, well, that's what he'd do. A ninja uses all his tools, after all. I'll try to be careful, Naruto said after a while, frowning. I hadn't thought about spies. I suppose there's a chance that Iwa might try something if they ever figured out about the fourth, but I doubt they'd get this far into town. He sighed. Kakashi nodded, pausing for a moment. So how long have you known about that? Naruto faltered, he couldn't very well admit to how he really knew. Kakashi seemed to take his silence as an answer in itself. Naruto finally shrugged. A while. The resemblance is a bit obvious, isn't it? I didn't really know until he paused. Well, until a few weeks ago, honestly. He didn't mention how he'd found out. Kakashi would probably fill in the blanks himself. The Chunin raised an eyebrow. Does the Hokage know what you found out? We haven't spoken about it, Naruto said. I hoped he'd tell me himself, sometime. Then I wouldn't need to act so oblivious about it anymore. I thought maybe he'd do so when I became a genin, but I suppose I was mistaken. He glanced up. You won't tell him that I know, will you? Naruto, come on, you're my sensei. Isn't there some sensei-student confidentiality or something? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Fancy words, for an idiot. Anyway, the Hokage is not stupid, he probably knows already. He certainly has good reasons to keep it a secret, so he would probably want to talk to you about it. He tapped Naruto on the 8. Just keep it in here, unless you get permission to tell someone. Naruto nodded in uncertainty. What about my team? I can't just lie to them, can I? Kakashi smiled. First, you'll have to pass my test, or you won't even be a team. After that, well, who knows? I'm sure we can figure something out. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled slightly, looking out over the village towards the Hokage monument. You know, maybe you could tell me about Dad, sometime. You were his student, after all. Kakashi nodded sagely. I will. Nearly 2 hours later, Naruto sauntered onto the training ground. Sasuke and Sakura were already there. The former was studiously ignoring the latter's enthusiastic attempts at gaining his attention, and neither paid any attention to his approach. Hey, guys. Sakura glanced up and nodded. Good morning. She looked over Naruto's shoulders and frowned. Have you seen Kakashi-sensei? I figured he'd be here early, since it's the first day. Naruto snorted loudly. Early? He shook his head mirthfully, glancing at Sasuke who leaned against a nearby tree disinterestedly. Even though he'd met his sensei just this morning and it was definitely not the last such meeting, he figured he was certain the man would drag out the test enormously, as always. If the stories are true, we'll probably be waiting for a few hours. Sakura exclaimed. Don't be silly, Naruto. He's a Chunin, he can't do something like that. I bet he'll just appear out of nowhere real soon, I've seen them do that, you know. She looked at Sasuke and smiled. I'm sure he's really strong, since he gets to teach Sasuke-kun. Oh, brother, Naruto sighed, glancing between the two others. Whatever, I guess I'll go find a good spot to wait, then. He walked over to one of the trees and walked straight up the side, hands in his pockets. The complete silence that fell over the clearing before he was even halfway up was quite telling, and an irrepressible grin made its way onto his face. Unfortunately, the calm wouldn't last. Naruto? How the heck are you doing that? Sakura exclaimed, staring and pointing at him. Even Sasuke paid attention, eyebrows raised as he noticed the seemingly impossible feat. Naruto stopped and turned to look at the two, managing a vaguely puzzled expression. What do you mean, Sakura-chan? You're like defying gravity. Sakura said, narrowing her eyes. I've seen Chunin do that, sometimes walking up walls and such, but we never learned anything like that in the academy. Naruto smiled, scratching the back of his head. Ah, right, I sort of taught myself this one. It's not really hard. I'm sure you'll get it right away, you just have to concentrate the chakra in your feet to stick to the bark and then walk up. It took me a while to stop falling off, though. You taught yourself? Sakura repeated, perplexed. She smiled and balled her fist, staring at a nearby tree confidently. If the dead last can do it, then I'm sure it's a piece of cake. She walked over to the tree, concentrating briefly on gathering chakra. Don't overdo it, Sakura-chan, you still need energy for Kakashi-sensei's test, Naruto reminded her. He smiled though. Getting Sakura's self-confidence up was easier than he thought, though his total idiot reputation probably wouldn't last for very long. It was useful while it lasted. It helped that he'd picked an exercise that was perfect for her. Sakura put a foot on the tree and then another. On her very first try, she slowly made her way up the tree, setting herself down on a branch about 15 feet off the ground. Sweat beaded on her brow, but she laughed victoriously. That was awesome. Sasuke glanced between his two teammates, both of whom were now in the trees, and shrugged. Pretty good for the dead last and a weakling. Hey, don't be a prick, Uchiha. Naruto yelled, and he winced. Insulting Sasuke was almost a reflex, he'd been so used to it for such a long time, he quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ah, sorry Sasuke. We're supposed to be a team, right, Chen? Sasuke shrugged, staring out over the training ground. It was a few minutes later that he stood up, staring contemplatively at the tree he was leaning against. Naruto had taken his own spot on one of the branches of his own tree and looked on with interest. Finally, the Uchiha tried to walk up the tree and slid right off. A little more chakra, Naruto commented. Otherwise you won't stick. Not too much, or you launch right off. I know, Sasuke muttered, trying again. Several attempts later, he still hadn't gotten beyond 2 or 3 steps and stared in frustration at the tree. He sent a reproachful glare at Naruto and Sakura, but didn't comment. You just decided to learn this on your own? Sakura wondered after a while, turning to Naruto. You never paid attention in the academy. The academy's boring. Ninja skills are far more exciting. I saw some Junin do all these cool tricks on the roof, so I decided I'd try and copy them. I've been using them to get around since forever. He grinned. I got a lot better with chakra, even if I didn't really know any techniques. I couldn't do the bunshin until a week ago. Sasuke was still struggling to climb the trees, but he wasn't getting much higher than 4 or 5 steps. Naruto let him muddle on for a little longer, then decided to show a little mercy. You're doing pretty well, Sasuke. It took me 2 days to get as high as you're doing now. Maybe you should continue later, though. You might exhaust yourself. Uchiha muttered something uncomplimentary and then did something that Naruto hadn't expected he was even capable of. He swallowed his pride. What's the trick? Trick? Naruto paused. Well, practice, of course. Oh, I understand. Sakura exclaimed suddenly. This is a chakra control exercise, isn't it? We learned about those in the academy and it said that control was much harder to train when you have lots of chakra compared to if you have little. I don't have much, so I walked right up. She looked at Sasuke and smiled. It must mean that Sasuke-kun has a lot of chakra. Well, not that I would have doubted that. Sasuke nodded warily. It took him a moment, but then he sent a suspicious look at Naruto. You took 2 days, eh? Well, it took me longer to get to the top all the time, Naruto explained. I didn't have anyone to tell me what to do, though. Silently, he cheered, knowing a little about their personalities really did help in getting along with his teammates, even this early. Sakura hadn't yelled at him once in the last 10 minutes. Chen. Sasuke returned to his tree, leaning against it once more. For once, Naruto realized he actually kept an eye on his teammates, staring from under his fringe. Hey guys, good morning. You're late. Sakura screeched, pointing at the lazy Junin and fuming. We've been here for hours, waiting for you to show up. Kakashi smiled. Ah, you know, I had to see the Hokage about something. He immediately glanced at Naruto, still sitting on his branch. Along the way I remembered I'd forgotten to pick up some food, and then Yes, Naruto muttered in annoyance, striding down the tree leisurely. Let's get the test over with, shall we? The Junin stared at his blonde student for a few long moments. The casual tree walking certainly hadn't evaded his attention. Sasuke strode over to join the others, scowling. He might not have yelled about the lateness, but he certainly didn't appreciate it. Right. Kakashi pulled a little clock from his vest, quickly setting the alarm. This will go off at noon. So, what do we have to do? Sakura asked. Kakashi smiled, pulling something else from his pockets. 2 little bells. Your task is to take these from me. Those who cannot get the bells by noon get no lunch. He glanced at 3 tall tree stumps a little ways away and nodded in their direction. There are only 2 bells, so one of you will end up tied to a stump, forced to watch the others eat in front of them, and they'll be sent to the academy. Sakura gulped. Naruto and Sasuke didn't react at all. You won't succeed unless you come at me with intent to kill. Naruto smiled viciously. Are you sure, sensei? You'll be in danger. Granted, he hadn't taken any poisons along or anything particularly dangerous in general, but it was the thought that counted. I think you'll find that I'm a genin I can take on a few genin. He smiled, attaching the bells to his belt and scooting back. Remember, you have until noon. Whoever doesn't have a bell loses. Begin. The clearing was empty in an instant. Naruto flung himself into the bushes and immediately darted across to the next, leaving a shadow clone behind. It wouldn't work for very long, but it might be sufficient to distract his teacher for a few moments. Making a quick hand sign, he used henge to turn his orange and black attire into a mottled green, not the greatest camouflage out in the open, but it was better than nothing. Right plan of attack. He knew Kakashi's strategy for this little test, which allowed him to come up with some pretty good solutions. Usually you didn't have such insight into the enemy's movements. Conjuring 2 shadow clones, Naruto quickly climbed into the nearest tree while sending the 2 others off, making sure to tone his chakra down as much as possible, a pretty tough feat for a Jinchuriki. He smiled as he considered what the Jinnin would say if he actually lost, this time around. Naruto dropped down next to Sakura, drawing a startled gasp from the pink-haired Kunoichi as she raised a kunai defensively. It took her a moment to calm down. Ah, it's just you wait, when did you change clothes? He put his finger to his lips, glancing around himself. Sakura-chan, we should find Sasuke, Naruto whispered. Kakashi must have gone after him first, otherwise he'd already be here. What do you mean? Sakura wondered aloud. The blonde grabbed her arm and in one movement dumped both of them into the bushes. Thankfully, Sakura was too shocked to retaliate and Naruto quickly released her. Silence. He said softly as Sakura prepared to scream. He drew 3 shuriken, glancing around the area carefully. He made sure to keep one hand on the ground at all times, remembering one of Kakashi's favorite techniques all too well. Digging underground. Sakura, you probably have the best chakra control out of all of us, can you sense where Kakashi-sensei is? Sakura blinked uncertainty, frowning as she wiped the dust off her arms. I haven't learned anything like that, idiot. We went to the same academy, remember? Naruto sighed. He should have realized that he was dealing with this early Sakura again, who barely knew anything yet. Right, well, then we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. When I say on, you should head north. I'll meet you along the way. We'll go to Sasuke together, from there. He gestured behind him. I'll make a diversion in the other direction. What did you mean, meet you there? You're already here. How's going the other way going to help? The clone only smiled. Don't question it, go. Thankfully, she did. Jumping out of the bushes with as much stumbling and noise as he could manage, it didn't take long for Kakashi to find him. The one-eyed Chunin appeared in an instant, smiling cheerfully. Naruto raised a kunai before him, amused at how very similar this was to what he remembered from the first time around. You know, I thought you had this stealth thing figured out, but I guess you're just a bit dim. Kakashi said, gazing lazily at his new target. The shadow clone growled, pointing in outrage. You take that back. And you were doing so well, Kakashi said mournfully, rummaging through his bag. After a few moments, he retrieved a very familiar book. You can attack me now, if you wish. You won't hit me, you know. Fighting you was never my intention, Kakashi-sensei, he declared with a smile, stabbing himself with his kunai. Sakura was long gone, he'd done his job. He popped away in a puff of smoke. Naruto jerked upright as 2 clones popped, nearly simultaneously. Sakura was heading his way. Sasuke hadn't listened to a word the clone had to say, unfortunately, and it had popped itself in frustration. Stretching from his prolonged uncomfortable position up in the tree, the real Naruto quickly ran in Sakura's direction. He'd have to intercept her, at least. Hopefully Kakashi hadn't gotten to her yet. While he was waiting to hear back from the clones he'd sent after his teammates, he'd made many more, and they were now spread all across the forest. Using henge to turn into twigs or logs or other unimpressive objects, they'd serve as decoys and surveillance. If necessary, the clones would make for a great diversion from his true position, as they resembled his real self quite a bit as far as chakra went, and if Kakashi popped any, the real version would immediately know where the Chunin was. Actually, abusing his shadow clone technique had been one of the first reliable assassination techniques he'd ever developed back in his previous life. Barely any skill required. Sakura. Naruto said, stepping out from behind the trees. She looked shocked at his sudden appearance, but that could probably be attributed to his attire. He was actually blending in, at least a little. He idly wondered why he only ever saw Guy and Lee dress in something entirely green, even if an obnoxious shade, given that they lived right in the middle of a forest. He could only really imagine the Chunin flak jackets, and those were probably too bright to serve as camouflage. How did you do that? Sakura asked, her eyes wide. She glanced back where she came from. You were just there, and now. Later we'll need to find Sasuke, now. The mention of her crush diverted Sakura's attention away from Naruto's sudden appearance, explaining his shadow clones and how he'd managed to get that particular technique would take way too long. Come, he's northwest of us. Sakura quickly followed Naruto, trying to follow his movements. She didn't even question how he'd located their other team member. Taking extra care to avoid detection, Naruto darted from tree to tree, sticking to the shadows and avoiding disturbing the leaves and branches around them. Sakura had to fend off quite a few of them as they whipped back and forth by her passage, and she grumbled in annoyance. Thankfully, Kakashi didn't appear and they emerged from the copse of trees into the next clearing. Right next to Sasuke, buried up to his neck in the ground. Naruto winced as Sakura screeched, quickly walking over to Sasuke and frowning. Can you move at all? I don't need your help. Sasuke muttered, trying to look away. Naruto remembered this. It was just like Kakashi had trapped him the first time around. It figured, given that he'd gone off his own, just like then. He really needed to figure out a way to get rid of that attitude, perhaps lending assistance would be a good step. I think I have something that might be helpful here. Hold on. Rummaging through a pile of small papers that he had stashed in his pockets, Naruto finally retrieved a rather crudely drawn, but very complex symbol imprinted on thick paper. This should work, I think. What's that? Sakura wondered, looking around nervously, though Kakashi seemed to keep his distance. Naruto suspected he was simply keeping an eye on them, for now. He placed his seal next to Sasuke's cowling head, feeding chakra into the intricate symbol until it shimmered with a soft blue glow. Sakura stepped back in surprise as it gave off a spark. Naruto laughed nervously. Don't worry, it's just Kenjutsu. It's the soft solid sealing technique, I finished it a few days ago. It's supposed to turn the earth to liquid around it, so we'll see if it works. He smirked as he gingerly tapped the ground and found that it gave way. It felt almost like quicksand, though the seals only affected a small area. Now, Sasuke, grab my hand. It took 2 pulls with all his strength until Naruto managed to drag Sasuke out. The ground hardened again almost immediately, the little seal he'd used sputtering as its chakra charge ran out and it destabilized. That one was certainly not reusable, as it crumbled. Naruto frowned briefly as he watched it happen. He really needed to get some proper sealing paper again, but he'd need to get Jiraiya's help for that or the third's. How did you of all people learn the sealing arts? Sasuke asked after a few moments as he wiped the last of the dirt from his clothes. It's one of the most difficult ninja disciplines there is. Naruto didn't respond immediately, gazing up at the sun. Let's talk about that another time. We only have about half an hour left, if even that much, to complete the test. What are we going to do about the bells? He glanced between Sakura and Sasuke with an expression that he hoped didn't expose the cackling manipulator he felt like. I mean, Kakashi-sensei took down Sasuke, so he has to be too strong for any one of us on our own. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, leaning against a tree. You want to work together? There are only 2 bells. We'll decide who gets one afterwards, Naruto declared airily. If none of us get a bell, what's the point? HN. Sasuke frowned, looking back to the burned out seal. Dead last. How many of those do you have? Chapter 4. Speaking to a cage. You really should have hidden better, I'm afraid, Kakashi said jovially as he popped up right behind her. Sakura jumped back in shock, grasping for one of her kunai, but it was too late. For a moment she looked confusedly around herself, then she slumped to the ground. Kakashi sighed and stretched his neck. So easily felled by a simple, how unfortunate, Kakashi said softly, shaking his head. Honestly, he had to say, none of his students had really impressed him this year. Sasuke, as expected, had shown aptitude for Taijutsu and high-powered fire. He was perhaps a little better than your average Uchiha was at his age, but there weren't many to compare him to, anymore. Naruto, well, he knew how to hide, that was true enough. Stealing from the Hokage did indicate at least some proficiency as far as that went, he supposed. Still, even with Naruto's shadow clone trick which allowed Sakura to escape, the 3 had gone their separate ways once more, and each of their individual attacks had been cut short without much of a hassle. Waiting for them to arrive for another go was, as it turned out, rather boring, and he quickly found himself engrossed in his book once more. It looked like this would be another failed year. Well, nobody would be surprised, at least. Sakura stirred, and Kakashi looked up. Was she actually fighting? It was about time. She'd been under for a few minutes, and it wasn't terribly complex. Unfortunately, aside from the brief twitches, nothing happened. How disappointing. Kakashi ducked suddenly, a foot crossing through where his head had just been. Sasuke landed heavily, but he turned on a dime, ready for another try. If his kick had connected it could have done some serious damage, Kakashi realized. There was a reason that he was the rookie of the year. Well, it's about time you got back, the Chunin said airily, smiling. Sasuke got into a taijutsu stance, his arms straightened out before him, and he sneered. Kakashi obliged him by taking his own stance. Sasuke was good enough that he actually had to pay a little attention. Ready for another round, then. Last time it was a fluke. Kakashi smirked. Oh, this was precious. Well, we'll see about that. Kakashi stepped aside in the blink of an eye. Naruto blundered past, almost toppling over his feet, though he managed to stop himself before he hit the ground. Twisting around he moved to Sakura's side, frowning. Well, that made the complete set. Kakashi smiled, slipping his book back in his bag. I see that I have to pay attention. Attacking together, then? Remember that there are only 2 bells. Sasuke and Naruto nodded. Sakura worked herself to her feet, smiling devilishly. You'd better watch out, Kakashi-sensei, you're going down. Uchiha stepped back from his 2 teammates, forming a hand sign, and Kakashi blanched the instant he recognized it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. That was impossible. Naruto could know it. The Hokage has said something about the shadow clone technique, but only because of his incredible chakra reserves could he pull it off. Kakashi gaped in astonishment as the Uchiha did the same. Sasuke, not even you have the chakra capacity for something like that. You could die. He blinked as Naruto formed the same hand sign, and with a series of pops, he was now facing 7 students. 6 of them had identical manic grins. Wait, now? Kakashi only had enough time to duck and spin halfway before he was forced to block a vicious punch aimed directly at his face with the back of his hand. The hit came courtesy of Sakura. Of the 7 people he'd been facing, only she had been anything more than a clone, as she took a sharp hit in retaliation. It had been a distraction and a successful one. Sasuke jumped out from behind Sakura and delivered a devastating dropkick that only barely missed his head, and Kakashi was forced to duck another when Naruto tried to attack from behind. 8 more clones attempted to join the close combat, and the Chunin finally had enough. The fight was getting awfully messy. He flipped backwards over and away from the throng, landing barely 3 feet from where he started. Now we're talking. Let's see if you can keep that up. Naruto formed a hand seal. Genjutsu. Activate. The ground vanished. That's the only way Kakashi could describe it. From one moment to the next, the soil turned from rock solid to a soggy mud-like texture, and he sank down to his waist before he even managed to get a grip. 2 flying kicks were headed directly towards him, and he couldn't pull off an earth move in such a short time. Not one that wouldn't maim his students, at least. As a last-ditch effort he switched himself out via Kawarimi, appearing a few feet above his students' heads on a thick branch. A small log had taken his place and took the beating. Well, that had certainly been creative. Sasuke and Sakura dusted themselves off as several of Naruto's clones vanished, as the real one muttered something unintelligible. Kakashi had to give it to them, tricking him into a melee just to get him to a specific trap spot on the battlefield. That was a pretty good plan for academy students. Using seals of all things to make a trap, now that was just ridiculous for that level. He didn't know many shinobi who even learned Genjutsu beyond explosive and storage applications, and certainly nothing quite this sophisticated before they were even genin. Minato-sensei, great as he'd become, hadn't really started specializing until well into Chunin or Chunin rank. Mission complete. Naruto exclaimed as he looked up, smiling widely. Kakashi glanced down at his belt in surprise and found the 2 little bells that had been safely kept there were missing. Judging from the frayed edges on what remained of the cord, they had been ripped right off. When had they managed that? Thinking about who and when, he heard his alarm going off in the distance. It was noon. The test was over and he'd lost the bells. They'd done it. Well, I must admit, this is a surprise, Kakashi muttered soberly as he dropped down from his branch and landed beside Sasuke. You know that nobody's ever managed to take the bells before. Touch them, sure, but you're the first to actually steal them away. You should feel proud. That was such an awesome plan, Sasuke-kun. Sakura exclaimed, giggling. It worked perfectly. HN. Sasuke shrugged, glancing at Naruto, who was beaming like the sun. He wasn't faking it either, given that beating Kakashi, even at a rather silly game like this, was quite the accomplishment. So where are the bells? The Chunin in question wondered. You did keep them, right? Ah, I forgot. Naruto exclaimed, kicking the ground a few times. About 10 seconds passed before there was a response, as a hand burst from the earth, quickly followed by a second one. Sakura stepped back with a disturbed frown as a half-dead shadow clone dragged itself out onto dry land from a pit of liquefied earth, breathing harshly. The sealed paper on the front of his jacket sizzled and sputtered out, and the clone sighed in relief. In one hand he held a long stalk of reed, the other had the bells. The real Naruto rubbed the back of his head and tried to look bashful. Sorry about that, clone. The clone scowled, waving his makeshift breathing tube around. Next time, do this yourself, boss. Do you have any idea how hard using this thing is with weak lungs? I feel like I've been running for hours on end. You're lucky I even had the presence of mind to snatch the bells. Don't whine, the real Naruto murmured, grabbing the bells and winking. I don't want to deal with all that sand up my nose, you know. Yeah. That's why I have you clones. The fake Naruto sighed. I'm you idiot. You'll remember that anyway. Naruto ignored the annoyed replica, presenting the spoils of victory to the others. Well, here they are, then. Hope you don't mind that technically it was a shadow clone that got them, Kakashi-sensei. He sent a foul look to his other self, who stuck out his tongue. No, that's alright. Honestly, Naruto felt like dancing. It had taken ages to trick Kakashi the first time around, and it didn't help that Kakashi got progressively better over those years, too. It had been a vicious cycle, but now he'd broken it. Of course, that probably meant that training would be twice as hard. So you have the bells, now. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Which of you three's going back to the academy, then? He turned to look at each in turn, ultimately gazing straight at Sakura. Well, let's hear your take. She hesitated, glancing between Sasuke and Naruto. For a moment her gaze lingered on the latter and she looked decidedly troubled. Finally she looked down. I suppose it would have to be me, then I did the least out of all of us. That's not true, Sakura-chan. Naruto declared heatedly, turning to her. You put the seals on the ground when you acted like you fainted. You were the key to the whole plan. If anyone shouldn't go on it should be me. All I did was make a lot of clones and I don't think any of them hit anything. Sasuke sighed, shaking his head. You make the seal, too. It worked. Naruto gaped for a moment. Had the Uchiha just said something positive about him? It seemed Kakashi was similarly surprised, glancing between his three students. Then, he relaxed, smiling widely. Well, you pass. What? Sakura exclaimed, while Sasuke just sniffed, though a thin smile made it onto his face too. The test was never about getting the bells, Naruto observed, recalling with amusement the first time they'd had this conversation. For one, he'd been a lot hungrier at this time. Real missions aren't usually solo, they're group missions, for a full team, which never has just 2 members. Getting 2 bells was a way of splitting us up, nothing more. You're correct. Kakashi said. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. He tapped Naruto on the head and smirked. You actually remembered the question that your sensei put forward, right? Think before you act and you'll go far. Naruto nodded solemnly, then grinned. Who wants to get some ramen to celebrate? Sasuke sighed, Sakura just rolled her eyes. Still they didn't say no. Naruto smirked. Maybe he should have tried being awesome the first time around. Yes, he'd actually managed to take what had originally been a reluctant teaming up, which involved being tied to a stump and denied food, and turned it into a genuine group victory. Take that, Destiny. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets, nodding proudly. You will make an excellent team. It'll take time, but I think we'll get you to the top. Sensei? Kakashi blinked, glancing at Sakura in confusion. Yes? What is it? I was just thinking about something you said. How did you know the question that Iruka-sensei asked us? She frowned. That was way before you arrived, wasn't it? Kakashi laughed nervously. The road of life happened to pass by your classroom. Sensei. Hey, old man, Naruto said as he waved lazily, passing by Konohamaru with barely a glance. The little boy pouted at being ignored but didn't comment, just staring as the new arrival stopped in front of his grandfather's desk with narrowed eyes. I'm glad to see you, Naruto. Just a moment, the Hokage said, glancing at the other people in the room in turn. Ibisu, you can take care of things for a little while, right? Oh, of course, Hokage-sama. The baffled Jimin said, bowing slightly as he took Konohamaru along. A gesture of the third later, the 2 Anbu that were waiting at the door vanished as well. Naruto sighed and shook his head, sinking into the comfortable chair. He'd almost forgotten Tsunade had thrown it out. The Hokage just looked at him for a while, and Naruto couldn't help but fidget a little. That serious look wasn't one he saw too often on the third, and it had been many years since they'd really been in the same room, even if the old man didn't know as much. I assume you have some idea of why I requested your presence. I was visited by your Jimin-sensei this morning. The old man walked over to the window, staring outside dispassionately. He had some interesting things to tell me. Can you guess what those were? Well, this wasn't much of a surprise. We spoke before the test. I'm sure it was about that. True? The Hokage turned and smiled slightly. He told me you had discovered a secret of the village. You know about your father, about Minato. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi-sensei already warned me that I shouldn't tell people, but it's hard. I'm sure you can understand, right? He pointed behind him. I mean, look at Konohamaru. He's always shouting that he's family of yours. I see your point, the third said, picking up a photograph from the side table that held his crystal ball. A very familiar photograph. Tsunade had given him that same one, many years ago. A photo of the fourth. The original reason that I made your parentage a secret, even from yourself, related to your parents' fame. There are many who would like to make a posthumous attack on the fourth, and who better to attack than his son, then. Keeping your identity a secret has greatly reduced the danger you were in over the years. I chose to keep you in the dark as well, after a long debate with myself on the topic. I admit that I feared you would ruin the secrecy in a moment of carelessness. He looked at the silent, attentive Naruto with a frown. You understand, right? Of course, Hokage-sama. The third seemed briefly surprised. You seem oddly respectful today. You're calling me by my title, now? Well, I'm a shinobi since today, Naruto said evasively. I need to show respect, right? Otherwise I'll just get in trouble with Kakashi-sensei. The Hokage didn't respond to that, putting the photo back where it came from and turning to the new genin. There's more that I wanted to mention, of course. Kakashi reported that you showed some remarkable skills in your exam. Kage Bunshin, some taijutsu well above academy level, and a seal that he hadn't seen before and suspected was of your own design. These are not skills you just come by from scratch. I think I know how you learned a few of them, though he smiled knowingly. Will you confess, or should I tell you? Crap. Naruto froze, thinking back to everything he'd done over the last days, where had he slipped up? The Hokage definitely couldn't know about Mizuki or Gatme, he wouldn't be smiling, then. He couldn't know about the letters, either, since he'd sent those days ago, and they shouldn't make terribly much sense to any interceptors anyway. That left his visits to the tower. He'd been spotted for the first time in ages. Damn, he really was worse than he was used to, then. Naruto started nervously, eyes wide. He supposed there was no changing it now, if he'd get in trouble for his forays, he'd have to figure out alternative ways to achieve his goals. I suppose I'm not in trouble, am I? That depends on what you did, the Hokage said neutrally. There was no smile left now, and a shiver ran down his back as Naruto looked away. Damn, he'd been sneaking in and out of places for years, stealing when required, and it was the old man who was the first to actually make him regret it, even a little. Alright, then I admit, I took scrolls from the tower. The thunderous expression on the Hokage's face did nothing to settle his worries, and Naruto wondered for a moment if he'd misjudged him, after all. The Hokage stepped forward, and for a brief second it seemed as if the old man was going to hit him, then his hand came down and ruffled through the blonde's hair. The Hokage's lips twitched, and he shook his head mirthfully as the oppressive atmosphere vanished. Oh, Naruto. What are we going to do with you? You're not mad. Let me tell you a story, Naruto. The third sat back in his chair and took up his pipe. Long ago, there was a genin of Konoha who had quite a bit of interest in the sealing arts. He'd been on his team for only a year or two, but he always butted heads with one of his teammates, so he decided he would impress them. Of course, in his infinite wisdom, he believed that his simple seals were not enough, the really interesting ones had to be complex, he reasoned. So he decided that he would get a scroll with a high-rank seal. Naruto blinked. He didn't know this one, which was quite a surprise. Sneaking into the tower was the easy part. He managed to get in, but the window closed behind him due to the wind and he couldn't open it again without making noise. Thus, he was forced to find another way out. Ever the opportunist, he took the most promising scrolls he could and walked right out of the front gate. What? How could that happen? Naruto exclaimed, enthralled. Where were the guards? The Hokage and his guards kept a close eye on the boy, of course. They'd been following him ever since the window slammed closed. Instead of arresting the thief, they were interested in what he would do with the scrolls, whether he was going to sell them to some other nation or pass them on to someone else, perhaps. Instead, they discovered the genin was learning from them. A few days later the scrolls were returned to the tower. The boy never even realized that he'd been discovered and put back the scrolls when he was done with them. So Naruto said, slowly. You're not mad, because I'm like that genin. Because I put the forbidden scroll back after I'd finished. Well, I must admit that if you'd just run in there and took it from under my nose, I'd have acted rather differently. The Hokage said, and Naruto smirked, he knew exactly what would have happened, after all. Fortunately, you returned the scroll before anyone noticed it was missing. I spotted you when you returned it, though, and decided to keep silent. The whole thing made me rather nostalgic. So what gave me away? Naruto leaned forward, frowning. I was suppressing my chakra and I was wearing the proper clothing. I'm pretty sure I didn't make any noise since the Anbu didn't show up. I admit your infiltration was rather professional, the Hokage said. Very good for an academy student. I'm sure there are some genin that would have trouble matching your performance. Still, you shouldn't underestimate a Kage. We are considered the strongest of a village, after all. Yes, but where did I screw up? Something must have tipped you off. The Hokage smiled slightly. Well, if I told you, you wouldn't have the chance to find the flaw yourself. Perhaps your sensei would be willing to help you out. I must say, I'd never really pegged you for the stealthy type, given the kind of clothes you're inclined to wear. Orange is the perfect color for stealth, Naruto said boisterously. He recalled what Sakura had said in another life, the first time she'd fallen for his stealthy approach. If you can stalk someone in a bright orange jumpsuit, you can do it in anything. Realizing how that sounded, he smiled nervously. Just on missions, of course. A strange sense of fashion and apparently a stalker. You have more in common with the genin in my story than you probably realize. The Hokage smiled, stepping back to his chair and sighing in relief. Naruto narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Who was it? Who is that genin you spoke about? His name's Jiraiya. You might have heard of him. Hervey Sage? Naruto blurted. Well, that explained why he'd never heard that story, then. The white-haired lecher probably didn't even know, or he was ashamed he'd been caught like that. At the Hokage's sharp look after his exclamation, Naruto raised his hands in surrender. That's just what I heard a Fuchinin call him, I swear. He's the white-haired guy who is away so often and sometimes goes to the women's bathhouses, right? Probably. The third rubbed his temples wearily. Naruto, I understand that you want to learn some obscure skills, and I even have an inkling as to why, but you will need a teacher for something like that. Taking scrolls on Genjutsu from the tower won't be enough. Experimenting on seals that you don't really know anything about can be very dangerous. I am careful. Naruto exclaimed, affronted. I have no doubt you are, but you are only a genin. In 2 weeks' time, at my request, Jiraiya will be returning to Konoha. He can serve as your teacher in Genjutsu if that is truly a field you have chosen to pursue. I'll have to find a way to persuade him, but I'm sure it's doable. Naruto practically cheered, though he knew he shouldn't let on that he knew the Sannin too much. In this time, they'd never actually met, after all. It'd be interesting to have him as a teacher again, Naruto thought. Though, he'd have to put up with his antics again. Another question occurred to him, then. Old man, how can he be my teacher when Kakashi-sensei already is? Jiraiya will probably only instruct you in the evenings or other periods where you are free from your duties, the third said. You're still a genin, after all you'll have to do that training on top of your usual missions and exercises. Aw, man, Naruto pouted, standing up. Well, I suppose I'll go prepare for tomorrow, then. We're going to do D-class missions. I can barely wait. He sighed. I bet it'll be something lame, like painting a fence or catching a cat. He waved lazily as he headed for the door. I guess I'll hear about it when Jiraiya arrives in town. Later, Gramps. Naruto, the Hokage said softly, and the genin looked back. If you plan on taking any more scrolls, don't get arrested. The punishment for theft is more aggravating than painting fences, I assure you. Naruto laughed. They'll never catch me. Welcome home, boss. Naruto sighed, sinking down on his bed. How far did you get? About halfway. We've got time, don't we? He put down the scroll he'd been reading, putting aside his transcribed copy. That one was actually intelligible. I figure it'll take us about 3 days to go through them all, even with 3 clones on the job. Speed it up a little, will you? I just came back from the old man, and he's a hell of a lot more attentive than I figured. Naruto rubbed his eyes and yawned. Caught on my very first attempt at nicking something from the tower. Pathetic. Really should have expected it, you know we had like 25 more years of experience on the old body and didn't have to contend with having to fend it off anymore. The clone sat back at his small desk and frowned. You know, talking to myself like this is becoming a bad habit. Whatever. Thinking back to his old skills, actual, baddest skills, he felt a pang of loss. Going back in time, however useful and potentially world-changing it was, had some bad sides. As it turned out, having 2 identical people in the world at the same time just wasn't possible for long periods. He had to deal with his genin body once again, with all the annoyances that came with it. Not the least of those was the Kikbi he'd lived with either control of its chakra or its total absence for so many years, it was strange even thinking of himself as a Jinchuriki again. That was another thing that he'd changed in this time, even if he didn't originally intend it. By taking out Mizuki before the scroll incident occurred, he'd prevented himself from being told about his status. Although the Hokage knew that he was aware of his parentage, he hadn't said a word about being a Jinchuriki, about being the Kikbi's container. There was a good chance that particular genie remained in the bottle, for now. Getting up, Naruto wandered over to his plants and quickly gave a few of them a little more water, as their leaves looked a little droopy. 2 of the little cacti seemed to be doing great, even so very far from Suna, he'd have to keep an eye on them. It was unfortunate that his original self didn't keep any particularly useful plants, he'd had to gather new samples from all across Konoha, and it would take weeks before the first proper poisons could be derived from what little he had so far. Betting a mission to Kumo or Kiri was really what he needed. There were countless rare plants there that he'd love to try his hand at, and sending a few dozen clones to harvest was no problem for him. The coming weeks were in flux. It really depended on how much he changed things, what he'd end up doing. It was possible that Kabuto would finally be an open target and he would definitely take advantage of that. He was already working on dealing with Orochimaru, though it was unlikely that he'd be able to finish him off by himself. Still, there were plenty of baddest shinobi around to point in his direction, and this time nobody would have to die. There was even a slim chance he could get in contact with a certain ninja well before they ever became a problem in the first place. As for Akatsuki, well, that was a more difficult problem, given how much of a mess taking care of them had been the first time. Aside from the obvious issue of avoiding their interest until he was strong again right now, they'd take the Kikbi in an instant. He also needed to make sure that their avenues of attack on some of the other Jinchuriki were cut off early. He couldn't manage that on his own either, especially since half of them were rather antisocial, so he actually did need allies. Toby hadn't even stepped to the forefront yet at this time, and Payne was not yet ready to assault Konoha as he'd done before, so it wasn't an immediate concern. He had time. Not a lot, but at the very least some, and he'd abuse it. Getting back in shape and building up his skill and ceiling would have to be his priorities right now. If he wanted to mean anything to the other Jinchuriki, especially Gaara, he'd have to get a hell of a lot better in a short time. Beating Toby without inciting another bloody war would probably require him to surpass his father's skill and his mother's knowledge. Rather hefty challenge, even on the best of days. Yo, boss, you've got mail. Naruto looked up, blinking, as his clone gestured at the window. Naruto didn't know what he was looking at first. There was a letter there, brown and somewhat rumpled, true. Sprinkled around it was a thick layer of dirt, even covering the paper itself, partially. Who'd sent him an envelope of dirt? His heart raced as he imagined for a moment it came from Gaara. Gingerly removing the letter without spreading the dust across his bedroom, Naruto was suddenly struck by the way it glittered. It wasn't like usual dirt, instead it was. He wrote back, Naruto said, eyes wide. He actually wrote back. Holy crap. He held up a handful of the dirt, letting it spill through his fingers. It's gold dust. Did he deliver it himself? Can he actually control this from such a huge distance? He can't know who I am, I never said so. Did he somehow transport the response to the same place I sent it from? Amazing. He quickly scanned the letter, brushing the last of the gold dust onto his windowsill. Maybe he could get a pretty penny for it, after all. The missive wasn't long and rather unfriendly, but it was a lot more than he had honestly expected. It was also rather terrifying, given what he'd read about the man who wrote it. The man didn't know who he was, just the pseudonym, and that he was from Konoha, but that was quite enough. The 4th Kazekage wanted to meet him. Chapter 5 Aspirations of a Genin. Making his way across the roofs of Konoha at considerable speed, Naruto thought about his new objectives, with this upset. Receiving a letter from the Kazekage was crazy, he'd expected an instant rejection or no response at all. He figured he had to try, and evidently it had paid off. He'd have to take advantage of this potential boon quickly, but telling the truth was right out. Aside from wanting to avoid the question of how he'd manage this feat, interrogators were rather good at extracting information, and the Kazekage would doubtlessly take advantage of it. The man's arrogance, after all, was practically legendary. Still, there were secondary reasons to pursue this. One advantage of a detour to Suna was that he could meet Gaara, though, although it was unlikely that he'd be quite sane at this point, meeting a fellow Jinchuriki might help him, a little. For another, he could consider paying a visit to the local Genjutsu storage. He smiled at that thought. Although he'd seen some of Suna's scrolls last time around, when Gaara was the Kazekage, he'd never gotten into the really good stuff. He still wasn't sure if it had been out of respect or if he'd just been terrified Gaara would find out. If he was going to pull that off at all, he'd need to train. He'd need some way of getting the hell out of the way if the Kazekage tried anything, which was a tall order as is, and he'd also need to figure out a way to keep himself visible back home, as well. He couldn't just leave Konoha behind and hoped his team and Hokage would keep a blind eye. Page Bunshin. He exclaimed, and 6 clones popped into being. Naruto turned them and took each of them in. I need an alibi, and I can't let anyone find out. The coming days should only contain D-class missions, so this shouldn't be too hard, but I won't be around to get you guys new chakra. He reached into his jacket and smirked. Luckily, I still knew how to make this. That's a summoning scroll. One of the clones said, then widened his eyes. Oh, right. We use those to get more nature chakra, for Sage Mode. Haven't used those in forever, though. They were only necessary when Kikbi was still around. This one can't really keep nature chakra, but it should suffice for regular shadow clones, Naruto reminded. He grimaced then. I should make more, given that I've got the fox back. Perhaps the toads will notice those seals, but I doubt it. I'm pretty sure I've dissected them down to the basics. I'll give you a good stack of the things that already contain prepared shadow clones. You need to fill them in real quick on what's going on, but they should persist long enough that I'll make it back before they run out. Just be careful you don't pop too many. Alright, boss, the first clone said, saluting. We'll do the all-important job of hunting cats and painting fences. He snickered. I'll probably prank the Uchiha bastard too, hope you don't mind. Naruto rolled his eyes, handing over the seals and frowning. Keep yourselves out of too much suspicion. No stealing scrolls until I get back, and avoid getting Kakashi-sensei interested. I will be here to switch you out for a few more days until I leave, but then you're on your own. As he left the group behind, Naruto tried to ignore the worry that crept up on him. Naruto, where have you been? Sakura asked, fuming. You were supposed to be here 15 minutes ago. The blonde walked over and glanced around. Kakashi-sensei is not even with you yet, or Sasuke, for that matter. He rolled his eyes. Lighten up, Sakura-chan. Sakura scowled. That doesn't mean you have to be late too, you know. Naruto shrugged, slumping down against a bridge and retrieving a little notepad from his breast pocket. The paper was orange, of course, and Sakura groaned. She'd hoped that the black clothing he'd worn at the Genin exam would stick around, but they had been quickly ditched for the current attire. Unfortunately, even this new outfit still had a lot of the unsightly orange that he'd been wearing for years, which just got on her nerves. Naruto retrieved a pencil and immediately started sketching, muttering under his breath. It took a few minutes, but finally Sakura's curiosity got the better of her. "What are you doing now?" Naruto glanced up, blinking. "Oh, you mean this? I'm working on a new Kenjutsu technique and I was just sketching some ideas for the seal. Maybe I can show you the finished project in a few days. I don't think it's going to be a very complex one." "It'll take days?" Sakura asked, blinking. "Well, I'm designing them, not just making them," Naruto pointed out helpfully. "The one I used yesterday, the soft solid one, was my own design after all. I'm thinking of making a couple nice ones and going to the patent office with them. I'm no expert, but I think I could make a bit of money with that so I can fix up my apartment." "How did you even get started with this?" Sakura wondered, trying to get a glance at the notes. "I've vaguely heard of the subject, but the academy certainly had nothing about it in the library." She frowned. "In fact, I think Iruka explicitly mentioned it was one of the most difficult fields of study that existed and most ninja know no more than explosive tags." "Yes, well, that's what they say," Naruto answered idly. "Here, I can show you a few of the basics, as I know them. You kind of have to get a feel for them, but you're smart." He smiled as he retrieved a small stack of seals from his pocket. "These are the same as yesterday." Sakura picked up one of the seals and studied it. It was relatively simple overall, though she had no idea what any of the bits and pieces meant. The symbol was circular in shape with sequences of unintelligible symbols making up the circumference. It also had two spokes, one crossing north to south, the second from the center down to the southwest. Both were fairly straight lines with symbols seemingly drawn right on top of them. The whole thing made her think of a clock. 3 larger squiggles marked the end of each of the 3 lines where they touched the edge, each different in shape. Naruto tapped the side of the tag. "The circle design is pretty commonly used. It's basically for stability, and it's one of only a few ways to make something like a temporary seal that you can actually trigger at will. This one's technically not a numbered seal, since it's not complex enough to require it, but it would be a 2-element seal if I did." He frowned. "I tend to avoid odd-numbered seals myself, call it superstition. Anyway, there's other shapes for permanent seals, but as you can understand, they're not used that often, given the risks involved. You can make a permanent seal with only the circular element, but you need to be pretty good." "You actually know what you're talking about, don't you?" Sakura said, eyebrows raised. "Imagine the day when the dead last is lecturing me." Naruto shook his head and smiled as he tapped the edge at the north. "This big symbol at the top represents the earth element that's involved. Basically it transforms chakra into another nature, thereby allowing the seal to affect the soil. Seals aren't always used like that, but it's definitely useful in this one." "Chakra nature?" Sakura wondered. Naruto didn't answer her, but he smiled slightly at the question. He pointed to the south element next to another symbol. "Here, at the other pole, I placed a representation of water since that's what I wanted the soil to act like. It's smaller than the north one since it's the secondary rather than primary focus, but it works well enough and it's probably the second most stable bond in the whole thing." He hesitated. "I think talking about chakra bonds goes a bit far, for now." "Well, there's the third shape over there. This could really have gone in multiple directions, but I picked the one that was least volatile overall, as it's all about instability rather than stability, and I don't want to make it explode. A little less effect, but that's the cost of safety." Sakura blinked. "You know a lot about this." "Well, I do want to be awesome, so I have to, right?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "The whole complex generates the Doton chakra, that is, earth that's already unstable as it flows through the soil, after which it turns it into Sutin chakra, or water. What you end up with is really, really unstable ground." He smirked proudly. "It has some bugs, but it's already good enough to allow a properly prepared ninja to dig underground and hide there without even having the Doton chakra nature." "Chakra nature, you already said that just now. I think Iruka-sensei mentioned it," Sakura recalled with a frown. She looked at the seal in contemplation. "What's this supposed to say, anyway? It looks like a bunch of scribbles to me." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Sakura, the description I just gave was pretty much as elementary as I could put it. I really don't want to get into the script used or the kind of interactions you have to remember. This seal's pretty simple, and I've already found 2 scrolls from the library that are using some of the same methods as I am. I know I'm in the right direction. I know what I'm doing." "So it seems," Kakashi said. Sakura glanced up in surprise, though Naruto didn't even flinch. Right above them, holding his little book, sat their sensei. "Sounds pretty good, Naruto. I might try out that seal of yours later. Maybe I can let you know what you can improve." Sure, sensei. Naruto replied, getting up. Hey, Sasuke, ready to come down? HN. Sasuke flipped to the ground from the branch he'd been sitting on and landed softly, his hands in his pockets. Sakura shook her head in confusion. You were all here already? Nah, Sasuke arrived about 5 minutes ago, Naruto offered. He just didn't say anything, and he can be pretty quiet. Kakashi-sensei's been around since before I arrived, probably reading that book of his. Sakura didn't miss the surprised look from their sensei as he too jumped down to the ground and stashed his literature in one of his pockets. You managed to keep an eye out while making notes and talking, Naruto. It was easy enough. You weren't actually trying really hard to keep hidden. He got up, waving his notebook. When I finish this seal, I think you'll want to look at it, sensei. It's supposed to enhance the lightning element, so combining it with someone who has that nature would probably be awesome. It should work well with your assassination techniques, too. Kakashi smiled. Well, until your other teacher gets in town, I guess I'll offer my services. Now, though, we have to do something else. He turned to the other two genin. Since we're all here now, and not that late, why are you so early, anyway? Naruto cut him off, frowning. Early? He's half an hour later, dimwit. Sakura shook her head in a huff. Honestly. Right, that's what I said, early. Naruto blinked at the silver-haired genin. You're legendary for being at least 2 hours tardy for practically everything, so what gives? Did you lose a bet with someone over our passing the exam or something? Kakashi shrugged, looking pointedly at the blonde for a moment. I have some obligations this afternoon, so we'll have to make sure to have our task done before I leave. Now, we'll be starting with D-class missions like all genin teams. I managed to get a nice and easy one to start you off with, so we should get right to it. What's this nice and easy mission? Sakura wondered. Cleaning the Hokage monument, Kakashi answered, sighing. Someone seen fit to paint it with bright colors, and the civilians want it back to normal again. Damn it, Naruto. Sakura called, smacking him over the head. Wearing a henge that made him look like a rather spindly ninja of unclear rank, though certainly a chunin to avoid obvious questions, Naruto sprang from tree to tree on his way southwest. He'd spent quite a bit longer on his preparations than he'd anticipated, working to train himself in at least using some of his ninjutsu again, even if not at full power. 11 days he'd lost, but that was alright, since he had plenty of time yet before the invasion that happened last time. The Kazekage certainly wouldn't be expecting him to appear quickly, he'd set no specific date or time on his letter, after all. 11 days, plus at least 2 or 3 to get to Suna, and then the way back he was spending too much time on this, when he could be doing other things. Well, at least it was important. The forest would only stretch partway to Suna, and trekking through the desert really wasn't something he looked forward to, but he'd deal with it. He'd done it before, and at least he'd have some time to get some stamina training in. Getting out of Konoha had been annoyingly easy. The city wasn't on high alert, so most of the safeguards were lax at best, and Naruto knew them intimately, as he'd participated in getting them back to normal, after the war. On the other side of the wall he relaxed a little even if he was detected, here, he wouldn't instantly be pegged as a deserter. Naruto realized in some annoyance that he probably counted as such, now. Meeting with a foreign cage without permission wasn't really something you got easily forgiven for. He'd used a bland pseudonym in his letter. Doubtlessly the only reason that the Kazekage had even responded was that he'd mentioned several things not generally known by the public regarding both his history and several secret projects Gaara had uncovered and stopped in the first few years of his reign. His phrasing has been ambiguous, but someone with the kind of knowledge that the Kazekage had would doubtlessly recognize it immediately. It got him invited, but it did raise a disturbing possibility. The Kazekage might simply want him out of the way, permanently. It was lucky, he figured, that he'd sent the letter from his apartment fairly central in the city, rather than somewhere more obscure, or he'd have missed the response entirely, since he lived above what was presently essentially an abandoned building only occasionally hired out for temporary stays. He could be anyone. That was good. Sooner the last time around, it wasn't until Gaara became Kazekage that he really got to know much of anything about the place, so his knowledge of this particular time was, at best, spotty. The history books were inaccurate about the capabilities of the various shinobi forces between the Third and Fourth Shinobi World Wars, especially since a large amount of records was destroyed in the latter conflict. Still he'd read up on the people, he knew some of what to expect. There were some people that even this nation respected. He'd put up the strongest henge he could, he certainly had the chakra to pull off a pretty impressive one, after all, and turned into one of the only people he knew how to imitate and whose mere presence would ensure that the Kazekage didn't try anything too crazy. His reputation preceded him, after all. Hope you forgive me for this one, sensei. Naruto's clone yawned as he wiped the last of his paint off the fourth's giant stone nose and moved to his eyes. There was perhaps a certain irony in him being assigned to take care of cleaning his own father's part of the Hokage monument. He looked wistfully at the rest of the cliff there, sometime in the future, would have been Granny Tsunade's face, Kakashi's face mask and all, and finally Konohamaru's face, all grown up, though it hadn't yet been carved when he left. The Fifth Shinobi World War was just gearing up at the time, and he himself had beat deep behind enemy lines, so he hadn't had the opportunity to stop by the village. Not before this opportunity had come along. Sitting down on the wooden platform that had been lowered from the top of the monument to allow for easy cleaning, Naruto thought about the past. He supposed it was the future, now. The first thing that struck him as strange, really, was that he couldn't mesh the current Kakashi disinterested, porn reading, perpetually late with the future one, who hadn't changed all that much. Perhaps it was the Hokage robes that he'd worn that did it, or the starkly serious moods that had become more common since he took up the hat. Naruto admitted that he'd been a little jealous when the sixth Hokage was announced, but Kakashi was the obvious choice, having already been in the running for fifth as well. He himself had been rather on the young side and had understood the hesitance, even if he had gained considerable admiration for his involvement in the fight against Madara and Akatsuki. Konohamaru's election that had been different. Naruto himself had been in the running for 7th Hokage. Kakashi was getting tired of his role after quite a few years in the seat, and finally some of the new promising shinobi were getting to appropriate ages, so he decided to pass on the title. The silver-haired Hokage, at the time, had been dispassionate about his reasoning for electing Konohamaru. Instead of him, Naruto admitted he'd felt a little betrayed, but he had explained himself later. Naruto, he'd argued vehemently, was too valuable to stick behind a desk. He was still one of the Leaf's strongest shinobi and feared internationally since the 4th Shinobi World War. Perhaps after hostilities were over and the 5th war was at an end, he could become Hokage much like his father, but right now he was needed. His appearance on the front lines had done wonders for maintaining Konoha's security, as few were willing to take on the Yellow Flash's son. That secret had been publicly revealed over a decade earlier. Naruto had to admit that he couldn't have been present at more than half the conflicts that Konoha got involved with if he also needed to be around the village all the time. Kakashi had probably been right as far as where his best place was. Konohamaru, of course, had promised that he could be the 8th Hokage in time, though that wouldn't be coming true. Perhaps things would be different now. Perhaps he could be the one to appoint Konohamaru as his successor now. Perhaps he'd take the seat after the old man if he could prevent his death. 5th Hokage Naruto, Jinchuriki protector of the Leaf right next to his father on the monument. Yeah, that sounded good. Unlike his young years, which he'd now reclaimed, Naruto had ended up being a specialist in assassination and infiltration missions, even before Kakashi's belief that he was at that time what he himself had been. One of Konoha's shining beacons, who kept everyone else from doing stupid things and who showed the strength of the village to the outside world. It was unfortunate that peace had not persisted as it had for a few years after the war, but the shinobi world, it seemed, was not yet ready for change. Had Nagato been right, after all? The exact moment he decided that if war couldn't be stopped by brute force, it might be via traditional shinobi values, he wasn't sure. Perhaps it had been the result of reading many books on the philosophy of war when he'd finally gotten around to slowing down a little. He'd shifted his focus from being a loud ninjutsu spammer towards a style that involved stealth, careful planning and efficiency. He supposed that a particular reason he'd enjoyed it so much was the challenge. He knew he could kick ass with major attacks if he really needed to, and he'd shown it in the war, but it wasn't exactly the most intelligent of roles. Infiltration, in particular, was a challenging and highly entertaining type of mission that he'd been completely unfit for. He'd never even thought about acting and worn his emotions on his sleeves, so going in the complete opposite direction, trying to place himself into the skin of another shinobi, was a whole new experience. After dozens of C-class missions, quite embarrassing for someone who was effectively a Junin, even if he'd never officially gotten his promotion, he'd finally gotten his skill to acceptable levels, and things had spiraled from there. The B-rank infiltration missions, it turned out, were a lot of fun. His wit was tested to its fullest, and he'd never really had an opportunity to put his pranking habits into action for a practical goal. If you could prank someone with a pot of paint, after all, you could do the same with a kunai. Rather more permanent and messy, but you couldn't argue with results. After a long string of successes, even more so than C rank, he got bored and inevitably went out of character. Back then he was finally assigned his first solo A rank, and then he'd fallen in love with his profession all over again. Did you fall asleep? Naruto looked up and blinked at his sensei, his broad grin of nostalgia slipping from his face. Kakashi was standing lazily on the fourth's forehead, sticking to the stone with chakra. He raised an eyebrow. You've been staring into space for a few minutes now. Not really, Kakashi-sensei. I was just thinking about, think quick, Naruto-dad. He tapped the stone and sighed. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, both of whom were cleaning the other faces. The latter glanced curiously at them, but then returned to her work, scowling slightly. Really? Well, I was sort of thinking about the future, too, Naruto admitted, shrugging. I mean, it'd be really cool if I could learn his techniques, but the first time I use any of them, people will figure out the whole family thing plus, I don't want to feel like I'm ripping him off, you know. I'm sure that it'll be fine, Kakashi said with a smile. There are plenty of other things to train too, you know. I'm sure when you're a Chunin or Jnin, you can look up those special techniques. Your ceiling is already getting pretty interesting, maybe you should consider concentrating on that. The village hasn't had a seal master around for a while, not since Jiraiya went and became a hermit, you could be a pretty great one. You are in Uzumaki after all, it's in your blood. I suppose. He glanced at his teammates and frowned. He learned about Kakashi. What do I do about this team thing? Sasuke and I couldn't stand each other in the academy, I'm sure we'll get into a fight sooner or later. And Sakura, he shuddered. Scary. Don't worry, you'll do fine, Kakashi said, smiling. Next week or perhaps the day after, we'll go do a C-rank mission. That should allow you to spend a little time with your team beyond just a few hours of a boring mission. He glanced at Sasuke. Perhaps you'll be invaluable to have around. Well, at least I can pack all the food into scrolls, Naruto muttered. He suddenly perked up, eyes bright. I just remembered I wanted to ask you about something. You know the seal I'm working on, right, sensei? Yes, Kakashi answered lazily. What about it? Well, he hesitated. I need to know how lightning element attack forms so I can make sure the seal doesn't overload, but I don't know anyone with a lightning nature, really, aside from you. He stared with large puppy eyes at his teacher. Could you show me, please? Kakashi looked at Naruto for a long moment and then nodded. It would be a good introduction to ninjutsu techniques, I suppose. A bit early, perhaps, but I'm sure the others won't mind. He glanced over the statue and aside from a few smudges, the cleaning was almost finished. Kakashi flashed through a quick succession of hand seals, and the entirety of Naruto's bucket of water shot onto the statue, rinsing it clean in one quick movement, a pretty lame use of a suitin, but it worked. He turned to the other two team members and pointed up. Sasuke, Sakura, follow us. Naruto quickly scampered up along the sheer rocks, and Kakashi didn't look surprised, but he definitely stopped and stared for a moment when both Sakura and Sasuke made their way up the rocks in the same manner, the latter with some stumbling. A few moments later they were standing next to their teacher with slight grins as he studied them each in turn. Okay, I missed something. Since when do academy students learn control exercises? Sakura looked away. We didn't actually, we learned from. She paused and frowned. Naruto. At Kakashi's inquiring gaze, the blonde smiled widely. I learned how to do it ages ago, and yesterday you were hours late, so I got really bored. I showed Sakura-chan and Sasuke how to do it. They were far quicker than me at getting it to work, though. He shook his head in disappointment. You taught 2 gen in the tree walking exercise in a day. Kakashi blinked. Who's supposed to be the sensei here? Naruto scowled, looking vaguely affronted. They're my teammates, right? Maybe it was against whatever silly rules you have for genin teams, but he smiled quite widely, then. Those who abandon their team are worse than trash, right sensei? Kakashi shook his head tiredly. Moving on, Naruto, if you want to learn anything from this, maybe you should pay close attention now. He turned around to one of the few logs that were placed up here above the monument for training purposes. They were actually guys, Naruto knew, but he and Kakashi would probably make up for the destruction of one of them with a friendly crazy game or something. Soon you will be learning ninjutsu beyond your usual attacks. Sasuke already knows several Kaiten techniques fire, but there are other natures, and you will likely be learning some of them as you become Chunin. Kakashi shrugged idly. That doesn't mean one should ignore training before that time, though. I remember this, Sakura volunteered. There are 5 elements, right? Fire, water, Kaiten, Suiton, Photon, Doton, Raiten, Kakashi rattled off. Also known as fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. There are others, but we'll leave that for now. These 5 elements form the basis for elemental techniques. Personally, I can use techniques from each element for other reasons. Most ninja only use 1 or 2 elements. I have an affinity for lightning techniques, though, which is why the technique I created is of that element. Creating techniques, is it similar to making seals? Naruto wondered, though he already knew the answer. His practice with the various superior versions of the Rasengan was quite instructive in that regard. Although there are many things to take into account when making your own technique, they're not quite on the same level as Genjutsu, aside from extremely powerful techniques, of course, like my own. He smirked. There is always a risk of injuring yourself when working with particularly volatile combinations of shape and element, but this is all far too complex for you. Kakashi shook his head wearily. I get it, Naruto offered enthusiastically, and all he got was a disbelieving stare from Sasuke. Kakashi tapped on the tree stump and grasped his wrist. When you use an elemental technique, your chakra is transformed into another element. In this regard, it's similar to your seal, Naruto. Transforming chakra into an element you have affinity with is far easier, which is the reason shinobi tend to focus on those. Lightning began crackling around Kakashi's outstretched hand, the sizzling and crackling sound amplifying until it became clear where the technique received its name. The Chidori or 1000 birds formed as a layer of electricity sparked across his skin. With a cry he swung it forward into the log, blasting a hole in it the size of someone's head. "That is my original technique," Kakashi said, turning around proudly. "Is there a shape transformation element?" Naruto wondered, his eyes peeled. He'd never actually inquired about this before. After getting one shoved through his chest, he'd rather lost his enthusiasm for the move. Now, though, that hadn't actually happened yet and wouldn't if he had anything to say about it. Elemental transformation is obvious, but it did seem awfully straight-edged. Could you veer off with one of those, or is it pretty much locked in its trajectory after you start your attack? Kakashi looked like a deer in headlights. "Why do you think that?" Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Well, it makes sense, right? If you're only changing it to be a cover of your hand without a specific shape to maintain, it'll lose cohesion at the first sign of." He stopped and blinked. "Oh. That's not really genin stuff, is it?" Sakura looked with some amazement at Naruto, and even Sasuke was listening in. "I don't even know where I'd look for something like that. What have you been reading, Naruto?" "Ah," Naruto rubbed the back of his head, glancing at Kakashi. "Stuff. Perhaps it's smarter if you read genin level books instead of Junin level," Kakashi pointed out, shaking his head. Sasuke looked just about ready to explode with questions, and Naruto was fairly sure what he'd ask. After all of this he'd lower himself to asking the dead last for books at this point in time. The arrogance was there, but it wasn't quite insane yet. Kakashi continued, oblivious to the interplay. "It's really quite impressive, deducing the weakness of my technique from seeing it only a single time. You're not secretly an Uchiha under there, are you?" Naruto smiled widely. "I'm just that awesome. Now, are we going to train that awesome ninjutsu or not?" "Of course not. I'm not an idiot. I wish to speak to the Kazekage." The guard gulped, staring at the imposing shinobi before him, his chakra almost tangible in the air. Slung on his back was a large scroll, partially covered by a mop of white hair, and his eyes were sharp. The guard compassed himself quickly. "Did Kazekage-sama know you were coming, Jiraiya of the Sannin?" "He knows," Naruto answered, glad to see his disguise was holding up. "Tell him that I bring 2 crows. He will confirm my invitation." "Yes, please wait here." Naruto smiled, realizing that he'd missed even Suna's harsh weather a little, annoying as it often was. He'd spent quite a bit of time here with Gaara and his family, and it had always been a blast. Now he'd be walking into the belly of the beast, though. Daiki, 4th Kazekage of Suna, was a dangerous man, and Naruto would have to be lying flat to his face the entire time. Well, he did always enjoy infiltration missions, and this counted. A rank, perhaps. S rank. A small grin made it onto his face as he saw the shinobi returning. This would be fun. Chapter 6 Deals in the Desert. Naruto couldn't stop a slight smile as he walked through the streets of Suna, as he'd done many times in the past or future. Though most of the people here looked somewhat wary of him, there were some who greeted the supposed Jiraiya with genuine smiles and friendly nods. Getting into his role took a little mental gymnastics, though the few years he'd spent alongside the Toad Sage while they traveled throughout the Land of Fire and surrounding nations certainly gave him plenty to work with. Certainly a lot more than he usually would have had for an infiltration mission. Of course, most of that was the more carefree, lecherous Jiraiya. For a meeting with the Kazekage, even he would have gotten serious. Naruto had infiltrated Suna. Once with Gaara's knowledge he'd gotten close to a suspected information broker who was thought to be in contact with foreign spies, and he'd followed the man for the better part of 3 days before he'd finally struck gold. That had been early in his career, and in retrospect he'd drawn out things for far too long. "Were your border guards sleeping on the job?" Naruto asked after a while as he wandered after his guide, his eyes roving over the oddly bulbous buildings that were one of the characteristic features of the village, the sandstone walls being another. "Given your surprise at my arrival, I take it that you didn't spot me until I was right at the wall. Are the border guards getting rusty?" Admittedly, Naruto had noticed a handful of scouts along the way here, but they hadn't spotted the genin. The Land of Wind was pretty huge and empty, especially in peacetime, so he'd simply taken some of the lesser used trails, taking him rather close. It also helped make him seem more formidable than he really was, when in reality he was simply taking advantage of a security flaw that wasn't fixed until Gaara came to power. Of course, the village itself was very effectively defensible, as if to make up for the situation outside it. Located in a rocky valley, it was already solidly protected from attack by any significant force and surrounded by plenty of ammunition for powerful Doton techniques. Ichikenin didn't answer his query. Of course he probably wouldn't even have done it if Naruto had appeared as himself. Suna's shinobi had always had a pretty strong grasp on discipline, and the fact that Gaara's father was said to be even stricter than his son certainly wouldn't make them any more laid back. The guest of the Hokage they'd definitely treat with respect, at least, and he reminded himself of his mission. 2 small scrolls in his pocket would make all the difference. Here, if he could prevent this particular piece of history, he'd be going above and beyond anything he'd done so far. Killing Mizuki and Gat were minor things. The former wouldn't have had much more influence anyway. After he was taken in, Gatm's troops might still be a problem in the future, but they were at least leaderless now and unlikely to go after Wave, which hardly had money to spare. Getting closer to his team to make sure that things didn't degenerate into the mess that it had been the last time around was more of a personal goal than anything. Although it was perhaps silly to think of it this way, he felt obligated to fulfill his promises to the Sakura, Kakashi and even Sasuke that he'd left behind. Instead of bringing him back, he'd make sure that Sasuke never had a reason to leave and at the very least a friend to rely on, one that wouldn't just take a Chidori to the chest, at that. He'd make sure that he'd fulfill his promise to Sakura and keep him around. He'd promised Kakashi time and time again that he'd be the leaf sword and shield and take care of the nasty things in the shadows, but that he'd never lose his spirit. Kakashi had jokingly ordered him to do that when he first donned the hat of the Hokage, and though it was said in jest at the time, Naruto had smiled and nodded. Sasuke before the disastrous end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, in which the Uchiha clan was finally destroyed, they'd met once more on the battlefield. He had tears in his eyes in his eternal Manjikam Sharingan eyes. There, he'd made the last promise. A promise to the last Uchiha. Naruto glanced up and blinked as he realized that he'd been ignoring his guide for the last few minutes, far too wrapped up in his memories. Marshalling his thoughts, he focused on the here and now, leaving the rest for later. The two finally approached the huge spherical building that stood at the center of Suna. Naruto only remembered seeing it himself in the days that Gaara already ruled here, so spotting decorations and colorful banners was rather odd. His friend had never cared much for aesthetics, really. The tall man stood with his arms crossed before the entrance, wearing a loose-fitting blue kimono with a white jacket and an all-too-familiar hat. This was him, then. One of the few Kages he'd never met in person, due to his early death. The leader of Suna looked somewhere between stern and curious, his eyes clear and calculating. Naruto smiled hesitantly, leaving the Chunin escort behind. It was a popular misconception that one could sense someone's chakra and determine their identity through that alone, perpetuated particularly among those who have little to do with actual shinobi. Naruto had spent far too much time with oblivious targets to really take that idea seriously any longer, and he was glad about it. Yes, a Haiku would probably figure things out pretty quickly and expose the fraud. Yes, a chakra sensor could potentially determine such things as elemental affinity, which might differ from a target's. Yes, demonic chakra was rather noticeably different from the normal variety, and he'd have to make sure not to use any of it. All of that didn't change the fact that the vast majority of shinobi genin or kage alike couldn't do much more than gauge the relative amount of chakra that someone was unconsciously releasing through theirs without using something awfully obvious. Naruto didn't have to worry about how much chakra he had being a Jinchuriki, and in Uzumaki made his reserve slightly ludicrous. Even when using dozens of shadow clones at a time, his main body remained responsive enough to be trouble for almost any shinobi. Disguising that much chakra required a lot of mental fortitude, though, and he'd found that it was time well spent to train such attributes. For one, it also helped him with planning. He'd never be among the best, he had always been a bit of an idiot when it came to a lot of things, and he didn't think that was technically a curable condition, but usually simpler plans worked just as well. His great amount of chakra had one very helpful characteristic. It was impossible to make more chakra than one normally could to imitate another shinobi, but on the other hand, chakra control would allow one to decrease the amount released subconsciously. In other words, if he had enough time he could imitate practically anyone's chakra amount, while Sakura would never be able to approach even half of the more powerful shinobi. Though, Naruto remembered, with the kind of skills she'd learned from Tsunade, she didn't need that. Thankfully he spent more than enough time with Jiraiya to have a pretty accurate idea of his chakra reserves, and he could match that easily enough. Hazaki don't know, he muttered at last, bowing slightly. Jiraiya of Konoha, one of the notorious An in the Kazekage responded. His gaze was sharp and judging as he took in the white-haired shinobi in front of him, glancing at the large scroll bound to his back for a brief moment. He gestured to the door. Please, come in. Naruto followed, appreciating the differences between the current building and the one that Gaara had maintained while he was the Kazekage. There were a lot more pictures and paintings around this time, and there was a vaguely golden sheen to many things. That was probably courtesy of the Kazekage's manipulation of gold dust, which he'd used to respond to his letter. He was led to a sizable conference room that was presently empty, and a shiver ran down Naruto's back as he realized that this was the place Gaara usually met with civilian leaders and foreign kage, as it was easily defensible. A large round table made of sandstone dominated the middle of the room, with chairs all around it. The door closed behind him with a muffled thump. It was then that the Kazekage turned to Naruto with narrowed eyes, raising his arm as a stream of gold dust spread around it, forming what appeared to be a glove. The letter you sent me contained a great deal of information that is not publicly known. Has Konoha fallen so low that they would spy on their own allies? Naruto swallowed. The information I gave in my message was that which I have personally found out from sources outside this nation. There is a distinct lack of tactical information, as you might have realized. Knowing the personalities of foreign Kage is merely good business and hardly against any laws. He smirked as the Kazekage scowled. As you have already surmised, the message I sent was a ploy to gain an invitation. A private one, at that. He raised his hand and a spinning blue sphere formed in it in an instant, even the Kazekage would recognize the Rasengan. I don't wish to get violent, but I will if I need to. You know my reputation. It's well earned. The Kazekage stared suspiciously for a few long moments longer. Trickery to get a meeting, despite our nations being formal allies. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, my time is valuable. Why are you here? I haven't come by order of the Hokage, if that's what you're wondering, Naruto started. That's why I sent the letter. Though I respect him and his ability to keep secrets, there are those within the village that are less than honorable, and I would rather keep this matter from spreading too far. The Hokage has too many eyes and ears in his vicinity at all times. He put a hand in his pocket and retrieved a small scroll that he'd written himself, based on what he remembered. It contained the best information he had on the locations and identities of Odo's forces. The top was labeled by a symbol of two crows, one of the symbols he'd come to use in the wake of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Few realized it was in honor of a fallen clan. He cleared his throat and offered the scroll. Konoha missing Nin, my old teammate Orochimaru, is planning to assassinate you. The Kazekage removed his hat, placing it on the table as he opened the scroll. For a time all was silent as the man read the details with a critical eye, occasionally glancing at Naruto who had no trouble looking serious. This, too, was a critical moment. Finally, the man sighed. So, he wishes to double-cross me? Naruto blinked. The only way that sentence made sense was if Orochimaru had already made an agreement. How early had the plan to take down Konoha started? It was months yet until the Chunin exams. He narrowed his eyes as he spotted an opening. Konoha is not foolish. Orochimaru offered an alliance that would favor Suna, together you agreed you would take down my village. You accepted. The Kazekage's gold dust swirled agitatedly as he shook his head. I placed the good of my own village first and foremost, as is my duty as Kage. He hesitated briefly and then sighed. So, Konoha knows. Naruto would have grinned if the timing wasn't so awful. We've known what Orochimaru was planning for some time, but recent events required intervention, he said, turning his glare at the Kage. You were planning to break the alliance agreement with Konoha. Betrayal is a serious crime, and you will realize that something like this cannot be ignored. You may kill me, though it may be harder than you suppose, but that knowledge would not vanish. The most likely future that awaits you is filled with blood and strife. Right now, though, there is still a road away from the precipice of war. Compared to his original plan to secure stronger ties with the Kazekage and prevent his murder, this opened new possibilities. The man clearly had not expected Naruto to know about the would-be alliance with Orochimaru, and any element of surprise was now lost, it would seem to him. The Kazekage, if he was half as wise as Gaara turned out to be, would realize that preventing a war with Konoha was worth quite a lot. They'd required another nation to even consider an invasion, and it was doubtful Odo would go beyond its agreements and actually defend the desert nation. You came here to state your demands, that's what this is about, the Kazekage realized. Is that why Sarutobi isn't the one here? He would not have the heart for solving problems via underhanded trickery, I'm certain. You wish to stop a conflict without him being aware that it would ever have happened, then? Naruto ignored the jibe, scowling. Cancel all agreements with Orochimaru and his shinobi, and there does not have to be a war of retaliation, this time. Right now, only a few people know about Orochimaru's plans, and 2/3 of them are in this room. Naruto worriedly realized that technically all of them were in this room, even if the real Jiraiya might already suspect some things. Make up for your transgression, and we will both walk away from this alive. The Kazekage narrowed his eyes. How can you possibly offer this? You mean to tell me that Konoha would not pursue would-be invaders? I did not think your nation would have reconsidered the consequences of treachery. Naruto smiled. I never said there would be no toll on this road, did I? We will return to that. Turn on Orochimaru, and Konoha will not begin a war with you. We have a quarrel with Orochimaru, as you can imagine. It takes precedence over petty squabbles over ill-planned invasions. The destruction of Odo's shinobi forces would go a long way towards repairing the damage done by your mistake. You are asking me to betray your own teammate. Naruto shrugged. Is betraying those who would betray you so deplorable? Orochimaru will consider you a traitor, perhaps, but he won't dare to attack a Kage in his own city, not without a lot of backup, which would start a war in itself. Conflict will erupt, of that there is no doubt. It will be with Konoha or Odo. Choose wisely. The Kazuki frowned, staring at the scroll for a long time. Finally he snarled and dropped it. You spoke of a toll. What is the price of this piece? Naruto smiled thinly. Your son. At last. Naruto's clone turned, blinking. Sasuke sat a few feet away, his fingers entwined as he gazed with narrowed eyes over them. A shiver ran down his back as Naruto nodded. You've been keeping secrets, Sasuke stated. You're better than you've let on in the academy. Why? Why, what? Why didn't I play the big show-off, like you? Naruto snorted. You know how people treat me. It's not about something silly like playing pranks, either. As long as I was just a third-rate academy student, nobody would take notice of me, and I could study what I wished. It was the only way it could work. I don't have anyone to rely on. He stared at the Uchiha for a few moments. I figured you would understand that. Sasuke was silent for a few moments. How strong are you? Naruto shrugged. I never really went against anyone seriously, so I wouldn't know. Maybe we can have a little match sometimes, so you can tell me. I figure I'm stronger than Kiba, though. Sasuke nodded and turned away just as Sakura arrived, huffing and puffing. She took a few moments to catch her breath before glaring at Naruto. Why did you let me run all the way here when you were both so much quicker? I had to take to the streets before I was halfway across the village. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura-chan, it was a race, that was sort of the point. A race that I won, by the way. Sasuke scoffed, looking away. Sakura muttered something uncomplimentary as she rubbed her feet from the long run. Well done, all of you, Kakashi stated as he dropped down next to them. Sakura nearly jumped a hole in the air in surprise. Sasuke and Naruto just raised a hand in greeting. Naruto, I think you'll find that you tied with Sasuke. I was watching. Naruto looked askance at Sasuke and smirked. Next time, you're going down. Kakashi shook his head. There is clearly room for improvement, but I'm quite proud of all of you. Sasuke, you need to train more on your chakra control, as you left broken roof tiles from the village's gate all the way here. He looked sharply at the black and orange clad ball of energy next to him. Naruto, you really need to keep your focus better. Sakura, well, you simply need to work on your chakra exercises since your reserves are quite small right now. That's also why you couldn't keep up the whole way. You had to stick to the streets after you kept slipping down the walls, after all. I need to keep better focus. Naruto muttered, glancing at Sasuke. It was a race, I was keeping up with Sasuke, what's a better focus than that? Perhaps if you'd thought for yourself, you would have realized that you were both taking a detour and there was a quicker path to the target, Kakashi answered, smiling. Nevertheless, I am impressed by your improvement over only a few days, at least in technique. Naruto nodded eagerly, though he couldn't help feeling a little worried. He and his clone brethren had been alone for a few days now, getting closer to a week, and some of them were going a bit loopy. Kakashi probably hadn't connected the dots yet, but it wouldn't be much longer, now. The Cage Bunshin technique was never meant to be used as a long-term replacement clone. Extending the lifespan of existing clones by infusing them with the chakra of other ones would work for a while, but it did nothing to stop the mental decay. Shadow clones were approximations of the original. They weren't actually people, and their ability to absorb information was limited by what the chakra used to create them could sustain. Granted, Naruto's had a lot of chakra, but even his replicas had a limit, and that resulted in some peculiar behavior. Just yesterday, one of the clones that had been talking to Sakura had spontaneously decided to try and kiss her and moved in. It took another clone and a sharp blow to end that particular copy's aspirations, and thankfully the girl hadn't said terribly much about the incident. The day before that, one of the longest living clones around had decided that there wasn't any reason in waiting and decided to take down Kabuto himself. He too was stopped by the others. This self-policing would work for a time, but sooner or later the defective clones would outnumber the regular ones. Thankfully, though there were quite a few clones that ended up focusing on one particular aspect of the original's character, some of those were good things. Two clones had gotten thoroughly engrossed in making seals, to the point where they almost didn't need to talk anymore, understanding each other's thought processes instantly. They were technically the same person, after all. A third had ended up being an academic, interested in studying and spreading information. He was the first of the clones to mess up with the team and started expounding on things he really shouldn't, but the damage was minimal. Then, there was him. The clone that had focused on the team to the exclusion of almost everything else. He'd promptly been chosen to continue working with them. He certainly hadn't complained. The stray thought about how strange it would be for the boss to receive such oddly warped memories from different aspects of himself occurred to him, but the clone figured that such thoughts were better left for someone else. I believe that we're just about done for the day, Kakashi noted, smiling. We'll go for another race when you've all had time to improve. There were 3 nods, and Naruto saw his opening. Kakashi-sensei. I finished that seal we talked about, he blurted suddenly, grabbing the small tube that contained it from his jacket. Before we go, could you take a look? He removed a single seal and quickly handed it to his teacher. This design was considerably more complex than the one he'd shown to Sakura, though it looked deceptively simple, due to the fact that several brushstrokes were covered by others, separated only by a very thin layer of resin. It was a time-consuming process to make these, but he had half a dozen ready and had already tested out one himself. Kakashi looked critically over the seal, glancing at Naruto with an uncomfortable level of respect. Naruto had a suspicion that the man was seeing someone else in his place. "Well, we already finished today's mission, so I suppose we have a little time," Kakashi agreed. The seal quickly started to glow, he placed it on the ground and backed away. The seal sparked into activity, and there was a brief but intense electric surge through the air as little arcs crisscrossed across the soil. The sound was remarkably similar to that of Kakashi's attack, the Chidori, and the man smiled in recognition. Finally it died down, and the seal fell apart into little pieces, burned out. "That looked like it worked," Kakashi muttered, glancing speculatively at Naruto. "You specifically made this for my attack, didn't you?" "That was too close to be a coincidence." Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously. "It's just an experiment, really. I thought that it wouldn't make sense to make really generic ones, so I limited it the same way as your attack." Kakashi nodded, grabbing a second seal from Naruto's hand and, after a moment of consideration, placing it on the back of his own. Grasping his wrist, he prepared to unleash the Chidori. In an instant his hand sparked alight with the full force of the attack, and then some. The Raiden chakra coated his entire forearm now, and it didn't appear to be harming him. "Incredible," he breathed, before quite suddenly the attack vanished, the last of the technique dissipating into the air. He coughed as acrid smoke spread from the burned-out seal. "Great!" Naruto exclaimed, turning to his teammates. Both of them had been looking on with interest, and Sasuke in particular was eyeing the seals. "That looked pretty cool," Sakura admitted. "Sasuke-kun, you should learn a lightning technique, then you could." Sasuke cut her off. "Dead last Naruto." Naruto looked at the Uchiha in surprise. "Yes. Make one of those for Kaiten, if you have the time. I'll test it for you." Naruto's smile couldn't be wider as he nodded eagerly. "This is an admirable first version, though there are obviously some drawbacks to this design," Kakashi commented, tapping Naruto on the head and attracting his attention. "I'd call it a C-class seal, which is actually pretty impressive for a genin." He gazed down with a stern look, then. "No more experimentation until your teacher arrives, alright? Especially no tests with your teammates. One of those seals could kill you if you don't know what you're doing." "Yes, sensei," Naruto answered tiredly. "When is my teacher supposed to be here, anyway?" "Just keep an eye on the bathhouses," Kakashi muttered. "You cannot be serious." The Kazekage exclaimed, fuming. "Oh, don't worry, you're probably thinking of the wrong son," Naruto answered lightly, brushing his long white hair out of his face. "I am talking about the one you attempted to assassinate on several occasions." The Kazekage glared. "Gaara. Why do you even bring this up? You know what he is." The Kazekage's gold dust swirled around his feet in agitation. "I cannot afford to lose such a valuable asset merely for the promise of continued peace." "The demon is killing him," Naruto observed, and the Kazekage started. "Shukaku is slowly draining away what little sanity the boy has left, and you're aware of it, otherwise, you would never have tested him." He savored the shock that appeared in the Kazekage's eyes at that statement. "In time, you will not have a son, you will have the one tail free in your village, channeled through a mindless body. It will destroy the entire village before it bothers to move on." "So, what, you are taking him away for the safety of Suna?" the Kazekage asked. "I don't believe a word of it. I am a seal master, as you know." Naruto silently apologized for stealing the title he'd hoped to gain himself someday. "I wish to repair the inferior seal the boy currently has. I will not, however, do this when there's a risk that he would be used as a weapon against us. As such, I would take him away from here until such a time as our alliance is once more secure." "Gaara cannot be controlled or reasoned with," the Kazekage said shortly. "That is my concern, not yours. He will officially remain a shinobi of Suna, as he is now." Naruto shook his head, staring at the Kazekage. "I will not take his choices from him, I will merely remove some of yours. I know you do not consider him of a higher value than this village's safety. I have experience with Hinchkriki, I know how to approach these beings. Take the offer." Gaara's freedom from Suna's loathing, that was one thing he could make sure of, now. Yes, the Kazekage's son would still be the insane murdering bastard he'd originally been at the Chunin exams. Yes, he'd probably get quite upset when he realized that the one who had bargained him away from Suna was no older than himself, at least physically, and had done so under false pretenses. The presence of the Kyuubi would probably not make things any easier, either. But it was Gaara. He understood what the boy was going through. One thing he'd definitely make sure was that Gaara would still be a Sunanin. If he ever wanted to be Kazekage again, he'd need that. Although the job had fallen into his lap rather than it having been a lifelong dream, he remembered well the long reign of the Godin Kazekage. Under his leadership, the village had flourished. Gaara had cherished the respect that he'd gained, just like Naruto, with their service to their home villages. Making a bargain with the Kazekage was extremely dangerous, Naruto knew, but he'd need to do it. He'd have to shoulder the burden of the consequences as well. It was good that he had sturdy shoulders. Naruto knew that the Kazekage didn't love his son. It wasn't until his resurrection in the Fourth Shinobi World War that he'd learned of the great things that his son was capable of, or so Gaara had related to him. Only then had he shown a hint of compassion. Right now, getting the boy to Konoha was possible because the man saw no value in his son. Perhaps, this time, reconciliation would be possible without either side being dead. The Kazekage muttered something under his breath, shoulders slumping. Very well, then. Gaara will go to Konoha but only for a year. After that, he shall choose to abandon his home village entirely or return. That, and distancing myself from Odo, is what I can give in exchange for the continued alliance. Naruto nodded. Then we agreed. Where is the boy? The Kazekage looked away. Find him yourself. I wash my hands of this whole affair. The man turned away and opened the door, leaving without a backwards glance. What a cold person, Naruto muttered, wandering out of the Kazekage's building with a deep frown. This wasn't going to end well. The Kazekage would not so easily get rid of a Jinchuriki. It had been an opening shot, a bargaining chip. He hadn't expected the Kazekage to immediately accept. More likely than the man being compliant was that he saw it as an opportunity to have the Ichibi in Konoha without needing the Chunin exams as an excuse. Perhaps he still intended to invade Konoha on his own or betray him as well and maintain the agreements with Odo. What he needed now was the sensible Gaara. Without him, the Suna invasion plans would collapse. Without him, any clever trickery the Suna leader had invented would be pointless. He rubbed his temples and groaned. Another shadow clone had popped back in Konoha. He was running out and the last few had been decidedly odd in terms of memories. That wasn't really new. He'd spent 10 days away once, leaving a legion of shadow clones behind, and by the 8th they'd decided to make a giant human pyramid in the middle of town. He was running out of time, and Kakashi was getting suspicious of the increasingly erratic Naruto. Before he went back, though, he needed to fetch Gaara without getting crushed, and he needed to find one other citizen of Suna. Chapter 7 Prison for a Demon. Somewhere between his arrival and now, he'd gone insane. Naruto had concluded as much shortly after reaching the walls of Suna, barely capable of holding in a laugh at his successful ruse. Infiltrating the hidden village and manipulating the Kazekage were completely nutty ideas, and he'd pulled them off. Even now, dozens of carefully concealed clones were ransacking the place for anything that might be of use. If they got caught, they could simply pop out. Thus far, not one of them had caught a trace of Gaara. It seemed like he wasn't in the village at all. That only left the desert, then, he knew from the older version of Gaara that was a place he'd often go to be alone, to avoid the people. Knowing enough about the situation had certainly helped, as his foreknowledge of the invasion plans had definitely surprised Gaara's father enough to get away with some pretty significant demands. Many things could have gone wrong, could still go wrong. Changing time itself was risky business, and he'd basically been driving a Rasengan into history and hoping that it turned out okay. He conceded that he probably wasn't the best choice to be handling something as delicate as this, but he couldn't really look back now. He'd have to figure out a way to find Gaara and convince him to go without alerting half the village. Trying to find Gaara couldn't be terribly difficult. He was a Jinchuriki with flimsy control of his Bijk at best, which meant a lot of nasty chakra would be emanating from the boy. It was strange to think of Gaara as a boy, despite technically being about the same age, now. He was so used to the adult version. Naruto fished the second scroll he'd taken from Konoha out of his pocket and studied it for a long moment. His hidden weapon. Staring out over the desert sands, he wondered what he was doing. This was Gaara's preferred element, after all. The sand was everywhere. On the flip side, that meant even the guards would be unlikely to venture out here for fear of being slain. Naruto flinched as a whiff of unmistakably monstrous chakra set his teeth on edge, far closer than he'd anticipated, though still well outside the village. He shivered as he stared in the direction it had come from. That had been demonic chakra, no doubt about it. Gaara's chakra. The sand shifted, and for a brief moment he thought that it would crush him right then. Naruto had the presence of mind to check his surroundings, but there was rather little to hide behind. He cleared his throat. Gaara of the desert. The vast billowing cloud slowly moved aside, seemingly out of sight, but Naruto was well aware that Gaara was surrounding him. That was a favorite tactic of his, after all. Thankfully, this particular move would no longer work on him, now that he knew the Rasengan. He'd blast right out of the prison before it could properly form. Have you come to try and end my existence? The voice was ragged and sharp. Naruto winced at the erratic tone, too. This was Gaara before. He had to remember that. Gaara of the desert. I come from the Yondaime Kazekage, Naruto started, hesitating as he remembered the poor relationship that father and son had, at least in this time. He has agreed to let you spend a year in another location, in my hometown. It is already done, we have to leave immediately. The red-haired boy scoffed, the sand now churning below his feet and tendrils of swirling sand rose up from the soil. Naruto forced himself to stand his ground. Finally, the boy spoke again. So, father sent you? Did he want you to kill me, too? His voice suddenly had a rough quality to it and Naruto wondered what he was getting himself into. He hadn't come here to fight Shukaku again. Gaara narrowed his eyes. I will not let you end my existence. I haven't come to kill you, Naruto explained, but Gaara didn't react. Suddenly he approached, a vicious smile stretched across his face as his sand poured closer from all directions. Crap. Without rules or regulations in place to limit him, Gaara had few reasons to suppress the Ichibi. Naruto needed to remember to get in contact with Kankuro and Temari as soon as this mess was cleared up. He sighed. You know, I really didn't want it to come to this. We've barely even met. I don't know you. You mean to kill me, all that come here want to, Gaara said. To live I must kill and you are my prey. Naruto shook his head as Gaara's sand suddenly shot forward. 3 clones popped into existence, throwing themselves at Gaara while the real Naruto backed away. Gaara, I don't want to kill you or hurt you. Calm down. Don't let it control your mind. He grunted as the sand crushed one of his clones and he gained its uncomfortable memories. If you don't control it, I'll have to get serious. He wiped a lock of white hair out of his face, getting ready to evade the sand once more. Gaara glared madly at him, Shukaku lurking barely below the surface, now. The creature's demonic chakra inundated the air and the Kyuubi sensed it, he knew, the seal on his stomach seared painfully as the Bijk attempted to infuse demonic chakra into him to keep him alive against this kind of foe. The fact that he wasn't currently enraged was the only reason it hadn't taken control as it had that first time, on the bridge in Wave. Well, this was going to get messy. Naruto took a firm hold of his emergency scroll and yanked it open. This was one of the few seals he hadn't designed himself, it was too far beyond his skills, even now. He'd copied from Pervy Sage's notes, years after the man had passed away in the fight against Nagato. It was also one of the few seals he'd actually memorized, at least of this complexity. Genjutsu, he tried as he began to pour chakra into the seal, but Gaara crashed through his clones, approaching with unrestrained madness as the desert came alive around him. Naruto had to defend himself, interrupting the process. Shukaku wasn't going to give him the time he needed to place the seal, it instinctively knew what he was attempting, it seemed. Gaara didn't normally move in a fight. His whole style was designed to take advantage of his ultimate sand defense. He was already using his arms to cover his chest, blocking off the seal that held the tailed beast in its container. Calling on the Kyuubi's chakra would be a bad idea. Soon the sentries were doubtlessly used to the Ichibi's emanations, but adding another demon, a worse one, would attract a lot of attention. That was assuming there were no Anbu around from Suna, which he expected was the case. Still, that wasn't the only option he had. Raising his hand, a glowing blue ball of chakra spun into existence. Calling the Council of Clones to order. It had become something of a habit over the last few days, a varied collection of shadow clones sat, stood, or hung around the apartment, most of them uninterested in what was going on. Getting together to discuss how to deal with serving as the real Naruto's decoys, the clones had quickly agreed that the sanest of them should be the one to call things to order, though that was relative. None of them were unaffected by their unusually long existence. One of the clones coughed. Is it me or are there fewer of us? Well, we had to pop 6 just because they got up to harebrained schemes. Well, more so than usual, another answered. That certainly didn't help. Then there was that Raymond Hunt, of course. How many of us are left, anyway? 2 dozen. Damn it people, we're running out of me. Another clone exclaimed. At the weird looks he received from the others, he rolled his eyes. We're getting awfully close to 0, how are we going to stick around until the boss returns? We probably only have a day or 2 to go, the first clone argued, lounging lazily against the wall. We could tell Kakashi-sensei that we're sick. It'd be less troublesome than actually doing missions. I'm sure 1 or 2 days wouldn't hurt. The second clone started. When did you turn into Shikamaru? It's creepy. The clone just snorted, looking away. Damn it, now we've got a Naruto who's obsessed with Nara, that's just not natural. Half of us are going loopy now that we're unraveling on the edges, and even the ones with the most chakra don't have enough for 2 days, not without regenerating it, too. We need a solution. We're even running out of scrolls. I'd suggest we moderate our chakra usage, that way we might be able to last. Keep the last scrolls just in case, there are emergency plan. That counts for you too, seal nerds. The 2 blinked as they looked up from their scrolls. What were you saying? The oldest clone groaned just as there was a knock on the door. Naruto? Are you at home? All of the replicas froze. They all knew what this meant. Kakashi-sensei was at the door. Not good, definitely not good. I'm here, Kakashi-sensei. Yelled the youngest clone, who had already spent the better part of the day with Team 7. I'll be right out. Can I come in? It's a mess, don't worry about it. I'll be right out. The clone stumbled to the door, evading several of its brethren as they quickly dove behind couches, into the kitchen, or right out the window. Soon, the room seemed empty, even if several of the clones were rather poorly concealed. Opening the door gingerly, the remaining Naruto clones started out uncertainty. Kakashi looked, in a word, awful. Not only were his clothes in disarray and blood spattered, but he was missing an entire sleeve. Is something wrong? Naruto knew for sure that Kakashi had never come to his door like this, not the last time around. What's with the blood? Kakashi grimaced. There's been an attack. Sasuke's been injured. Naruto's breath hitched for a long moment. He could have sworn his heart stopped beating. He barely managed to avoid the next wave of sand and smashed a Rasengan squarely into the wave after that, dispersing it. What? He blurted. Gaara didn't say anything, a wicked smile on his face as he approached again, doubtlessly under Ichibi's influence. Naruto avoided getting too close, too wrapped up in thought to think of something to say. Something was wrong, very wrong, in Konoha. Naruto had just received the memories from one of his remaining shadow clones, and they hadn't been pretty. Kakashi was hurt, and so was Sasuke. The Chunin hadn't told the clone anything about what happened, though. Naruto felt a chill run down his back as he considered that. He was certain that at this point in time nothing like an attack on the Uchiha should have happened, which meant that something he did must have triggered it. Had Itachi come back early for his screwed up idea of a lesson? Toby, perhaps. Damn, the nasty changes were already taking effect. He had to get back home. I'm sorry, it seems we can't stick around, Naruto said to Gaara. His speed wasn't brilliant, but it should allow him to actually reach the boy rather than just avoid him, if only once. If he missed, it could be bad. Well, he still had his Rasengan, just in case. He held his scroll before him as he dashed ahead, gritting his teeth against the pain in his gut. The Kyuubi was incensed by what he was doing, instead of using its chakra to pound the other Bijik into the ground. Well, it was good he was in control, then. He smashed Gaara's arms aside, focusing his chakra to activate his seal. Genjutsu. Gajimfukin. The 5-element seal was an old trick that had first been used on him by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. It had knocked him right out, and for a time yet the seal had messed up his chakra, too. He had also been incapable of channeling Kyuubi's special form of chakra. As a side effect, though he'd not been in mental contact with it, either. Perfect. Used on a normal person, the seal might well put them in a coma, or even kill them. Chakra was vital to life, after all. Onijinchi Naruto figured he was a living example that it actually worked. Smashing his hand with the scroll against Gaara's chest, Naruto grimaced. The boy's eyes widened, and the blood-crazed rage briefly made way for sheer terror until the seal burst to life, sizzling under his fingers. Gaara slumped to the ground, sand slipping off him in all directions in streams as his perfect defense crumbled away. Instantaneous unconsciousness. There was a reason he'd learned this move and ways to block it. There were few who could apply it, true, but even one was too many. In the end, he'd only have to use his defense once, but it had saved his life. That was mere hours before he'd gone back. He had no longer been a Jinchuriki at the time, it would have been even more dangerous than usual had he been hit. It was a cruel solution, really. Besides taking away Gaara's access to the Ichibi and its maddening voice, the 5-element seal would probably also remove his sand shield, perhaps his entire ability to control sand. Granted, he didn't intend it to be a final answer to the problem of the Bijik, but it would take time to develop a fix for the Fukinjutsu that was holding it back, even with his father's notes, or his own. Naruto crouched down next to Gaara, checking if everything was alright with the seal. It was even numbered, even if it only had 2 parts rather than 8, no surprise that it was so weak, then. He'd have to remember to transcribe it in its entirety, as soon as he could. If he was going to do anything more helpful than knocking Gaara unconscious, he'd have to. Halt. Naruto turned, frowning. Anbu-san. Have you not been informed of the agreement with Kazuki Ijizama yet? The man paused for a moment. I have. I did not expect you to take him like that. He'll resent the treatment. That is my concern, not yours, Naruto said, shrugging. I promise I won't harm him any more than I already have. Tell him that when you see the Kazuki-ij. Raising his hands into the familiar hand sign, Naruto called another small legion of shadow clones. We're heading home. Half of you should stay behind and get some of Gaara's stuff. You know what I mean. I'm taking him to that place. You know the one. Bring everything there. Will do, boss. Naruto grumbled a goodbye, raising Gaara from the ground as the Anbu looked on apprehensively. The boy was incredibly light for his size, it was probably the sand that made him such an immovable object. Quickly Naruto was speeding back towards Konoha, cutting straight through the desert. His second planned visit in Suna needed to wait, it seemed. It didn't really matter, it would be years before anything would happen that might get in the way. Now, he had to get to a safe haven to keep Gaara from prying eyes. He couldn't walk very well into Konoha with him, after all. There was one he knew of that could serve his purposes, a safe house discovered in the wake of the Fourth Shinobi World War. One of the safe houses that the Yellow Flash used during his time as Hokage to detain particularly high-profile individuals. There were only 2 ways in, and neither had requirements that were easily fulfilled. After that, he needed to do one other thing. Find Jiraiya. If he was going to pull this ruse and convince the Kazekage that his agreement still held, then he'd need the Sannin to play his part. How he was going to make that happen he didn't know, but he wasn't Konoha's most surprising ninja for nothing. He smiled devilishly as he stepped it up another notch. "Naruto, can't you sit still for 1 minute?" Sakurichan the clone pouted, twitching slightly as Kakashi jumped down to join them. "Kakashi-sensei, do you know who attacked Sasuke yet?" Kakashi looked away. "That's classified information, Naruto. You should know that. You were there when the Hokage told you as much." The clone grumbled. "Someone assaulted one of my team members. Of course I'm going to want to know who did it. I'll beat them up in return." He shook his head tiredly. "At least tell me he's going to be out of the hospital soon. It's weird not having him around on missions, even if they're just D-rank ones." The last few days had been hectic. He was one of the last 3 clones, all of which had been sustaining themselves via Senjutsu. That particular tactic hadn't occurred to them until they were already running on fumes, much to their mutual irritation. It required them to spend hours upon hours each day just meditating, otherwise they'd just pop. Still, like the clones that Naruto had left behind at Mount Mamboku when fighting the Gado and other foes, they were able to last quite a while longer this way. That said, Senjutsu was volatile, so they didn't dare take in too much. They had no idea what would happen to the real Naruto if he suddenly received a large amount of Senjutsu chakra without having signed the Toad contract or trained his body again to be able to attain Sage Mode. Becoming a Toad statue was definitely not in the plan. The clone's attention hadn't really been on that particular issue, anyway. The attack on Sasuke had been a strange moment. For the entire duration of the trip to the hospital, the clones had been convinced that someone stole his eyes, but when he arrived, Sasuke's face was just fine. Either the attackers hadn't been after the Sharingan, or they had been after something. The only thing he'd been able to drag out of Kakashi was that the attacker was a man, and not from Konoha. Sasuke would remain under observation for a few more days. He'd broken several bones, and even with healing supplied by medical ninjas, it would take some time before the Uchiha would be doing anything too intense. Sakura and Ino in particular had spent far too much time at his bedside, and Naruto thought he saw something almost like relief on Sasuke's face whenever he visited. Well, at least he wasn't hated, then. Kakashi, whatever his role in the whole thing had been, returned to normal very swiftly, bossing his other genin around while spending entirely too much time reading porn novels. He'd been sending curious glances at Naruto, though the clone wasn't entirely sure what had caught the man's interest, but he'd found himself under the scrutiny of the Sharingan at least twice, though the genin would not say why he thought that necessary. Thankfully, it would soon not be his problem anymore. The real Naruto could take over. The clone turned to Kakashi and frowned. "So, when is Sasuke getting out?" Kakashi sighed. "As soon as his bones and muscles have healed, he'll be back on missions, Naruto. I was under the impression that you two could barely tolerate each other." Naruto looked away, frowning. He couldn't really tell the truth about any of that. His history with the last Uchiha, well, not anymore, and this time had always been hard to pin down. He supposed that ever since that fight in the valley, where he'd been skewered by Chidori, he and Sasuke had been enemies. He didn't know if that was really what he should call it, though. At the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, they'd met again, and that time it had been to the death. He didn't want that to happen again. He didn't want Sasuke to throw his life away for the same lies, manipulated by everyone from Orochimaru to Itachi, until he hadn't known what was real anymore and what was mere nonsense. Then he died, and he'd never gotten his answers. "Well, screw that. I'll keep my promise," he murmured. Sakura looked up and blinked owlishly. Naruto smiled slightly. "Don't worry about it. It's just a personal promise. As long as it doesn't involve Sasuke-kun," she answered. Sakura Naruto hesitated. "Do you want to train with me? At least until Sasuke is back." He smiled slightly. "You picked up that first ninjutsu really quickly, and I've always been I'm really bad at those." Her eyes softened slightly, and she nodded. "Huh. Has it always been this easy?" Naruto smiled, trying not to think of the 1,000 things that were still churning around his head. Thousands of questions. Who had attacked Sasuke? What had he done to trigger it? Was the only one that went back here, to the past. Gaara blinked awake slowly, his eyes roving confusedly around the dimly lit room. His eyes were crusty, his throat was dry, and there was an unusual chill in the air that he wasn't used to. For a few more moments he failed to connect what he saw to what he remembered. Then finally, it connected. Paralyzing fear was the first thing he felt as he stared around, realizing that he'd just been sleeping. He'd been sleeping. He didn't do that, he couldn't. He'd been living without that luxury for longer than he could remember, only ever given a brief respite when mother went wild. What had happened? Where was mother's voice? He tried to move, but he could only wiggle back and forth slightly, his muscles cramped and he stopped. That feeling was unfamiliar. Dull and uncomfortable. It had to be pain of some sort. He'd been scraping his wrists against something, and it hurt. His sand, his perfect defense, was gone. He let out a blood-curdling cry as he tried to wrestle free with increased fervor, realizing that he was tied up. A rope was wrapped around him nearly from head to toe, and he was strapped to a large, soft chair. The only light he could see came from high above, a small alcove that let in the air and a thin ray of sunlight. "No need to make a fuss, I'm right here," a voice said from deeper in the room. A boy stepped forward from the gloom, barely older than Gara was, it seemed, with bright blonde hair and strange whisker-like marks on his cheeks. The boy smiled congenially. "Gara. Our first meeting was a bit more unfriendly than I'd figured, so I'm sorry I had to do this." "Where?" Gara looked around the room with narrowed eyes, trying madly to find a way out. The room looked long abandoned, with spiderwebs crisscrossing in the corners, a handful of ratty robes and cloaks hang from the walls, as well as enough kunai for a small army. "Who are you? Where's the white-haired man?" He grimaced as his head ached, but for a different reason than usual. "What did you do to mother? Let me out." He struggled and the pain reminded him how exposed he was. "Let me out." "Ah, Gara," the boy said, shaking his head. His tone seemed almost wistful. "This place we're in, well, it belonged to my father when he was still alive. We're in the land of fire, some distance from Konoha, if you must know. Technically this particular safe house is unknown to the village, which is why I figured it was a handy place to put you. As for your mother. The Ichibi is, nor ever was, your mother. I shut it up for a while. I figured you could use the peace of mind, so could I, for that matter." The silence in his thoughts was deafening, frightening. Gara continued to wrestle against his bonds, but they didn't budge, and the boy only stared at him with a strange look in his eyes. An impulse to slaughter this kidnapping Konoha ninja occurred to him but vanished as quickly. He had no control over his sand, and he was tied up, he was at the boy's mercy. For the first time in a long, long time, he was vulnerable. "Let me go. You won't end my existence." Naruto shook his head mildly. "I already told you, when we first met that's not what I came for. It's true what I said, an arrangement was made with your father to take you to Konoha. He told me to find you myself. As you realize by now, that's precisely what I did. I was the white-haired man." Naruto paused for a long time, simply staring, as Gara breathed heavily, desperately trying to find a way free, though finding none. Finally, he spoke again. "The reason I brought you here is simple. We're the same." The boy was delusional, then, as well as a kidnapper. "You're nothing like me." His gaze danced around the room, pausing on the strange kunai lined up against the wall, on the distant little window. He'd been taken away from Suna. He'd been taken, and mother was stolen from him. A deep loathing for the boy that stood before him formed in that instant. "Let me go, or I'll kill you and feed your blood to my sand." Gara the boy paused, frowning. "I know that you live for killing, that you chose to see murder as the validation of your existence. You've told me as much. I hope that I can show you a better way. A more effective way to get what you want. Your method is not the only way to gain respect or awe, and it's certainly not the only means of validating your own worth. Don't speak as if you know me." Gara spat. He wanted to turn away, but he couldn't. The blonde boy didn't divert his sharp gaze. "Oh, but I do know you," he said and smiled, placing a hand on Gara's chest. "You are Gara of the desert, son of the 4th Kazekage, sibling and teammate of Kankura and Tamari. Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, Shukaku. You are also lonely." He smiled softly. "Don't talk to me about loneliness," Gara said slowly. "You stole me from my village. I think I can speak from experience about loneliness." "You can still be lonely even in the busiest of places," Naruto said. "It's nice to meet you, Gara. Let me introduce myself properly, then. I am Naruto of the Leaf, son of the 4th Hokage, teammate of Sasuke and Sakura. Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast, Kurama. And I have found my place." "Son of you are a Jinchuriki," Gara gaped. Naruto nodded sagely. "You are not the only one, you know. There are others who carry a burden like your own. Who have been shunned or alienated by their people. Some separate themselves from everyone, despising the common shinobi, while some are honored." He tapped Gara on the head. "Some are like us, a lonely reminder of what gruesome events happened in the previous generation. The living embodiments of a sacrifice. We both lost parents the day we were born." Gara started with glassy eyes as Naruto turned and walked back into the darkness. Gara tried again to break free, terror settling in his gut as he imagined being torn to shreds by the 9 tails. He'd have to be quicker, then, taking down the other host first. It's not true. Monsters do not have a place. People cannot win against their loneliness. Naruto shrugged. There are many in my village who still despise me, who see me as little more than the demon that's locked in my gut. There are others, though. People who care, who respect me. My team, for one, and the Hokage. You have such people as well. Kankram and Tamari fear you, that is true, but they haven't run away, have they? Despite the fear that Shukaku might lash out, they chose to get close to you anyway. You're their brother, after all. Ara scoffed. Naruto shook his head, smiling slightly. You don't understand right now. You've barely realized how different it is to live without that voice in your head, you're still panicking. I have it on very good authority that your thinking processes should be much clearer now, with less effort to maintain that level. Perhaps this time you will find out on your own what the beast has been hiding from you. The true way to happiness. He shrugged. I hope to have a way to fix your seal within a few weeks, perhaps months. Then, you can shut it off or let it in at will, rather than let the creature control your life. You mean to keep me here? Gaara asked, a hint of panic in his voice. No. No. I'm afraid you'll have to stay out of sight for now. I'll leave clones behind or stay here myself as often as I can. Freeing you from your captive state, even if you do not see it as such at this time, was something I'd promised a dear friend. I mean to help you become a better shinobi and a better person without adding to your pain and misery. You're not a bad person, Gaara, even with all the deeds you've done. No more, though. He shook his head. Perhaps, when you no longer wish to kill me, we can discuss a way for you to enter the village of Konoha. I believe you would enjoy it. Gaara didn't answer, simply staring mutely. I've got a year, per agreement. Gaara closed his eyes, trying to control his warring thoughts. They were simultaneously clearer and murkier. He missed the crystal clear clarity of a single goal, to end a threat to his existence. That voice was hidden now behind a great mess of hopes and dreams and fears that he'd long forgotten. The boy was like him and yet he wasn't. He would be a test of his abilities, a test of his worth, and yet Gaara was fairly sure the boy would not kill him if it should come to a fight. Above all, he hated being confined, being hurt. This bunker's keyed to blood, only those with the right kind can enter, Naruto informed him. It's pretty large and impenetrable. I certainly haven't found a way yet. Probably something to do with the construction. Anyway, the way in is usually via teleportation, so aside from the one emergency exit that I used, I'm not aware of any proper entrances. That means that unless I let you out, you're pretty stuck here. Figured you should know. He gestured behind him to the table. There's enough food and water there to last for weeks, and I can always bring more. There's a library 2 rooms over, though I haven't had the time to go through most of the books there. You might find unsavory material. This is my cell. Gaara snapped, glaring at Naruto with undisguised loathing. Yes. Well, until I'm certain that you're not going to murder everyone you come across, Naruto said dubiously. Without Shukaku and the sand it should be pretty safe, but showing up anywhere with that seal on you is going to invoke a ton of questions that I don't want to answer. I'll kill you and escape with your blood, Gaara announced. He was gratified to notice that Naruto faltered for a moment, but his smile wouldn't go away. What would it take? Well, if you're strong enough to do that, go ahead, Naruto said, smirking. There are a couple other rooms. There's a washing room somewhere, and I'm pretty sure there's even a sparring chamber. The whole place is a bit run down though, it's been 10 years since anyone used it. He formed a hand seal, and more than 30 shadow clones popped into existence directly behind him, staring around in dismay. Oi, you want us to do all this? It's going to take forever. Don't whine, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. I have to get back to town. Sasuke's in the hospital, I still have to figure that out, and I think there's only one clone left, back there. So, how long are we supposed to last? Because I don't want to go insane, one of the clones said, frowning. Do you want us to use that method? The one that the other clones came up with? Naruto shrugged. Figure it out amongst yourselves, I suppose the Senjutsu trick will work. I hadn't thought about it, actually. I haven't really needed long-term clones before, so I'm not sure what works best. I'll know when you're running out anyway, so I can always come by or send new clones this way. He frowned. You know, right now that dad's technique would be really helpful. Even with clones, I'm limited in the number of places I can be. Gaara slumped in his restraints, Hispanic making way for a plan. It seemed he'd be biding his time for a while. It didn't look like the other Jinchuriki was going to make it easy for him. Firstly, he'd have to test that blood protection. Naruto could have simply lied. People did that a lot, in his experience. Then, there was the window. It was small and high up, but it definitely showed sunlight. Perhaps that was a good way out. He grinned viciously as he glared at his captor. This would all be over soon. The last Naruto clone in Konoha found himself regularly looking out over the village, worrying about his creator's whereabouts. His chakra was running low, like all the others, even with the huge amounts used to create them, the whole construct could only last so long, and pouring in more wouldn't help. Senjutsu was a good way to remain stable for a longer period, but it was certainly not enough to keep him going indefinitely, not unless he gathered the energy constantly. He'd visited Sasuke again. He'd still not gotten any details of what happened and he was getting mildly annoyed by it. It was true that their team was new, at least this time around, and that the two of them had rather hated each other in the academy. That shouldn't matter. If someone was going around attacking his teammates, he'd have to do something about it. Of course, the real problem here wasn't that someone attacked Sasuke. Perhaps he'd even have been mildly amused by the great Uchiha being kicked down a notch in his previous life. This time, though, time had shifted. He knew for certain that whatever happened had been his own doing. No, he didn't feel guilty about it. He'd had no way of predicting it, after all, and he'd done what he felt was right. He did feel that he needed to step it up, though. He needed to get better, quicker. If his changes were already affecting things enough that something of this magnitude had altered, then it had snowballed a lot quicker than he'd anticipated. It could be an isolated event, of course, but that was hardly an assumption he could safely make. The other option was too terrible to contemplate. There were many people who would have wished Sasuke harm or required something from him. Most of them hadn't yet shown up near Konoha. In his original timeline, Orochimaru was the closest. He was quite sure he hadn't sent any of them closer to Konoha with his activity so far. Which left the possibility of another traveler. Someone who'd followed him through. There were precious few people who could or would have that also wished Sasuke harm. None of them were good news. Yo. The clone blinked, glancing up. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled as he dropped down and stepped into Naruto's apartment. He looked around for a moment, perhaps amazed by how clean the place was, after one of the clones had gotten obsessed with making sure the place was tidy. Any reason you're here? Kakashi turned and shrugged. Well, that depends, really. Where is the real Naruto? The clone froze. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? I'm not real. He glanced down and frowned. What are you talking about? Now, even the real one's a better actor. I'll have you know I'm exactly as good an actor as he paused. Crap. When did you find out? I admit, it took a while. Ultimately, it was your erratic behavior that tipped me off. He smirked. The clones were destabilizing, weren't they? That's why all the pranks started again so suddenly. So, Naruto clone, if you and your brethren have been the ones showing up at missions and training, where is the real one? He shook his head. I suppose from now on, I'll have to remember to give him a good hit over the head when he arrives. I'll have to dock it from his pay, too. Shirking one's duties as a shinobi can be considered a crime. Not for Genin. The clone argued, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Reading the regulations, now. You have been busy, haven't you? So, what's the real one doing? Making the seals that you clones have been bringing along? Just invading foreign countries and kidnapping people, I'm sure, the clone answered jovially. How would I know? I'm a clone. I was just put here to play decoy. It worked pretty well, until now, he grumbled as he turned around. Would you mind not popping me until he gets back? I was in the middle of a pretty good book. Kakashi shrugged. So, where exactly is Naruto now? Come out, I've heard you, Jiraiya growled, stopping in the middle of the road. A lithe figure detached from the leaves, landing in front of the Sannin gracefully. On his face he wore a very recognizable mask. The hunter nin from Suna. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You're quite a distance from home. I was searching for you, Jiraiya-sama, the man answered breathily, bowing slightly. I was sent to find you. You were sent after me. Last I checked, Suna and Konoha have an alliance. I think sending Hunter Nin after me goes rather against that. I was chosen to deliver an important message because official channels are compromised, the masked man answered. I have come merely to deliver it and return your response. He held out a small brown scroll with a clearly visible seal on the front. From Kazuki-sama. Jiraiya frowned in consternation as he picked up the scroll and looked over the seal with a careful eye. Blood seal, eh? Wonder how he turned it to me specifically. He glanced at the messenger and the man spun around obligingly. It was quite the show of respect. Turning your back on a potential enemy could be lethal, after all. Swiping a drop of blood across the seal, the scroll rolled open. As he read, Jiraiya couldn't prevent a colorful curse from slipping out. Naruto smiled behind the mask. Chapter 8 Lying for a cause. Naruto rubbed his face tiredly, trying to keep alert. He'd gone without sleep for several days now and it was starting to take a toll. After dragging Gaara, light as he was, all the way from Suna to the Fourth's hideout, he still needed to travel for over an hour before the Great Hokage Monument finally came into view. He hoped that his clones could hold the fort for a bit with Gaara, since he didn't have any easy way of getting back there, especially if a C-rank mission was coming up, as had been the case with the mission to Wave in his original time. He adjusted the scrolls on his back, most of which he'd taken from the very base he just left. The library there didn't contain much, but it was probably best to remove the volatile stuff from Gaara's reach and perhaps he could do something with it. On the inside of this jacket he'd put one of his father's Hiraition kunai. He never thought of himself as overly sentimental, but it felt right to carry a memento. He also wanted to figure out the seal, of course, that was just common sense. It was strange, Naruto reflected, that the village would probably never know what he'd prevented with his ruse in Suna, that some people would never realize that they would have died if he hadn't stepped in. Without the Kazukiya's forces, Orochimaru couldn't hope to successfully invade Konoha on his own. That left the Sannin with only a few options to his goals. An assassination attempt on the Hokage was not unreasonable, but with all the Anbu forces around the leader of any village, that would be quite difficult. It was probably due to the Kazukiya's arrogance that Orochimaru ever got the drop on him. Of course, since the Hokage would soon know about the snake's plans, that scenario would get even more unlikely. Setting it up so that both the Kazukiya and Jiraiya were under the impression they'd been approached by the other had been risky, but they didn't see each other enough to see through it easily. Naruto knew that Jiraiya, at least, would talk his way out of the situation if he figured it out, especially if it was to the village's advantage. Naruto's letter had made it explicit that the Kazukiya wished to stay out of the picture, which should help in ensuring that Jiraiya remained unaware of the full picture, at least for a while yet. After the Chunin exams it didn't matter as much, and the first time the Kazukiya and the Toad Sage were liable to meet was during the last stage of the same event. Perfect. Naruto still had some things to iron out in the coming days. His clone didn't need to travel very far to find Jiraiya, which meant he was nearby. The letter he delivered probably spurred him on to go faster, which meant the man could arrive at any moment. He'd need to remember to stick to town. Sending a new army of clones to Gaara's position would have to be it for the moment, so they could take over from the old ones. Returning personally would be a bit risky. Still, his clones were him, so they wouldn't do anything too insane. Hopefully. One thing he needed to take care of back here in Konoha would be to figure out what happened to Sasuke. He needed to know what cascade he had set off that led to that particular event. It was probably not related to what he'd gotten up to in Suna, that would have far-reaching consequences in time, but it was still too recent. Gatm. The old bastard didn't even really know about Sasuke until they met on the bridge and never showed much interest, which ruled that out. Zabuza and Haku had equally little to do with the Uchiha. That really only left Mizuki, and that seemed even more unlikely. Naruto had considered Orochimaru before, but that man certainly hadn't had the time to come down from Odo and infiltrate the village if he'd even learned of the Kazukiya's defection yet. It didn't make any sense. Naruto strode towards his apartment with a resigned sigh, leaving complex planning to a time when he could actually form coherent thoughts again. Sleep deprivation wasn't helping him, and he was liable to do things he shouldn't when he was like this. Naruto realized he'd almost dozed off on his feet when his path was blocked quite suddenly, something that hadn't happened to him in ages, not even in the young boy. He stumbled and blinked in surprise as he realized who it was. Kakashi-sensei stood before him with his hands in his pockets and an annoyed expression. "So, there you are." Naruto stared worriedly as he realized that there were only a handful of reasons that could explain why Kakashi would be angry at him. Perhaps his clones had done some massive prank, in which case he'd need to buy them some ramen, or one of them had spilled the beans on being clones. Knowing his luck, it was the latter. He turned away, feeling suddenly ashamed. He supposed he was just thinking of Kakashi as Hokage again, and he did respect that position beyond any other, despite his rather light-hearted way of addressing anyone who held the position. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, sighing. He really needed to sleep, damn it. "You look terrible." Kakashi commented, worrying creeping into his voice. Naruto winced as he rubbed his tired muscles and forced himself to stay alert. "I feel like I've run back and forth to Suna," he muttered finally, gesturing ahead. "Can we do this in my apartment? I could use a soft chair or a bed, or anything." Kakashi nodded mutely, keeping the same slow pace as Naruto, as the two walked from street to street. The man kept sending glances at his student. Clearly the man had figured out about the clones. Naruto didn't remember being unmasked, which meant that this was a recent development. At least it gave him something to work with. It was a setback more in gaining Kakashi's trust than in actually being prevented from changing things, but he considered that important anyway. Though, he supposed he shouldn't whine. He had essentially committed treason by conspiring with the Kazukiya, and having Kakashi cross with him was a rather small repercussion, really. Arriving at his apartment at last, Naruto didn't bother with the stairs, strolling up the wall and collapsing on his bench with a heartfelt sigh. The last clone waved at him tiredly and immediately popped. For a brief moment the real Naruto saw double, as if two different people were trying to use the same eyes. A week's worth of information slammed into his brain, much of it colored by an increasingly annoying focus on irrelevant activities and ramen. Insane clones were not doing his psyche any favors, that much was clear, and he really needed to figure out a way to avoid this in the future. Well, at least his clones had mostly avoided doing embarrassing things. This clone had spent an inordinate amount of time at the hot springs, he realized. ostensibly to keep an eye out for Jiraiya, but not really. He smiled slightly as he recalled his travels with the Toad Sage and the many baths the man used for his research. Kakashi entered and Naruto forced himself to concentrate on the now, he'd be able to see the old pervert again soon enough. So, Kakashi began as he took a chair across the room. I take it you're the real you, then. Where have you been for the past few days? Skirting your ninja duties. Didn't you already go over this with a clone? Naruto whined, rubbing his face. The shadow clone technique works like that, you know. I get all their memories, all their experiences. I know every D-rank mission we've been to, everything I said to you, and so on. I also know I'm in trouble, no need to rub it in. Kakashi shook his head. What could be so important that you left your genin team with a shadow clone and took off? Naruto frowned. He'd need a good excuse to satisfy Kakashi and inevitably the Hokage, and there weren't very many that would actually work. To the Kazekage he was a stranger, and much the same for Jiraiya. Though it was true that he changed since he was really this age, he had no doubt that an outrageous lie would be caught by the Hokage, no matter how convincingly he argued it was true. The man wasn't called the god of shinobi for nothing. Naruto had considered a few options on his way here, just in case, but now that it came down to it, he was unsure. Claiming he went out to train would just make Kakashi suspicious, considering he was supposed to be the one doing the teaching, and they hadn't really done much in the way of training. Sealing could work, but his clones hadn't gotten much further than a day or two of work, which wouldn't cut it. There was, however, another option, one that would probably cause a lot of trouble, but would definitely divert attention away from the specifics. He'd probably never have considered using that as an excuse, but why the hell not? He'd never avoided trouble before. Kakashi-sensei, you know the secret regarding me, right? Beyond just my father. Kakashi gazed with wide eyes at him and then looked away, pained. You know about that too, then. You're honestly surprised about that? Naruto wondered. I knew about Dad, I work with seals constantly, and you think I couldn't put two and two together? Of course I know about it. He rubbed a hand over his stomach and grimaced. The Kikbi, the creature locked within me. Yes, I know about it, and I have for some time. I didn't want to deal with this whole issue in the village for obvious reasons, and it wasn't like anyone could help. Kakashi froze. You went out because of the what did you do? I spoke with it, Naruto answered simply, and waited for the reprimand. He hadn't really spoken to Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. Not because he didn't want to, but because the fox was presently still the vicious bastard he'd originally known him as, before the Fourth Shinobi World War. Yes, he could restate what he'd already promised to this new Kikbi, but he didn't know if that would change much. It was doubtful he'd be taken seriously, and Madara wasn't around to convince him to lend power. Last time around he'd beaten up Kurama with the help of his mother to get its chakra, and it wasn't until later that he and the fox had come to some agreement. Naruto didn't have the power now to repeat that particular trick, not by a long way. He'd need the Toad contract back, at least, so he could once more use Senjutsu effectively, and he'd need to get his nastier Rasengan varieties back. The Kikbi was just a beast, as far as anyone knew, too. He could use that particular belief. He turned to Kakashi with a frown, he needed to get this across right. Kakashi-sensei, I know what I'm doing. I'm the only one that it wouldn't hurt, since I am the one that keeps it alive. The seal that the fourth made is not just a prison, you know. It's a tool. It's designed to allow the host to use the special chakra that the Bijj has, for whatever purpose they see fit. I can't do anything like that near the village, of course. The villagers would kill me if they found out it's even possible, and the shinobi. How long have you been doing this? Using the creature's chakra? Kakashi asked sharply. Do you know how dangerous something like that is? Naruto frowned, trying to look sad, though he was annoyed more than anything. Nobody even noticed, sensei. The only reason you did so now was because someone actually paid attention to where I was, so I had to send in clones. He sighed tiredly. Whenever I do that kind of thing I surround myself with seals that will send me unconscious if I trip them. I can only disarm them when I'm sensible. The Kikbi's chakra immediately dissipates if I pass those without doing so. I'm not stupid. Kakashi shook his head, glaring. How could you do this without even informing the Hokage? Naruto realized that the man was on the verge of actually yelling at him, which was rather a rarity. It's not the Hokage's decision, I think. Naruto sighed as he noticed Kakashi's dumbstruck expression. Questioning the Hokage's power was rather a faux pas. The fourth designed the seal this way for a reason. I'm certain of it. He put it on his own son, so he wouldn't leave me open to the creature's influence or vice versa if he didn't think it would be necessary. Important, even. He rubbed a hand over his seal and smiled. The fox hates that I use its chakra, he's not the one who arranged it. No, there's something else that's allowing me to channel it. I think the fourth left a little of himself behind to guide me. We must take this to the Hokage, Kakashi said sharply, and Naruto wondered if he'd picked wrongly. The look in Kakashi's eyes, he couldn't remember seeing him like that. Immediately. Naruto nodded tiredly. The Hokage doubtlessly already suspected that he knew about Kikbi, so the revelation that he'd been trying out using its chakra wouldn't be a big surprise. Oh, the old man probably would be mad about him doing it without supervision, but the most likely outcome of this would be that there was supervision in future experiments, probably tensm, rather than being forbidden entirely from pursuing this skill. The Hokage was still the Hokage, and a Jinchuriki capable of controlling their Bijk would be a major boon to the village. The third was certainly clever enough to realize that banning the use of Kikbi's chakra wouldn't be very effective anyway, as Naruto was quite capable of slipping away from most surveillance if he really wanted to. The second part of his little story was ingenious, he thought. With the chakra of both his parents still locked in the seal, the Hokage would come across it if he really researched it, and that observation would probably set his mind at ease. Granted, Naruto couldn't actually access that chakra without it exhausting shortly thereafter, but the Hokage didn't know about that. Only Jiraiya would probably realize the truth, and he was clever enough to ask him first, which would allow him to amend the misapprehensions that the Hokage had. He wouldn't be at fault for the mistake, after all. Naruto briefly mused about the possibility of prolonging the existence of the chakra imprints of his parents, of finding a way to keep them around. He'd never had the chance to test that concept last time, since their chakra had been long gone by the time he got any appreciable training, but if anything was going to allow that it'd be Kenjutsu. Naruto mused about how much nonsense he'd be spewing to excuse his recent behavior. Yes, he'd probably end up with some heavy labor as punishment for his disappearance and his use of nastily dangerous techniques without anyone knowing, but that was alright. He needed to get stronger anyway, and he didn't mind the hard way so much anymore. Not since he'd helped rebuild the town after Nagato had blown it up and his army of clones had worked themselves and him into exhaustion. Perhaps the physical exercises coupled with some serious chakra training would be enough to get him ready for things to come. His mind strayed to the attack on Sasuke. Whoever did that well, perhaps Naruto will have a new target soon. He couldn't wait. The Naruto clones were remarkably silent, which was a small blessing, he supposed. They mostly wandered around reading scrolls, writing, playing silly games with each other. Gaara didn't know what to make of it and just stared at them with a blank look. He had spent the past 2 days trying to get free, with a little window high up in the room being his only way of determining the time that had passed since he'd been caught. In that period he'd been offered food several times, though he had refused out of fear of poison, of assassination. After the second day of refusing to even drink, one of the clones had gotten fed up and forcibly poured water down his throat. Thus far, it didn't seem like that it contained any dangerous compounds, though Mother would doubtlessly take care of them. If she was still there. Gaara didn't know what to do, what to say that he hadn't already said. It had taken only a few hours before his rage at being caught by the enemy turned into confusion and crazed terror. Not only was Mother silent, but the enemy's clones didn't show any signs of going away or letting up on watching him, and he'd been tied up quite effectively. Without his control of the sand, Gaara realized he didn't have any appreciable ninja skills he could use. Even if he did escape, he probably couldn't keep all those clones off him for long. He remembered well that the white-haired shinobi that caught him, which had been this Naruto in disguise, had evaded him quite effectively and then managed to knock him out in one blow. He couldn't underestimate the boy. Killing had been the way he'd lived for years now. Either you died or you made people dead, and there was no middle ground. Something like this, capturing someone alive and keeping them tied up for no discernible purpose, wasn't something he had even considered a possibility. Kidnapped by another Jinchuriki, a foreign ninja, and he didn't know why. Gaara had never really thought of himself as being a Jinchuriki. He'd heard the term, knew that it applied to him, but any talk of others that might exist was quickly glossed over or ignored. Until this Naruto he'd never met another. Now, he finally had an idea about why that was the case. Jinchuriki were dangerous, as far above shinobi as shinobi were above villagers. Many people had tried to end his existence in the desert. Genin, Chiknin, Jinin, they all died. It had taken another of his own kind to actually knock him unconscious, though. You look tired, one of the clones commented as he stepped closer. You can sleep, you know. The seal keeps the Ichibi from interacting with you at all. I don't sleep. Gaara said simply, staring at the clone. The clone shrugged. Well, you're used to being awake, I suppose. Don't you want to rest a little, though? The boss will probably be gone for a few days anyway, so it's not like you'll have an awful lot to do. Unless you want to play Go with one of us, I guess. Though, I must admit, we're all equally bad at it. Gaara just glowered. Well, no need to be so moody, the clone said, squatting against the wall across from Gaara's position. Gaara, you know we're not trying to hurt you, right? I know you hate being tied up and not having your sand to protect you, but I'd expect that you can deal with that. You don't have to listen to the Ichibi anymore and you're not in danger of being killed. He yawned. Besides, it's not as if you left much behind in Suna, aside from your siblings. I've already considered letting them visit, so relax. For a few minutes it was perfectly silent. Then, Gaara spoke. Am I a hostage? Hardly. The clone raised an eyebrow. Boss was actually truthful about that. Your dad agreed to let you spend some time in the Land of Fire as payment for a mistake he made. He knew the awful existence you had in Suna, so he wanted to help you out. In any case, you'll be allowed to go wherever you want, in time. You simply can't be seen in Konoha right now. It'd make a lot of people very nervous. Gaara glared at the clone. You can't keep me like this. We don't intend to, we're just waiting for boss to return. Now, want to play go? The clone smiled. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. You're pretty clever, I'm sure you'll enjoy the distraction. Doubtful. He stared ahead blankly, his mind racing. He was going to get out of here, but how? The shadow clones would last for a while, and he'd need to eat at some point. Perhaps then he could get free. He rubbed his arms against the rope, it would take time before he could cut through the material, but slowly but surely he was doing it. He smiled darkly. The Hokage slammed his fist down on his desk. You have been doing what? Naruto almost flinched, but forced himself to keep still. This was hardly the time to get nervous, if he was going to keep living here, he had to make sure that everyone knew what he was like. Not the him that should have been here, the 11-year-old idealist, but the one that he'd become, the man who ended the Fourth Shinobi World War and was a hairspread from the Hokage's hat on more than one occasion. Granted, he hadn't changed that much from his first genin days, not really, but being an experienced shinobi was certainly not something that would fit well with his younger self's reputation, so he'd need to make clear that he worked to get better. Only that would allow him to show prowess beyond his rank and not end up in Ibiki's tender mercies. The Hokage was probably the person who knew him best in the village, at least as a kid, and even he only spent a fraction of his time paying attention to him, lying to his face was nigh impossible. He'd need to spin the truth. He'd speak about things that really happened, that he really did once upon a time, and let the surprise and shock of the relation to Kurama take care of the suspicion. It was the best way to lie that he'd found, he'd never been good at making stuff up and making them sound convincing. Fortunately or unfortunately he'd lived through so much crap that he almost always had some experience he could use. I've been training with Kikbi's chakra, he repeated. Only experiments, of course, nothing big. You know who made the seal, so that should tell you something about why. Naruto said, frowning. The fourth Hokage didn't make the seal by accident, and I'm sure you know that. He built it so that I could channel the fox's power, not just as a prison. I've been very careful in only trying little bits at a time. Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage said sharply, leaning forward. You will not be channeling the creature's chakra again. Do you realize what could have happened if you foolishly went too far? What horrors you might have unleashed? Naruto nodded. I could have blown up everything in my vicinity with the wild chakra until I triggered one of my seals. Then I'd be knocked unconscious and the chakra would dissipate. Anbu would be at the site long before I regained consciousness and Konoha would have a new clearing. He sighed at the dangerous glint in the old man's eyes. Okage-sama, he continued, mindful to use the title, I'm a Jinchuriki and you must have read the scrolls, just as I have. I'm a living weapon, whether I train to use the Kikbi's chakra or not. If I do nothing but wait, sooner or later things will go wrong, horribly wrong, and I'll tap into it subconsciously. The chakra is powerful, seductive. I would kill everyone in the madness that followed. Using that power could break the seal, the Hokage responded. Break the Kikbi seal and release it back into the world. I cannot risk such a thing happening again, not as long as I am Hokage. Once was more than enough for any village to bear. Naruto sighed tiredly. The seal will hold at least until I reach several tails of power, he said. At least 6, I believe, if it is not reinforced. I can currently control only 1, and that is how far I've gone. Naruto made sure to avoid mentioning that he could in principle go up to 5 right now. He'd never tried, but he knew from his last life that with enough mental fortitude, it should be possible. Jiraiya hadn't tinkered with the seal yet, which prevented him from going beyond that entirely, but it was rare enough that anything could beat that kind of power. Unfortunately, telling that to the Hokage would reveal that he knew exactly how his seal worked, which was problematic, since Jiraiya had the key. You were disturbingly casual about multiple tails worth of a demon's energy, Naruto. It's my power now, old man, Naruto pointed out. I can summon it at will, as a lethal secret weapon, few things could withstand the chakra, let alone the physical augmentations. The seal was made to be used and I know there are others like me out there. There are other Jinchuriki with their own seals and Bijk, treated like living weapons. Some of them have worse lives than I do and I have gone through quite a bit. He shook his head. I can sense them, you know. He couldn't, not without Kurama's help, but who would dispute his claim? He was fully aware of where each other's host was at this point in time, which effectively meant the same thing anyway. If he was not mistaken, his letter should have reached one of them by now. He wondered if Killer Bee would respond personally. He hoped so. The Hokage seemed shell-shocked by his statement. Can you sense them? I have the Kikbi locked within me, Naruto said dryly. When I use its chakra, the chakra of the others call out to it, as my demon is the strongest of them all. I know where the others are, and I know who is carrying them. Most of them know quite a bit more about channeling their inner beast than I do. He shook his head. I appreciate that you want to protect me, but you should really think ahead. I've been training myself, readying myself. I've already shown Kakashi more than I'm strictly comfortable with, and I'd rather keep the nasty stuff away from the other genin, but you know that I'll need it. One of these days, one of the others is going to come here, or someone will come hunting. You'll want something to counter them with. A weapon of your own. Naruto III looked at him with a pain-filled gaze, the anger and panic making way for a deep-seated regret that sent shivers down Naruto's back. He knew the third had cared. It had been many years, and the old man had become something of a warm childhood memory. Seeing him like this, even causing this, it felt terrible. Still, he'd had a childhood like the third wanted, and a great few years on the road with Jiraiya, and a lengthy and exciting shinobi career, without relying on his status as Kurama's host for most of it. This time around, he didn't need to repeat all that, he could cut right to the chase and make the world better. He was a chosen one after all. It's my choice to make. I am serious about wanting to become Hokage, you know. He smirked widely. The way I see it, this gives me an extra boost. The third sighed. I sought to avoid giving you such a life. You don't know what you're suggesting, this way is filled with only pain. I wish to give you a life as a shinobi. You'd be considered a tool by some, perhaps, but one with freedom. I don't want to send you down the dark path that lies in being channeled by that awful power. Jinchuriki are considered cursed beings for a reason. I believe this one will surprise you, Naruto said. I am better than people assume, both in my ninja skills and otherwise. Yet, I'm just a genin and beneath most people's notice. You know that having someone like me around can be of great use to the village, especially if I keep getting better. He glanced at the door uncertainty, but he sensed nobody nearby. Well, now he was here, and he had the Hokage actually listening to him, for once. There was one thing he'd need to make sure happened before the Chunin exams. Taking out Orochimaru's spies, including Kabuto, and making sure Sasuke was protected if someone he didn't foresee was after his teammate. He'd need to do a bit of fibbing, but he knew that the Hokage took his words seriously. He had a reputation as a rabble-rouser and a thief, but not yet as a liar. He glanced at the door uncertainty, but he sensed nobody nearby. There is one thing that I have to report, and now is as good a time as any. Something I found out shortly before I came back here. There is an assassin after Sasuke. The Hokage inhaled sharply, though Naruto wasn't fooled. The old man would hardly be surprised by someone gunning for the last Uchiha. Do you know who? Not by name, but I came across a ninja yesterday, Naruto responded. He wore a mask with a musical symbol on it. He stopped near the location out in the woods that I used to train. I followed him with shadow clones, curious, and listened in on him. You know I'm pretty sneaky, I'm pretty sure he didn't notice me at all. He smiled thinly. He and another man with light gray hair and glasses talked about someone I'd heard about before, so I was curious. They spoke about Sasuke's eyes and bringing them to Orochimaru of the Sannin. Seriously, his eyes. Disgusting. The third's gaze darkened. I see. What else did you hear, Naruto? This is very important, please be as accurate as you can. Naruto almost smiled. Gotcha. Granted, Orochimaru didn't want to kill as much as kidnap Sasuke, but this way he'd get better protection for his teammate than just a lookout. Naruto thought about how he'd implicate Kabuto, and he only needed a second. They talked about Sasuke's eyes, about the Sharingan, and about medical techniques to obtain those eyes and implant them. A few hours later one of my clones back in Konoha popped up and I discovered that some person had attacked Sasuke, so I feared those ninjas had already succeeded and went back to the village as soon as I could. That's when Kakashi-sensei found me. Any in-depth research into Kabuto's activity would probably reveal his contacts with the Snake Sannin, after which he'd swiftly be dealt with, but that did mean he'd possibly be sending the Hokage and investigators down the wrong path in researching what really happened to Sasuke. Well, he supposed he did have rather little information to go on, but with everyone so secretive about it that even his clones found nothing, it did seem like they were grasping at straws. Clearly they hadn't caught the perpetrator yet, or this wouldn't even come up. Well, this just meant he'd have to deal with the attacker himself. Did these two ninjas say when they meant to attack? Any specifics would help, the Hokage asked, and Naruto frowned. The unmasked man, I didn't hear a name, but I'm pretty sure he's from Konoha. He talked about the exams, the Chunin exams. He said something about talking it many times already or something like that, Naruto said, thinking back to the first time he'd met that creep. Is that what you mean? The Hokage had a glint in his eye that Naruto thought meant very bad news for Kabuto. Perhaps he just managed to remove his own shot at taking revenge on the man, but he was pretty sure that Ibiki would be a lot less direct about it. The Hokage frowned at Naruto, though much of the earlier tension was gone. Good. The third cleared his throat, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. Don't think that coming across such information gets you out of the trouble you have worked yourself into, Naruto. You abandoned your ninja duties, even if they were D-rank missions, and as such I'll have to stop paying you for at least 2 weeks, and you'll be serving community service. If there is a next time, the punishment will be more severe. That's good, Naruto said, shrugging. I've been meaning to sell some of my seals, which should hold me over for a while. Naruto the man hesitated, and for a long moment Naruto wondered if he was just going to end it there. Then, he spoke again. The next time you wish to go out of town for this training, come to me. If this is what you believe you have to do, then I will see to it that it is done as safely as possible. There is someone that might be able to help with this, though I don't know if he hesitated. You are spreading yourself awfully thin, Naruto. Genin training, seals, this. You have so much time, yet. Well, I always have my clones if there's not enough of me, Naruto said with a vague smile. I have to become the best, he added. I've got something to live up to, after all. You want to bet whether I'll beat my dad's age for getting that hat? The Hokage chuckled slightly, though his heart wasn't in it. You truly are the most surprising ninja in the village. His face turned stern. If you leave the village again without informing anyone, you will be suspended from the shinobi force. If the wrong people know about this before you've mastered it, you could be in serious trouble. Understood. Naruto nodded warily, and it was lucky that the Hokage didn't notice that the boy was only barely keeping in what could only be described as a cackle. That had gone better than perfect. The only way it could have been better was if Jiraiya walked in right now. Nobody. Bummer. He couldn't keep this up lying to Kakashi, to the Hokage, he was bound to slip up. Granted, few would jump to the conclusion that he was from another time that was pretty crazy, but perhaps they'd assume him a spy, or even under Kurama's influence, both of which could land him in prison with chakra-draining seals on every surface. He needed to figure out a way to combine his changes with his public activities, and soon. Jiraiya could help, he supposed. Naruto shivered as he left the building, making his way towards the hospital. It had gone perfect, hadn't it? Why then did he feel like he was balancing on the point of a kunai? Why did he feel like the whole world could fall to pieces? Are you insane? Why do you ask? Naruto wondered, hanging from the ceiling in Sasuke's room by his feet. I just figured that since someone put a warning seal on the floor, probably a nurse, I'd use an alternative way of reaching you. Besides, ceiling running is a great way to train your chakra and muscles simultaneously. Whatever, Sasuke muttered, groaning. Why are you here? Honestly. I came to see how you were doing, Naruto answered, shrugging. It isn't much more complicated than that, really. I'm extremely curious who finally managed to put the mighty Uchiha in a hospital bed, but if you don't want to tell, Sasuke scowled. It's not important. Someone broke several bones and turned your chakra system into such a crazy mess that you aren't allowed to use it for more than a week. I'd say that counts as pretty important. I don't care much for people who hurt others, especially teammates. He cocked his head to the side. You're still that, at least. Whatever. Look, Sasuke, Naruto sat down on the ceiling, staring at the other boy. You've already asked me for a seal, so I know you don't think I'm a total idiot. You've probably figured out that I'm better than I seemed back at the academy. Sakura's got a lot more potential than you give her credit for, too. I bet you she'll be the next Tsunade of the Sannin. Sasuke snorted. As if. I believe it, and I'm not a bad judge of character, Naruto said pointedly. I'm saying someone attacked you and took you out. You've got strength on your own, sure, but you're a genius, you can't beat the best. Not yet. He smiled. Remember the fight against Kakashi. Granted, he wasn't going all out, or he'd have flattened us, but we beat him. We managed to get the drop on a Junin and fulfilled our task, and the only reason it worked was because we worked together. What are you saying? Alone, I think you could become the next Kakashi. Naruto said, and he didn't miss Sasuke perking up. Being compared to one of the best shinobi of the leaf did wonders, even if they knew the man was also a bit of a slob. You could beat your enemies with the Sharingan and powerful weapons that you copied. A worthwhile goal, Naruto allowed. But together you, me, Sakura, I think we could go beyond that. Be something better. I've already said Sakura could be the next Tsunade, and if I'm not too arrogant here, I'm getting lessons from Jiraiya soon in sealing. I'd like to be the next Toad Sage. There are 3, however, in any team. Sasuke shook his head, vaguely amused. The traitor. The Tails. Orochimaru might be a traitorous ass, but you can't deny he's a damn powerful shinobi. I wouldn't be surprised if he could take out the Hokage, if he really tried. He shook his head sadly. Think about that, would you? I'd even help you with that ambition of yours. And find and kill whoever put you in the hospital, I suppose. You don't even know what happened. Even if it was Kakashi himself, I'd kick their ass, Naruto retorted, smiling. Get out of here soon. I'll have your personal seal ready when you do, I think you'll enjoy it, it's a modified fire one. After that, I'll try and convince Sakura that she can be better than she is now. I think your help would be useful there. Chen. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but at least he hadn't sent him out yet. Having one-sided conversations was nothing new with the Uchiha. We'll storm the ranks so quickly that nobody will even believe it, Naruto swore. After all, I'm going to be Hokagen sooner rather than later. Now you're just getting pretentious. Just watch me, bastard. He smiled, waving as he left. The sensation that things were going to go very, very wrong hadn't left throughout the conversation. Naruto shivered as he stepped back out into the open air. There was something wrong, something in the air. He could sense it. Or perhaps not him, precisely. Naruto glanced down at his stomach in consternation. He'd sensed negative emotions before when he was using Kurama's power in his Nine Tails chakra mode. That wasn't anything new. What's new was feeling it without even using its chakra. A very worrying thought occurred to Naruto. Something had upset the Nine Tails, had infuriated it so much that even the host picked up on it. He'd need to talk to his tenant, and soon. After all, what the hell would scare Kurama? Chapter 9, Kurama and the Sage. Naruto breathed in deeply, trying to ignore the pervasive feeling of fear that was still creeping up on him. The Hokage monument looked out over the entire village, and Naruto remembered many times he'd been up here before, studying the people who were like ants on the ground far below. It was one of the calmer places he knew in the village, perfect for his purposes. His heart was racing regardless of his intentions, but stress was nothing new. He forced his thoughts to slow down by sheer will, a form of meditation that was considered insane by most people, since it wasn't exactly focused on being calm. It worked, though. Naruto didn't even sense the transition. He suddenly stood in ankle-deep water, a vague stench of something decomposing wafting through the air around him, if it could be called air. Perhaps the memory of dank air? He opened his eyes and looked around curiously. He hadn't had a reason to come back here for years now, and he'd almost forgotten how crappy it looked. His subconscious was dank and flooded, and pipes ran across the walls and ceiling, branching and looping back on themselves. He'd never quite found out why it was like this. Ino had hinted she knew the reason, and considering her family's speciality, he wouldn't be surprised, but she'd been unwilling to disclose it. Turning around sharply, Naruto gazed neutrally at the massive gate that towered over him, remembering the many times he'd stood here in the past, terrified out of his mind or dead set on beating Kurama down. He'd never really talked to it, not beyond that time Sasuke had made his way in here and had conversed with the demon. Naruto wondered what to say to the Bijk. Hey, you don't know me, but I'm going to beat the crap out of Madara Uchiha when I come across him perhaps. He supposed that lying to the Kyuubi would be pretty pointless, as the creature had a front row seat to what he did. Perhaps it'd already know all about what he'd been up to and why. Had Kurama been active this early in his ninja career? Naruto wandered closer to the gates, staring at the little paper that was keeping the gate closed grimly. It was the physical manifestation of the seal his father had placed there, and one time he'd nearly ripped it off under his influence. He had to remember the fox was formidable. Kurama, Naruto shouted at last, knowing that would certainly get the Nine Tails' attention. For once, he wouldn't have to lie. The fox certainly was in no position to go blabbing, and he had just as much reason, or more so, to want to keep such secrets to himself. A more powerful, more disciplined Jinchuriki might just be able to pull off what the young version couldn't, after all. Kurama, Nine-Tailed Fox, I want to talk to you. After a few long moments, two great eyes appeared behind the gates, joined quickly by a massive maw of gleaming teeth that seemed to grin at his host, who was minuscule in comparison. Naruto almost took a step back as it snorted in disgust. The fox gazed at him and shook his head. So it is you. What do you want? To talk, Naruto said simply. It's been a while. Not that you'd know. Kurama lowered his gigantic head, staring at the tiny human that stood before his prison's gate with a malignant glare. You have some guts to demand to speak to me, pathetic morsel. I would eat you alive, but this seal, he growled, raking its paw down the gate, and it didn't budge an inch. Naruto shrugged, unconcerned. I came here because of you. You've been freaking out, sensing something that I can't. Whatever it is, it's affecting me on the outside. His hand strayed to his stomach. You're leaking out your emotions, and that's definitely not normal. It's probably since I'm more attuned to you than I should be, but it's definitely new. What gives? You show no fear at all, Kurama said, narrowing his eyes. You claim I am leaking emotions. He continued, the slight widening of his eyes the only sign that it was surprising. You have not used my chakra. I would know if you had. You are wrong. Afraid not. Naruto stepped forward, staring at the little seal paper on the door. The Haki no Fukin Shiki, my seal, is special. It's built up out of two Shishmfukin or four symbol seals, but they're not quite touching. There is room for chakra to escape and merge with my existing natural reserves, thereby adapting my body to its nature. I can't even sense it as different from my own anymore, but if you were feeling something strongly enough, I suppose it would leak through with the chakra anyway. He frowned. Only the most intense hatred or fear could come through without loosening the seal, and sensei hasn't done that yet. What the hell are you so afraid of? The fox snarled. You are just like that other one that locked me in this cage. He shook his head. So, he not only locked me here, but he intended to leech my chakra as well. I'm a little more like him than you probably realize, Naruto said, smirking. You're their child, I know, Kurama snapped, and Naruto blinked. So, they thought they could use me as a weapon once more, did they? Listen, big fuzzy bastard, Naruto said sharply, stepping up to the bars of the fox's prison with a glare. I know it all right. About the sage of the 6 paths, the 10 tails, the 9 bijk. Even Madara Uchiha's role. All of it. I don't know what exactly has got your tails in a twist right now, but I've faced this kind of thing before, and I have to know what to get ready for. I will be on the front lines when things go downhill, and I fear that might be sooner than I'd anticipated. Kurama narrowed his eyes. How could you possibly know such things? Naruto shook his head and sighed. Kurama, you sensed something that I did not. Something bad enough to startle you, which means that even without knowing what it is, I'm about ready to tell someone, anyone, so I can have an excuse for training my ass off. Tell me what the hell it was first. You can't do anything from in here anyway, so your best bet is to count on me to take care of this for you. He shook his head when the fox didn't answer. My goal has never changed, you know. The goal of peace. My methods might have gone into a darker direction, but I still intend to bring an end to hatred, to save Konoha from itself. And to save you from the hate that consumes you, too. He smiled and looked down at his own reflection, thinking back to what happened shortly after the 4th Shinobi World War. What happened to him and the last 2 Jinchuriki left alive. He couldn't suppress a shiver. It was him, the same person, the fox said after a long silence, almost reluctantly. It was a man wearing a mask. Naruto twitched. Well, that was just a little worse than he thought. He's in Konoha. Very close. Too close. Kurama shuddered. He calls himself Toby these days, if you must know, Naruto said, sighing. I know about him, I'm aware of what he did. I also know what he plans to do, which is much worse than anything you've seen yet. The attack on Konoha that left me a Jinchuriki was orchestrated by that man, and it was child's play compared to this. He frowned as he paced back and forth through the shallow layer of illusionary water. When and where did you sense him? I do not know. I only care that he was too close. Kurama turned away and its huge tail swished back and forth in agitation. I will not allow myself to be controlled again. I will not. I won't allow it anyway, Naruto assured him, sighing. He kept up a facade of certainty for Kurama, but his mind was racing. Toby was in the village right now. Had that happened the last time? What had he been doing right this moment? What could have changed? He stopped and exhaled slowly. Of course. The wave mission, he breathed, staring at Kurama. I haven't been nagging the Hokage for a C-rank mission since I was using clones and they just get popped, so we've been training and doing D ranks instead. I forgot that I nixed that mission entirely. Damn it. This means Toby could have been in the village the last time, but we weren't there to notice him. Is this a coincidence, or? Kurama scoffed. You speak in riddles. Hey, I'm thinking, and before you forget, we're inside my head, so I'm allowed to do that, Naruto muttered despondently. The attack on Sasuke happened in the evening before we would have left with Tazuna, if I'm right. Sasuke must have gone training then, so he was ready for the mission, and he'd have Anbu looking over him. This time around he was probably in bed, and there's nothing at all where he lives. Damn it, did Kakashi fight Toby? Was that what everyone was hushing up? He paced, muttering under his breath. This has to be it. This was what I changed, that triggered the change. But what is Toby doing in the village now? It's years before he started his plan. He shuddered as he thought about the implications. What if the two events were really connected? Just as I was out of town and neither of us were there to sense Toby's chakra, he arrives to mess things up. I should have stayed in Konoha after all. What the hell did he do? Kurama snarled unintelligibly. Boy, I am not stupid, and all of this is beginning to sound like you have broken the strictest of laws. You have changed things, you destroyed the constants of time, turned back the wheel. Not even the sage was that arrogant. So, you figured that out, then, Naruto observed dryly. Took you long enough, and I question that last statement. You are correct, though, in that I stepped through time with the intent of changing the past. I'm succeeding, though it's becoming annoyingly clear that time will always find the most infuriating new path if I'm not there to steer it right. Such hubris. The fox smiled toothily. The power to change everything to your liking, to alter time itself, that is beyond any I know of. It is the ultimate space-time ninjutsu. You could kill the masked man, and I will have my vengeance when I consume his soul. I think you hit me with a spittle there, Naruto muttered. I fully intend to take down Toby, again. He emphasized the last word and was gratified to note that Kurama calmed down at that statement. I do not claim that I can just hop back and forth in time. The power of this particular technique comes with a number of drawbacks, not the least of which is that using it more than once would be inadvisable. He shook his head. I tried sending inanimate objects at first. It worked, and the changes were so minuscule that I was able to use trial and error to figure out the functionality of the technique. The second time I sent the same object back, he shuddered. Regardless, this was an opportunity. It would work once. I took that chance. It isn't even your own technique, is it? You stole it. Kurama seemed to be rather gleeful about discovering his host was less scrupulous than he'd perhaps anticipated. Why did you use it? Naruto sat down on the ground, floating on top of the thin layer of water effortlessly with a slight release of chakra. When I chose to go back, things weren't yet at their end, but I could predict how things were going to go if I stayed. I wanted to leave when I still had the hope and spirit that Jiraiya-sensei gave me, the dream of peace. I knew it was getting squashed slowly, and it terrified me. I was turning into Nagato. He frowned at Kurama and shook his head. I suppose that tells you nothing, though. It was more than 25 years from now, and during most of that period, there was a supposed peace. The only thing that meant was that none of the great nations were actively warring at the time. Satellite countries were used as the weapons, competing with each other in lieu of the larger nations, who wished to retain the pact made at the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War. All the cage that survived signed it after all. He sighed as he thought of all the awful things that had happened during that nominal peace. It had truly been peace in name only. It was during that long period that he'd gone from the bright kid that everyone knew to the shinobi that would remain in S rank in all foreign bingo books. Sometimes, they'd even put down a flea on side order, which he'd bragged about quite a bit. Sakura in particular had gotten quite annoyed at that. Sakura had been one of the few constants in his life, even when she became a full-fledged medical nin and perfected her fighting style, which mostly involved punching things so hard they broke. Courtesy of her sensei, Tsunade, of course. That Sakura was gone now, but hopefully she'd reach that level sooner, this time around. The long false peace didn't last. Shortly before I left, the Fifth Shinobi World War was starting, and Konoha was once more in the middle of it. The instigators were Kiri and Kumo, both losing a great many clients to the more prosperous nations. After a rogue ninja took out the Mizukage, a far more aggressive woman took the helm, and that was the beginning of the end. The first battles were awful. I was right there, on the front lines, killing by the dozens, hoping that I could stop it before it got too bad. We were losing. It didn't look it, but our side was getting more savage over time, and theirs they hadn't even broken a sweat. Attack after attack, and the enemy never wavered. They'd been building up an army for ages, while Konoha had been reticent to do so, trusting that the peace would last. It was like Nagato's predictions had come true. Violence just begets more violence, and the idealistic idea of a peaceful shinobi cooperation died when our differences proved greater than our similarities. Yet I think we can still do it. Perhaps if we can come together over something other than a war. Perhaps I can show the world the truth about the Jinchuriki, about the Bijk, before the dawn. Kurama started. You mean to tell me that you went back because you might have lost? Cowardice. Is it cowardice when you know the end is inevitable? He shrugged. The war was getting even bigger than before. Nastier, too. I visited all the shinobi nations to gather intelligence on their capabilities, as I'd gotten pretty good at spying. For a while I was an assassin too, leaving dead bodies in my wake in a desperate attempt to save what could be saved. It was definitely not the way I'd intended things to go. It was the only way, though, that Konoha might survive. Until this. He waved around and shrugged. The return. It was a one-way trip, I was fully aware of that, and I wouldn't get another shot. That's why I haven't told people, among other reasons. If anyone found out about my methods of returning, they would go find it themselves. As soon as I have the ability, I will find a way to destroy it, or to block it off. I cannot risk Toby or anyone else finding my path back. It took me a long time to find, you know. I'd hunted the legends for months, unaware of what exactly I was looking for, beyond that was a scroll that once belonged to a certain sage. He winked as Kurama stepped back. Yup. The sage of the six paths himself designed my method of return, and I have no doubt he built the limit for only one return into the seals himself. They're so far beyond me I don't even know where to start with figuring them out. I had to go by the warnings written on the scroll itself to know what it was even for. I don't know if the sage ever used it, but clearly he intended it to be used again, or he would not have included those. He smirked. So, what was that again, about arrogance? The sage, you liked him a lot, didn't you? Naruto said wistfully. I remember that look in your eye, or the one you will have in the future, I suppose. I've been compared to the sage an awful lot, I've always wondered if we really are similar. You look nothing like him, brat. Not now, perhaps. Naruto smiled. There was a time when I could summon a shroud of chakra as he did, far in the past. You and I had a sort of understanding. Our chakra was just our chakra, then. Not yours, not mine, not separated like it is now. This seal was gone. He put his hand on the paper and felt the remnants of his father's chakra beneath his fingers, though it was now maintained by Naruto's own chakra. Somewhere, here, there was more chakra of the man, enough to manifest a full person, but today was not the day to call on that. In any case, the fourth was doubtlessly listening in right now, however you did that is pure chakra. He looked back at Kurama with a sigh. For a time, we were allies, even. Switching back and forth in the same body whenever we wished. Then things went wrong. I won't bore you with the details, the events are unlikely to repeat themselves here, if I can help it. You were gone. Gone? The fox crashed into the gate and snarled. Impossible. I never found out how they did it, Naruto commented, shaking his head. I don't think you were dead, just elsewhere. Taken. You and the 8 tails, the only unsealed bitch that remained. All 9 vanished. For a time, I was convinced that Toby hadn't died, that the one we remembered had been a decoy. I even considered that he'd been successful, that his plan had worked, and we were all caught in a dream. In the end I never did find out. We will speak of this again, Kurama growled, staring at his host with something between distrust and curiosity. Our time is over. The masked man is gone, he continued. Your Toby has left the village. The reason for it is another strong source of chakra, approaching swiftly. Naruto nodded and blinked as he realized that he was up on the Hokage monument again, shaken out of his trance. That had been a one-sided talk. He hadn't realized how much he needed a listening ear to voice what happened, even if it was to a gigantic monster fox. Probably that said some pretty awful things about his psyche. What had Kurama meant that the reason for Toby's departure was approaching? He stood up, staring over the village, and a flash of white crossed multiple roofs in a single stride, skipping some. Naruto couldn't suppress a smile. Took you long enough, he murmured. Jiraiya of the Sannin glanced up at the Hokage monument for a moment, as if sensing Naruto's presence upon it, then entered the Hokage's tower. How come I'm the only one here? Sakura said, fuming. Seriously? The only one? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I believe I've been overlooked again. Did I put on my camouflage gear this morning? Sakura scowled. You know what I mean. The mission was supposed to start 2 hours ago. Sasuke's in the hospital, but where is Naruto? Kakashi glanced worriedly towards the Hokage tower. There were some personal issues that he needed to resolve. I imagine he needs a little time alone, now. I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow. He leaned against the bridge with a sigh. With both of the boys missing, I suppose that makes me your personal teacher for the day. Can we go see Sasuke? Kakashi groaned. Sasuke will be alright. The hospital's guarded by Anbu, they know what they're doing. Now we should focus on you. He gave her a lazy look with his one eye. Jinjutsu again. You know you're going to end up lagging behind the others if you don't keep up your training, right? Before Sakura could speak, Kakashi raised his hand. I know your opinion on Sasuke and Naruto. You're doubtlessly under the impression that Sasuke's the best at everything and Naruto is the dead last who got obsessed with an obscure shinobi technique and doesn't know much else. Sakura hesitated on denying the descriptions, and that was answer enough. Kakashi leaned back and shrugged. What if I told you that Naruto could beat Sasuke in a fight even if both were fully healthy? Sakura rolled her eyes. You'd be lying. Would I be? Kakashi shook his head. You haven't really seen through Naruto's facade, even now, have you? The one who wishes to study Jinjutsu can't even unravel a genin's admittedly impressive deception. He shook his head. I suppose that is ironic for you. Do you really? Oh, I believe we'll see Naruto and Sasuke face off, sooner or later. Think back to your genin exam. It was Naruto that brought you 3 together and ultimately used the winning strategy. No, he didn't think of it, but that's the core of teamwork, isn't it? Kakashi stared out over the little stream that gurgled under his feet. I haven't seen him in action, really, but the way he moves and acts I'd think he was a Chunin or Jonin, not just a genin. He's remarkably perceptive, too, especially for his reputation, so I imagine he saw many things without people realizing he was even paying attention. Sasuke's not that much different, really, you're an extraordinary team. Except for me. Sakura sighed. If that's true then what am I doing here? If Naruto's some kind of genius and he's been faking being a loser all those years, you might not believe in yourselves, but I'm certain Naruto does, Kakashi said, smiling. I should be a fly on the wall more often. You hear the most interesting things in the hospital. Such as that orange-clad teammate of yours trying to bring Sasuke's spirits up by telling him about his grandiose ambitions. He likened his team to the 3 Sannin and said you could be the next Tsunade. That, now that I think about it, would make me the 3rd Hokage in the analogy. He smirked. Can you imagine me as Hokage? How would I even fit that hat on this haircut? You just have pack and wear it, Naruto said in amusement as he smoothly dropped down next to Kakashi. He'd look adorable. Also, sorry, I'm just a clone. Boss is at the tower, for reasons you can predict. Why were you listening in on Sasuke's visitors, by the way? I was hoping there would be some nurses on call and just happened to overhear you. He shrugged. I don't get an excuse to visit the hospital very often, I usually don't get hurt. He smiled slightly, but it didn't reach his eyes, and the worried expression as he turned in the direction of the hospital was telling enough. So, you as the next Toad Sage, eh? Yup. Naruto smirked slyly. Sasuke didn't appreciate the Orochimaru comparison much, but I think he got where I was going with it. Besides, he is a prick with a superiority complex, so it fits. Naruto. Sakura snapped and then paused. Since when do you use words like superiority or complex? The clone rolled his eyes. I read the dictionary, of course. Clones are invaluable for that kind of thing. Sakura sighed and then glanced up. So you said I was like Tsunade. Naruto scowled. I didn't figure you'd get a big head from something like that, Sasuke, perhaps, but his ego's already 3 sizes too big. I said you could be like Tsunade in time. I mean, I was going with the comparison, since the Sannin are well known as some of the best shinobi of the village. I figured Sasuke would appreciate a little boost after getting his butt kicked, and I think it's something that can be done. Naruto. Sasuke didn't get his butt kicked as you seem to think. He was ambushed. That just means he wasn't paying attention, Naruto retorted dryly. Perception is key to being a shinobi, isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi ignored him, a small book in his hand which he flipped through casually. Naruto had practically memorized Ichi by now, not because he really spent too much time reading it, but because the things had been shoddily written, and he'd seen to having them republished when he noticed how many copies he'd seen around were old and yellowed. He hadn't removed any of the lewd imagery really, it wouldn't be Ichi without that, but he had fixed up Jiraiya's many mistakes, including an embarrassing habit of Jiraiya to forget which book he was writing and to switch out names from one to the next, or even outright put in his own name, or Tsunade's. It was lucky she'd never read the books. Sasuke was attacked in the dark. You can't stop something like that. Naruto sighed. Sakura, tell me again, what profession are we training for? Shinobi? Right, and what's one of the core mission types for all ninja? Infiltration and assassination, correct? As genin we might not end up doing anything like that, but you know that people might die even in a C-rank mission if you aren't careful. Sneaking in and killing someone in the night is not just a mission we might one day get. It's almost a certainty. Those are at least B-rank missions, Naruto. You won't get to anything like that until you're at least Chunin, Kakashi chimed in. You don't really have to worry about that just yet. I know, but that's not the point, is it? If you're crying foul at someone attacking in the night, you're basically saying that the ninja profession is a bad thing, and then you really shouldn't be trying to become one yourself. He narrowed his eyes at Sakura, who suddenly looked uncertain. That doesn't mean you have to tolerate this kind of attack on a teammate. Just make sure that the next time someone tries to attack him, you're ready. Ready for what? To protect him if need be. To heal him, perhaps. Naruto shrugged. Even an elite Uchiha can be caught from behind, you know. As a kunoichi with near-perfect chakra control, I bet you would find medical techniques a lot of fun, and if you perfect your jinjutsu, you could be a fantastic support shinobi. Those generally don't get assigned to the bloody missions, aside from with a team. You'd probably never do a mission like that alone. Kakashi shook his head. Solo missions are definitely B rank or higher, Naruto. Don't scare Sakura with things that are years in the future. Are they? Naruto stared at Kakashi for a long moment. You know as well as I do that things can go very wrong, very quickly. How old were you when you got that eye? Kakashi just stared for a long moment and then turned away. The Hokage told you about that. He is not the only one who knows your history, Naruto said simply. I did my research. Anyway, you already know I talked to the Hokage and you know what that was about. Don't tell me you think I was just going out of town to train that for fun. I know you're not that naive. Kakashi didn't answer, just staring for a long while. You're more like him than I'd expected, you know. After the stories they told me about you, I figured you looked more like the other side, but I guess they were wrong. Sakura blinked confusedly. You are both confusing. What do you mean, Naruto is more like him? Like who, the Hokage? It's not really important, Sakura. Now should we get started on something? I can't really train much like this, but I could help you out, I suppose. Naruto frowned, glancing at Kakashi. There was one thing that I wanted to show you, sensei, watch this. Sakura blinked in confusion as her teammate edged forward. Why are you looking at me like that? Naruto smiled lecherously. Sakura-chan, do you want to go out on a date? He made an exaggerated kissing motion in her direction after that. The reaction was as predictable as it was brutal. With a shout of Naruto. Sakura lurched forward, fuming. Her punch impacted right on the clone's jaw and it vanished in a puff of smoke. For a moment things were perfectly silent as Sakura huffed. That's not nearly as satisfying with a clone. Kakashi just stared. That punch had been a hell of a lot faster than any she'd thrown before and a lot more powerful. It was laced with chakra, even. Sakura, where did you learn that technique? Naruto winced, rubbing his jaw. It was a phantom pain, really, since his shadow clone's pain didn't actually get transferred with the memories, but he remembered the feeling of one of Sakura's punches well enough to know that they could be devastating, and his jaw had met plenty of them over the years. He hadn't anticipated the clone to be popped within 5 minutes, so clearly he'd been a bit more distracted than he thought when he made that clone, and it had wanted to get its job over with. He supposed he couldn't blame it, he would personally also like to leave someone else to pick up the pieces, sometimes. His worried thoughts about Toby's involvement sucked much of the enjoyment out of the moment that a reunion with Jiraiya should have been, and he hoped he could set that aside, at least for a moment. There was one thing that had him worrying, though, something that had come up early in conversation when he'd arrived at the bridge. Kakashi had definitely not been at the hospital when he was. Naruto had thoroughly checked and double-checked that he was alone, and he was good enough to spot Anbu. Kakashi lurking nearby would have stood out. The only conclusion, then, was that Sasuke's room was bugged. His teacher and perhaps the Hokage himself were listening in on everything that Sasuke was doing, possibly even watching him. That meant that his theory on Toby's connection with the events surrounding Sasuke suddenly got a lot more credible, since they wouldn't go to such lengths if there was nothing going on. This was most definitely not a good thing. Staring at the closed door of the Hokage's office, Naruto frowned. He couldn't just barge in, really. He might have done so in the past, plenty of times, but right now the Hokage was well aware his coolest bravado was an act. He'd already been reprimanded for his wanderings once, he didn't want to get another one on top, he could do without Anbu tracking his every movement. Sasuke could have that dubious honor. The talk with Kurama weighed heavily on his mind, and he had trouble focusing on anything else but taking out Toby right then and there, however he could, to prevent what was yet to come. Toby had been in Konoha, in this very village, right under everyone's noses. Nobody had even noticed his presence, aside from his tenant, and even that was lucky. Compound that with the possibility that Toby had gotten to Sasuke, chills ran down his back at the thought. Years too early, Toby was already active. Had he just made a minor shift in the man's activities, or had he actually caused things to become worse? He couldn't bear the thought of accidentally having triggered the Fourth Shinobi World War to be much earlier. If that was the case, though, then he'd need to act quickly, more so even than he'd really planned. Akatsuki had been fairly slow with gathering the Bijk, last time gathering most of them in the months preceding the war. He thought that he could leave most of them for the longest time, where they wouldn't perturb events too much. That might not be an option. Pillar B would understand, of course, and he'd probably even help out. The man had always had a rather cheerful disposition, even if he was a menace in a serious fight. Yujito would probably help as well, if she knew the stakes. Igura might already be a lost cause, he'd never found out when he died in the original timeline, but it was early. He could still be Mizukage, or all Naruto knew, but if he was he wouldn't dare approach the man, as he knew who'd been lurking in the background during his reign. The twisted hands of Toby had been pulling his strings. Shai and Han, from Iowa, were next. He didn't know much about them, but if he remembered right they were hard-headed and steadfast, and both had only gotten visits from Akatsuki quite far into the future, which gave him some time. Then there were Utakata and FK. How was he going to warn them all? What would he even tell them? Hey, I'm from the future, please believe me. Damn it, why did everything always have to be so complicated? You look real down, kid, a soft voice said next to him, and Naruto blinked in consternation. His eyes swerved up to meet two black eyes with red lines descending down from them. He burst into a luminous grin. Pervy sage. The white-haired sage rocked back on his heels, looking affronted. What did you call me? Jiraiya exclaimed, fuming. Why, you little runt. Is that what the first thing you say to your godfather? Well, it's true, isn't it? Naruto cocked his head to the side, staring at the man before him. Oddly enough, Jiraiya actually looked younger than he remembered. Perhaps it was the lines around the eyes, or his memory was simply faulty. He couldn't stop smiling. It's good to see you again after so long. You remember that? You were paying attention then, even as a tyke. Jiraiya smirked. 11 years have passed since that. I can barely believe it, you know. Uzumaki Naruto, all grown and every bit as precious as your old man, I hear. Found out about your family on your own, eh? I figured the old monkey would have told you, but that works. Naruto shrugged. I took a bunch of dad's scrolls from the Hokage tower and he'd scribbled down ideas for his kid's name on one of those. I found my own, circled. That pretty much told me what was going on. The Hokage actually thought it was funny that I nicked his stuff. I think. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Jiraiya laughed, and for a moment it seemed like all the problems and worries that had crept up on him were swept away, and Naruto was at peace. Jiraiya of the Sannin, his one-time teacher, and the closest thing to family he'd probably ever had. For 3 years they'd traveled the world together, and they were still some of the best he'd ever had, even with the downsides. So, you're my new teacher, then? Jiraiya smiled at Naruto and shrugged. You seem to have a pretty good idea of who I am. You looked up a little more than just your dear old dad's scrolls, did you? You know, the source of the name he finally picked for you came from something very dear to me, my first book. Icha. Pretty good, but you suck at editing." Naruto smiled at the Toad Sage's shocked expression. Oh, he'd missed this. Lisa changes into Anko mid-sentence for example, and then back again. Is this Anko another character of yours, or is she perhaps a real person? No at all, brat, Jiraiya muttered. I should have guessed, with genes like yours. Come, let's leave the old man to his work. You and I have some seals to check, including the one on your stomach, of course. Get up, we're burning away the hours. Naruto sighed. Yes, slave driver. You meet your godson, and it's not 10 minutes before you're bossing him around. What's next? You're going to sneak out and spy on women in the hot baths. Jiraiya blinked. Well, actually, yes. You're even more predictable than I'd expected. Naruto smirked. He knew the Toby problem needed fixing, and a small legion of clones would be up non-stop to keep an eye on things. He was also aware he'd probably end up breaking a ton of laws before long, but he had to protect Konoha, now more than ever. The pervy sage back in town, though, he had access to one of the greatest teachers he could have hoped for, one that had things to show to even an experienced shinobi like himself, and he suddenly felt some optimism. His ticket to becoming an actual threat to half the things that were bearing down on Konoha had arrived. If he'd be rocketing up the shinobi ranks, it wouldn't be a surprise to this man, he'd taught someone like that before, after all. Between that and his covert activities in getting Sasuke and Sakura to specialize early and get a hell of a lot better, he and the village would be ready for almost anything well before Akatsuki was even an issue. But that would only work if he kept the war from starting anytime soon. He might just have to enforce that himself. Naruto summoned 36 clones, and they left immediately on their new task. There was one Jinchuriki that he had easy access to, one that might be very interested in Akatsuki's activities. Now was a good time to inform him, just in case. Perhaps it would sway the boy's mind to know that there were people out there that would kidnap him to kill him and steal his tenant. Perhaps Gaara would be the ally he remembered once more. He really needed some allies. Chapter 10 Shock Value. Naruto's clones sped through the trees at high speed. There were only 6 of them, but for this particular mission more weren't really needed. The other 12 were spread out further back, keeping an eye out for trouble. A small battalion of clones was after all already present at the Fort's old base, and Gaara had plenty of people to keep an eye on him. It would be some days yet before any of the clones there got particularly nutty. Even though they weren't the original, the clones couldn't help but feel some of the same anxiety that their creator did. In particular, one of the clones at the head of the pack wondered whether or not the order to inform Gaara about Akatsuki's goals was really as clever as it had seemed when he made it. He kept thinking back to the meeting with the Hokage in particular. The leader of Konoha had certainly reacted to the use of Kurama's chakra, to his admitting that he had been training its use, but that had been all. No serious repercussions, at all. After his interaction with the Kazekage had been such a success, he's already begun to worry and begun to plan what he would do if his plans took a nosedive. In his experience, every rousing success was only a good way to get overconfident and utterly mess up the next task he set for himself. Having both Suna and his return to Konoha go as smoothly as this, barring Toby's appearance. He felt like the Shinigami was hovering over him, scythe ready to cut his throat. Granted, he had taken advantage of what he knew of the third, and invoking the fourth's memory was definitely a good way to remind the old man that he owed quite a bit to his predecessor and vicariously to his son. It was a nasty trick to pull, but honestly Naruto didn't feel too guilty. Originally the third had never even told him about his father, he had to find out on his own. Perhaps it had been the realization that the fourth had intended the use of the fox's chakra that had stayed in the Hokage's hand. He knew for certain that both Kakashi and Konohamaru would have been a lot harsher in the same situation when the whole village was at stake. Still, the Hokage probably wouldn't figure out the truth. Nobody but Kurama knew, and Naruto didn't think anyone could figure out much purely by following him around. If anyone could pull that off, it would be the perverted sage. Jiraiya would be around him a lot and would figure out that something was off soon enough if he hadn't already. Whether or not the man concluded that he was off because of the fox and a bit of an accelerated maturation or whether or not he would suspect treachery, that was anyone's guess. Naruto didn't have much of a choice. If he wanted to get better, both in his ninja skills in general and Genjutsu in particular, he needed a proper teacher. He would need those skills if he kept moving forward like this. If he ever came across the masked bastard, he'd need access to his Rasengan, to Sage Mode, perhaps even to Kurama's chakra cloak. Anything to surprise the bastard and get out of there in a hurry. Showing any of those now to anyone would be a huge red flag that would land him in Ibiki's hands, and he knew that even he would crack eventually. Even worse would be showing incongruous skills like that to someone who specialized in time-space ninjutsu. He might just jump to the right conclusions. The clone blinked as he suddenly felt a hand close around his arm and he stopped in an instant, raising a curious eyebrow as the other motioned to keep silent. The second clone took a step forward, speaking softly, almost inaudibly. Do you smell it? Smell it? The first clone repeated. He sniffed carefully, diverting chakra to his senses, an extremely useful skill to have when you're trying to sneak around and something he had picked up from Kakashi. Unfortunately, it was also extremely dangerous since chakra built up in delicate organs could seriously damage them when it was too concentrated. He had never been terribly good at limiting himself and clones would just pop from overdoing it. A sharp odor suddenly came into focus and the clone took in a sharp breath. Sweet. Wait, is that blood? Yes. The second clone frowned. We've probably not been detected yet, but that won't last long if there's anyone still there. Could just be dealing with a corpse, but we shouldn't take that chance, not when we're close to the underground base. The first shivered. You don't suppose Gaara broke out of there? You know what he's like right now. Who could he kill out here, exactly? The second muttered, shaking his head. All he has for company is more of us clones. No, either it's a coincidence, which would be pretty huge, or someone's followed us here. Either the first time, from Suna, or now. They can't get in, at least, the first clone answered, tapping his pocket. You need the proper blood and chakra to enter through the sealed entrance, and boss is nowhere near here. Unless these people intend to dig up the whole thing and take all the ceiling traps off one by one, traps set by the fourth, they're not getting in. Someone has to go out there and check who it is. I'll go check things out, the first clone said easily, drawing a kunai. One of you, get ready with some firepower. Rasengan will do. Here. He drew the little vial with Naruto's blood. Keep this safe. We won't be getting in without that. The second clone took it, slipping it into the pocket of a clone next to him, who looked on in surprise. He looked seriously behind himself for a moment to the other clones, then focused on the one that would be leaving. Try not to get yourself popped. Don't you have any proper food around here? The toad sage wrinkled his nose as he looked at the stacked packs of ramen in Naruto's fridge, shaking his head at the spoiled milk that was stashed near the bottom. You have some money from missions, don't you? Why don't you get good meals? I spent it all on sealing supplies, Naruto admitted airily as he glanced over. Honestly, I've got several full meals stashed away in storage scrolls for when I get hungry. The fridge is just stuffed with emergency rations. Emergency rations? It's all ramen. Jiraiya exclaimed. So? The genin looked up as he put his scroll down, dropping his brush in a cup of water to get the ink out. They're for emergencies, as the name implies. You know, like a midnight craving, or when you need to take something with you on the road. Ramen is not good enough for something like that. Iruka-sensei has mentioned plenty of times that I could get fat from eating it, so there must be something in it. He smiled widely. Besides, it's ramen. Who doesn't love it? Your father wasn't the greatest fan, for one, Jiraiya muttered. Well, nobody's perfect. Jiraiya sighed. I suppose you got this food thing from your mother. He looked over and Naruto was surprised by the warmth of the man's gaze. The first time around he remembered he had been yelling and cussing out the toad sage, too much to really notice how much he cared, he hadn't figured that out until their long journey together. The toad sage sat back, smiling. You know, you're not as I expected. Oh? The stories I heard reminded me of your mother. Brash, boastful, loud. She was a firebrand, you know. There's some of that in you, but it goes out the window when you step out the door, doesn't it? He glanced over the scrolls piled on Naruto's desk. I suppose I'd never considered that you'd take after the other half. It's a pretty high target to aim for, you know, to be like the fourth Hokage. I know, Naruto muttered. Still, where would I be if I just went with whatever the villagers say and aim low? They think I can't even be a shinobi, and I know they're wrong about that. I'll show them, and someday they'll realize just how wrong they were when I am Hokage. There was someone else with that goal, once upon a time, Jiraiya said softly. What I don't really get is why you hid most of your strength these last few years. If you wanted the villagers to know that you could be a good shinobi, why not just come out and show them? You haven't been in the village for a while, have you? Naruto replied dryly. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I failed the exams twice before I figured out such a simple move as the bunshin. Most of my skills aren't fancy ninjutsu that the villagers would actually care for, and the majority don't even know how hard genjutsu can be. What would I show them? You were practicing sealing at 10, but you sucked at simple bunshin. Jiraiya shook his head. You're an odd one, aren't you? There's a genin that's a year ahead of me that specializes entirely in taijutsu, Naruto pointed out. I am just good at other stuff than what the academy goes on about. I don't think it's that weird, really. He glanced over his table, picking up one of the scrolls. Speaking of the good stuff, could you look this seal over for me? I think I got it right, but you'd be the best judge. Jiraiya unrolled the paper with a frown, revealing an intricately painted seal. His breath caught. Yeah, that one should look familiar, Naruto said immediately. I found a few scrolls with your name on them and copied most of what was in there. Pretty nice seal, though I think you spent way too much time figuring out how to look through walls in the rest of the scrolls. I suppose I can guess why that was on your wishlist, though. I made this when I was a chnin, Jiraiya muttered, ignoring Naruto entirely. He ran his hand over the seal and removed it when he felt it heat up under his hand. He raised an eyebrow. You were trying to impress me with this one, weren't you? It's nicely done. Impress you with that one? Naruto scoffed. I copied that from your scrolls. Anyone with a steady hand and half a clue about Kenjutsu could probably make it if they spent some time on it. It wouldn't really be a demonstration of sealing skill, would it? No, he snatched another scroll from the far end of the table, making sure it was the right one before tossing it to his new teacher. This is the one I made to impress you. Jiraiya caught it easily. Let's see if you didn't bungle this up too badly, then. His eyes roved over the convoluted ink shapes with the practiced ease of a master. He took a few minutes while muttering under his breath, and Naruto wiggled on his chair in nervous anticipation. His sealing had never actually been judged by a proper seal master, let alone Jiraiya. The one he had passed along wasn't his most complex seal, but it was definitely one of his most original. What do you think? Naruto asked at last, when Jiraiya didn't show any signs of speaking up. You made this one from scratch, didn't you? Well, from the base up, anyway. The Toad Sage nodded. These spirals, they're not the most effective, but they're more stable than my alternatives. I imagine you don't care about wasting a bit of chakra with your reserves. Yeah, that works. A personal touch. Jiraiya put the scroll down. What made you think of this? About storing a cage bunchen away without destroying its chakra configuration. 100 thoughts ran through Naruto's head, most of the true reasons he probably couldn't admit to. The summoning contract he had used with the toads was one inspiration, the seal on his stomach was another, particularly the parts that he definitely wasn't supposed to understand right now, where his parents appeared to him one last time. His cage bunchen was of course a third inspiration and vital to the seal's function. He had started thinking this one up a few months before heading back in time and still hadn't had time to finish it. Just the shadow clone technique, really. It's not a working seal yet right now, Naruto admitted after a while. The clones only last a week before the chakra goes chaotic and burns up. I'm pretty sure that though it's unconscious inside the seal, the clone still sticks around like usual and at some point it just pops from its chakra getting naturally too erratic. Jiraiya nodded. I noticed a few mistakes here that reduce the lifespan of the storage by at least half, so you'll need to apply some of the things used in regular storage seals. I'll help you figure them out later. You'll probably need a stability seal or two to support it, too. His eyes returned to the seal. I'd never really considered storing a bunchen, though I suppose if other chakra constructs can be kept, it could be done. There's potential here. Even for the short term, this could be helpful. Imagine storing away dozens of cage bunchen for emergencies. You could have a small army without expending chakra, allowing you to get away with your full strength. Alternatively, it would be a great boon to have clones of strategic thinkers along, so they can lend advice even when they're not nearby. Naruto nodded, imagining a shop that sold nothing but Nara in a can, since that family was well known for its tacticians. A grin stretched across his face at the thought of a small army of bored-looking Shikamaru clones that just wanted to play Shingai with each other. So, it's a good idea. It'll probably take you years to make this a fully functional seal array that anyone could use, but I think it can be done. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto with a knowing smile. You're already doing fancy stuff like your old man, eh? At least you won't be embarrassing me. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto asked, glowering. Jiraiya sighed, dropping the scroll and getting up. He stretched exaggeratedly as he walked out to the balcony, looking over the village. I'm curious, what do you expect from this training arrangement? Do you know what it'll be like to be my apprentice? All too well. Not really. Jiraiya nodded. I could take it slow, give you time to master each seal individually. I'm sure that I could show you lots of seals that I've learned over the years and we could go through all my books. You'd probably be on my level in about 10 years and know enough to take my place around here. 10 years? I don't have that kind of time. Naruto blurted and then caught himself. I'll be old when we're done with that. Jiraiya chuckled and then sent him a warning glance. Did you just imply that I'm old? Venerable. Better, Jiraiya said. I figured you'd be impatient, so we'll not be taking the slow route of learning, then. With that Uzumaki blood in your veins, could I expect anything else? No matter, I've met impatient upstarts before, I can deal with you. He reached into his pocket. Here, read this. He threw a little blue book and Naruto snatched it from the air just before it would have struck his nose. This is Icha. Jiraiya smirked. Open it. I'm not going to read your porno books when you're supposed to be training me. Naruto exclaimed. Come on. It's not well, it is Icha, that's true, Jiraiya admitted. It's also an assignment. There are 3 seals in that book, all of them meant to keep you from reading the contents. I want you to break those seals and then tell me who sleeps with Salome in the end. Naruto resolved to ignore the man's crude remarks. But making seals collapse isn't that hard. It's just that usually you're not in a position to do it. That seems a bit simple, he said after a moment, finally flipping the cover of the book open. He blinked when he found his hand empty. The cover was closed again. Had he closed it himself, or had it moved on its own? He hadn't seen either. One moment it was open, the next it was closed. Hey, what was that? Jinjutsu? Jiraiya smiled knowingly. Figure out how to break the 3 seals before the week's end. If you can manage it, we'll go to the next step. If not, well, draw an impressive seal for me, and maybe I'll give you some hints. Naruto sighed. Learning by doing things again, I should have known. He thought back to the sage's way of teaching the Rasengan. No matter, he had broken fancy seals before, even some of the Toad sages. Okay. I'll try it. Good. You should be able to figure it out using what you know. It's sometimes easier than it looks, so try to start by thinking simple and then complex, not the other way around. Jiraiya looked one last time at the fridge and sighed. I'm going to find a nice restaurant. Don't blow yourself up, now. Do you think I'm stupid? Jiraiya ruffled a hand through Naruto's hair, smiling. I probably shouldn't answer that. Who is it? Akatsuki. The second clone hissed as the first landed next to him in a crouch, grim expression on his face. The first sighed, dropping his hinge. Doesn't have fancy painted nails or a cloudy bathrobe. Probably a rogue ninja, if you ask me. It's some creepy looking guy with a huge scythe. He was drawing shapes in the dirt, if you can believe it. The scythe? What, does he think he's the Shinigami? The second shook his head tiredly. Just give me Zabuza any day. Big ass swords are way cooler. The first shrugged. Whoever this is, he's sitting directly on top of the entrance to the underground base, which means trouble. Either he's found Gaara, tracked him from Suna probably, or he's someone who happened to know where the base was but doesn't have a way in. Sighed the second paused as something occurred to him. He had been told about this a long time ago. Wait, this scythe, did it have 3 blades? Yes, the first answered. Both clones widened their eyes simultaneously when the implication sank in. Ah, crap. He's the guy who killed Asuma-sensei. Do you remember Shikamaru talking about that guy? He mentioned something about a ritual, I think. Man, it's been over a decade. I should have paid more attention. This was the guy from the blood cult, wasn't it? The second said. The one that was wiped out after the last war. The second clone sat down, frowning. So, are Akatsuki already aware of this place? Can they sense the Ichibi's chakra, maybe? I didn't think they were looking already. The first frowned. Perhaps, and this might sound crazy, he's not an Akatsuki at all. I mean, we only even heard about him a few years from now, and we know that there was recruiting going on at that time. It's pretty likely that he will be hired somewhere in the next few years when Nagato gets active in Rain. That doesn't explain why he's sitting on the base, the second retorted. Without changing the guard inside, clones will start popping and Gaara will get free. You know as well as I do that he'll find a way out, somehow. If this guy's waiting at the door, we should just kill him now, the first hissed in response. Kill the guy and think about the rest later. We can bury him and whoever he killed easily enough and then inform Gaara that these bastards are a lot closer than even boss thought. Listen, I've just used up a ton of chakra on that surveillance mission just to keep unnoticed and I only have an hour or 2 left. I'll go pop and let the boss know what's going on here. The second sighed. Yeah. Leave it to me to do the dirty work. You're a real piece of work, aren't you? I'm you, dummy. Stop insulting yourself, the clone said as he vanished. Damn it. Naruto made his way to the hospital in quick hops across the rooftops, Jiraiya's book hidden deep within a pocket since he knew he wouldn't hear the end of it if Kakashi ever saw him with it. Today Sasuke would be getting out of the hospital and perhaps he would finally get some idea of what happened to the Uchiha while he was out of town. If it had been Tobi, why was Sasuke still alive and in possession of his own eyes? He doubted the man would just come by to have a chat. Sitting in front of the hospital on one of the low benches was Sakura, staring at the doors of the hospital as if trying to summon Sasuke with sheer willpower. It figured that she wasn't over her crush yet since it had taken ages back in the old time. Naruto realized that if he was successful in keeping Sasuke around, it might never vanish at all. He would have to tolerate that, he supposed. Naruto flipped onto the bench next to her and she glanced at him in consternation. Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be in there? Naruto wondered. Sakura sighed. Sensei said that Sasuke didn't want anyone to help him out, that he would resent seeming weak, she explained, and it looked like she had some trouble actually saying it. He told me to wait here. Naruto blinked. Kakashi told you not to go in. Huh. Sakura sighed. He's a slave driver, you'll find out. He had me doing taijutsu exercises for hours and he couldn't stop reading that book while doing it, making filthy jokes all the time. Just wait till he gets to training you, too. So Kakashi was actually training Sakura, then. Naruto couldn't help but be a little surprised since he remembered all too well that the wave mission had been where the first proper lessons were given the last time around, and even then it was just chakra control. Yes, he had steered Sakura towards Kakashi in the hopes that he would notice her potential at using chakra in her punches, but this was quicker than he had anticipated. Taijutsu, huh? Right hand-to-hand fighting. Sakura stretched, wincing. I'm famished. I could eat a whole cow right now. Don't have that, but do you want some pork? Naruto asked, reaching into his pocket. We could share some. Sakura looked tempted for a moment. And no, that's okay. Sakura. Naruto frowned, he had almost forgotten this. You're not still dieting, are you? She looked away, and that was answer enough. Naruto sighed, shoving chakra into the seal until a plate full of delicious meat popped into being, already nice and hot. Come on. Naruto. Her stomach growled, and Sakura grimaced as he picked up a bit of meat, nibbling on it. That's mean. You don't need a diet, Sakura, Naruto pointed out as he picked another piece of meat and savored the taste. You're already thin, and you need to build up muscles with something, especially if you're doing taijutsu. You're probably tired because your body can't find the resources to keep going, not because you were overworked. Sakura looked unconvinced. Come on, I'm sure that most kunoichi don't diet. I'm pretty sure that Kurenai-sensei doesn't, you know. Train a little more and you can just turn the fat into more muscle. He winced as he pulled out his trump card. I'm sure Sasuke cares more about strength than skinniness anyway. Sakura, after a long moment of uncertainty, carefully picked a bit of pork from Naruto's plate. The smallest piece, true, but it was a beginning. Naruto smiled as he picked a little more for himself, wondering how he was going to convince Sakura to pursue medicine, a field she had excelled at in the future, now that the taijutsu was covered. Perhaps he could go fetch Granny Tsunade when things were a little calmer. So is there anything that I could help with? In your training, I mean. Naruto asked after a while, wondering when Sasuke would finally make an appearance. I mean, I still need to train my taijutsu too, I'm pretty crappy at it, honestly. I'll ask sensei about it, but don't you have your own things to do? Sakura asked. Seals and such. Right, I'll have to make sure I have time for other stuff, though. I have to put some hours in making my seals somewhere, and I can't shove it all on my clones either. Imagine if one of them made a mistake and I ended up blowing myself up. That doesn't really. Sakura paused. With a yell of Sasuke. She jumped up from the bench, and it took Naruto a moment of failing to connect the sudden yell with his question before he realized what had happened. Indeed, hobbling out of the hospital was Uchiha Sasuke, leaning on a short crutch. Kakashi walked right beside him, and for a brief moment Naruto and he made eye contact. Naruto received a subtle nod and he slowly approached, hands in his pockets. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Sakura asked breathlessly, and though Naruto couldn't follow most of the rest of what she said, it was probably the same thing. Naruto stopped in front of his teammates. Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto replied, nodding. Still up for that match you promised, when your legs are back in action. It's healed, Sasuke said immediately, glancing down in annoyance at his crutch. The leg muscles are a bit stiff. They need stimulation before I can use them properly again, like walking, or running. Or fighting, Naruto finished for him, smiling. Want to do that now? Kakashi cleared his throat. I should have guessed this would happen. There won't be any brawls in front of the hospital, he said. Injured people need to be able to pass by here. But Sensei Sasuke going to be the injured one after we're done, Naruto whined, pointing. Come on, he's limping. We would need to carry him in on a stretcher. It wouldn't even be a fair fight. Sakura nervously glanced at Sasuke, but the Uchiha just looked on in mild amusement, twirling a kunai around his finger. Naruto noticed that too, smiling cheerfully. You think you can defeat me? Sasuke asked dryly. You think that you the dead last could take me in a taijutsu match, or even ninjutsu? You can't use your fancy seals then, you know. You don't have the Sharingan, so we're both deficient in some way. Naruto winked as Sasuke's expression froze, his mouth a thin line. Oh, did I hit a nerve there, Sasuke? Don't make fun of me, idiot. Catch me if you can, Uchiha cripple. Sakura and Kakashi sighed as the two boys bickered. It was only moments later that kunai clashed, with Naruto facing off against Sasuke with two shadow clones already by his side, holding their own kunai at the ready. You really can't do this somewhere else? Kakashi asked, shaking his head. I know you're both good for genin, you really don't have to show it every 5 minutes. There is such a thing as restraint, you know. I figured you'd have learned that with all the D ranks you've been doing. When are we getting a C rank anyway? Sakura wondered. Haven't we done enough missions yet? Kakashi smiled. Actually, I've been waiting for a good one to come by. Unfortunately, a few high-profile criminals were spotted near Konoha, so most missions like that have been bumped up to B rank since we don't want genin to run into them. We'll have a proper C rank soon enough. We can do a B rank, can't we? Naruto said loudly. What's a rogue ninja going to do against the most baddest genin team of Konoha? I think you'll have to train a little harder before you reach that level, Naruto, Kakashi said, smiling. Perhaps you should meet the real strongest genin team sometime. He frowned. I'm pretty sure that the one that would count as strongest is right. I almost forgot who their sensei is. Oh, you're talking about Team Guy. Naruto observed. Well, I don't know if I would call them the most baddest, just the most violent. He shivered. Seriously though, Lee's a beast when he gets going, and Tenten is crazy. And there's also Neji, who is like Sasuke in a way, except even more stuck up. I didn't know you met them before, Naruto, Kakashi said mildly. Guy must have been bragging again. Actually, I was in a class with them before, Naruto said sheepishly, glancing at his teammates. You know I did the last year of the academy 3 times, right? I didn't really hang out with anyone, but I was paired up with Lee once for Taijutsu. The guy's crazy powerful. I've spoken to Tenten before, Sakura said. She's nice, but kind of creepy with those knives of hers. She looked uneasy, then. I think she actually uses seals, like you, Naruto. Storage seals, Naruto scoffed immediately. I did those years ago. HN. The Haika. Sasuke snorted derisively. Descriptive as always, Naruto deadpanned. Anyway, now you distracted me, sensei. I was saying how we were definitely ready for a better mission. Sasuke and I can do a sparring match if you want, show you what we can really do. Kakashi sighed. I'm beginning to rethink the wisdom of becoming a sensei. If I was half as annoying as you are now, I can't imagine how my own sensei survived. Naruto stuck out his tongue to Kakashi as he kept his eyes on Sasuke, involuntarily searching for cues to his attacks that wouldn't be there not yet. He had fought Sasuke enough times to know how he thought, but most of the techniques he would have used in future years, he would probably never figure out this time around. The Sharingan would be used again, that was a matter of time. Orochimaru. Not if he could help prevent the mess at the Chunin exams. The Mangekyou. Well, he would like to avoid that cesspit of melancholy entirely, given how every Uchiha had ended up after the Fourth Shinobi World War. Perhaps it was a good idea to get something worked out with Itachi sooner instead of later. The Sharingan was the immediately relevant skill. Sasuke would have already unlocked it if the Wave C rank had happened as before. Right now he was weaker than the first time around, and that wasn't what he intended at all. It was naive to believe that the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan wouldn't activate. Whatever happened a few days ago could have already done it, though he suspected that Sasuke would have shown those eyes off if that were the case. There was something he could do here that could help solidify Sasuke's loyalty to the village a little more, or at least to himself. Helping out Sasuke would definitely earn him some recognition, even if he didn't agree with the other boy's wishes or his intention to kill Itachi. Perhaps it was too early to think of fixing his revenge-based mentality, but he could at least make Sasuke stronger through his teammates. Perhaps then Sasuke would stop seeing him as a dead last all the time, too. He straightened, slipping his kunai back in its holster. Sasuke seemed a bit confused by the sudden change, but did the same. Doing anything like he planned right here would be incredibly foolish. He would need to find somewhere peaceful and quiet so he could make all hell break loose without startling the entire village. He could think of an excuse for what he planned easily enough, but some people would see through it. With that, he decided on a place, with Kakashi nearby, he was certain it would be empty before he even arrived. Come on, Sasuke. I'm taking you to the Chunin training grounds. Kakashi was the first to react, his eye immediately focused on his shortest genin student. What do you want there, Naruto? Do you even know where those fields are? I've been using the remote training grounds for a while now, Naruto said easily, and Kakashi seemed to grasp the implication immediately. There's something I want to try. Call it training, if you will. I want to see if I can use one of my special skills, and I can't do that here. He looked at Kakashi steadily. If all works out, we'll be there tonight to get a proper mission. Kakashi hesitated and then nodded. Naruto knew that the man would stick close to them all the way, curious as he doubtlessly was, but what he was planning was nothing Kakashi didn't already know about. If you want to fight, we can just do it here. Sasuke noted in a bored tone. It sounds like it's a long way to go for nothing. Naruto looked seriously at Sasuke. Remember when I visited the hospital? I did mean it, you know. Sasuke blinked and then sighed wearily. Fine. What is going on with you two, lately? Sakura asked in confusion. Don't you hate each other? Naruto, you couldn't stop complaining about Sasuke-kun in the academy. Well, of course I couldn't, Naruto said, annoyed. He's a stuck-up prick who thinks he's better than anyone else in the class, and he could show that off all the time without the villagers saying a single word. He breathed. But he's a teammate now. I am better than anyone else in the class, Sasuke muttered. Shut up. Well, looks like we're having another taijutsu lesson, Sakura. Kakashi said, smiling. The boys need to work out their aggression, I guess. Don't worry. Naruto can take a hit. Why didn't you mention Sasuke getting hit? Naruto asked and then frowned. Oh, sensei. That's not nice. Just the facts, Naruto. He smiled, though it was hard to tell through his mask. Fine, then. His gaze was suddenly sharp. Don't kill him, Naruto. No promises. Haiden. That was his name. The clone sighed. He wasn't sure if it was worse that he was talking to himself or that he was doing so because he missed having another self to speak to. Trying to ignore the insanity angle, he raised a hand. Two clones were almost immediately beside him, falling in line behind the team leader who was elected purely based on the fact that he was a little more annoyed than the others. He turned to the next clone over. This guy's shtick is his big ass scythe and his special immortality skill. Think kick be in overdrive instead of healing really quickly, he just doesn't really notice the wounds at all. Another Kakuzu, then. Without the masks or heart's business, the first clone agreed, taking over from the one that had popped before. It's the immortality of some fashion. Luckily he needs blood to do anything too nasty, and we're only clones. Maybe we can lure him away from the base or something. So if he's immortal, how did Shikamaru kill him? One of the others inquired. Did he ever tell? He mentioned rocks. That's his one weakness. Rocks. The first clone wondered. That seems unlikely. Let's just put a Rasengan through his head, another clone countered immediately. Nothing stands up from that if you get a good hit in. Right, but we aren't with that many, the first muttered. Rasengan is one option. Maybe someone can throw some rocks at him, just in case. That still sounds really stupid. Yes, well, I'm not seeing you come up with anything clever, idiot. Why do you keep insulting yourself like this? The first clone sighed as he ran a hand across his face. Let's have one of us fetch the clones from the base, so we have a little backup. The rest can serve as distractions with giant whirling chakra spheres of death. Yes, Clone Commander. Clone Commander. When did I? Never mind. He sighed. You upside down me stay out of that guy's way and make your way to the base. The rest of us will try and draw him off, right? The clone in question saluted, dropping from his inverted position on a tree branch and landing lightly. He tapped his breast pocket that contained the little vial that they had brought along and smiled. I already have all I need. Good. Now, let's try not to rush this guy, alright? We all have a bit of the boss's common sense, after all. Everyone, use a henge, change into one of the gate guards or something. Don't want this guy blabbing about us to anyone. If he does end up talking, well, let him do it. Boss will want to know everything that's going on, right? About 30 voices said at once from everywhere, only about a third of the clones were actually visible. They all raised their hands into a single seal, and the 30-odd orange genin changed into the same number of chknin, though with more orange in their uniform than there really was supposed to be. The curious glances that the various clones sent each other confirmed that they had all had the exact same idea. We really are the same person. So, nobody does anything stupid, as it reflects badly on all of us. Does preaching count? Because you're doing it. What did I just say? Sasuke stopped at the Jinnin training grounds with an annoyed expression, gazing around the nondescript field with distaste. It was out of the way, sure, about the furthest you could go without actually leaving Konoha entirely, but honestly didn't look much different from any other training field. Okay, now can you tell me what we're doing here? Sasuke stretched his leg, wincing slightly as a sharp pain made its way through the muscle. Yes, it was healed, but the stiffness was definitely something he could do without. At least my leg gets a good workout from this. What happened to that leg, anyway? Naruto asked. Kakashi-sensei won't tell me what happened. Did someone break into your home and attack you or something? Sasuke looked away. Didn't we already discuss this when you broke into the hospital? You didn't say anything then, either. Then stop asking. It wasn't something you need to know about, and it's been handled. He sighed. I'd like to forget it altogether. Naruto frowned darkly. At least tell me that someone's taking care of whoever put you in that bed. Why do you care? Naruto didn't answer immediately, sitting down against a tree on the side of the field and sighing. You're an aggravating person, Sasuke. Now, give me a few minutes, will you? Need to concentrate. If I mess this up, I might become seriously crazy, so don't mess with my focus. Sasuke looked at his teammate in confusion, and Naruto just smiled reassuringly before he closed his eyes for meditation. The field was silent for a few minutes, and Sasuke stuck around, gazing at his teammate as he twitched and moved slightly on occasion, definitely not what one was supposed to do during meditation. It took a little while longer before Naruto suddenly flipped upright from his prone position, a kunai gleaming in his hand. So, Sasuke, Naruto smirked. I'm ready. Sasuke blinked. For our fight. In a way, Naruto said slowly, drawing 3 kunai and arraying them without looking between his knuckles, like 3 lethal claws. Trust me, he said after a moment, a brief smile appearing before his expression turned serious, and his eyes gleamed. You're going to die. What? Sasuke barely had a moment to prepare before Naruto slashed out, his kunai nicking his shoulder before he even had time to deflect. The attack was incredibly fast, and a second immediately followed, leaving 3 parallel stripes across Sasuke's hand just as he tried to parry the blow. He cried, tripping backwards. "What the hell, Naruto?" "Fight back," Naruto growled. "It's no fun when you just die like the rest." Sasuke got back up with his own kunai out. "Have you gone completely insane, dead last?" The blows rained down at such speed that Sasuke needed both his hands just to keep them from coming. Naruto wasn't terribly fast, but he was viciously tricky with his slashes, like he already knew exactly where the blocks would be, where he had put his blade to counter. Jumping back from the raging blonde, Sasuke raised his hands. Before he could make the signs for a fire technique, Naruto was upon him again, taking advantage of the momentary weakness, cutting a long gash through his vest that just missed the skin. Sasuke went for a vicious counterattack, enjoying the sudden savageness of Naruto's attacks. The boy always had a lot of energy to spend, but he usually kept it in. Perhaps he had simply gone too long without a serious challenge. Sasuke smiled, slipping into the Uchiha Taijutsu style that he had been taught for years. He could make this work. Naruto snarled like a wild animal. An uneasy feeling of dread formed in the pit of Sasuke's stomach as he stared at the boy who was looking more and more like a beast every moment, like a vicious cat. The look in his eyes wasn't one of friendly competition, not even of rivalry. All he saw was bloody rage, murderous instincts brought to the front. Then the feeling intensified and his kunai trembled in his hands. There was a palpable feeling of despair in the air. Filling intent. "Naruto, that's enough," Sasuke said wearily, and his voice wavered. "We don't have to get this serious. It's just training." Naruto stalked forward menacingly, his kunai dropping to the ground as he brought up his hand, tipped now with viciously pointed fingernails. "Training, huh? Tell me, Uchiha, what would you be worth when I rip out your eyes?" Sasuke stepped back in alarm. "What's gotten into you?" He hated how his voice faltered. Naruto looked like he was serious, and he had taken him to one of the most distant training grounds. Was he actually planning to? No, that was crazy. Naruto wouldn't just kill someone. Would he? Naruto didn't answer in words. The killing intent in the air suddenly skyrocketed and Sasuke couldn't take a breath. The feeling was like the deepest fear he had ever felt, like he could roll up in a ball and never uncurl again. It felt like something massive and inhuman looked down on him with hungry eyes, ready to devour everything in its path. For a brief moment he felt again like he'd done that day when Itachi had left, when his family had been murdered. He felt like death was upon him, like he would never breathe again. Tears pricked in his eyes as he tried desperately to move. Naruto stood out sharply, like he was etched into the sky. His teeth were sharp and vicious, the marks on his cheeks like scars ripped into his skin, his eyes like a snake's, filled with such indescribable loathing that he couldn't believe it. Then the world collapsed, the storm ended. The terror was suddenly gone, Sasuke's breath returned to him, and he lay gasping on the ground, staring into the blue sky. Very slowly he sat up to find that Naruto was right there, sitting 4 feet away with his legs folded and a tired smile on his face. So, it worked. I figured it would. What the hell was that? Fear, Naruto said immediately, shrugging. Tell me, Sasuke. Was it the worst fear you ever felt, caused by that dose of killing intent? I think it must have been. For a moment you had such intense hate turned on you that you couldn't deal with it. You didn't run, but only because you couldn't. What the? Think of it as a, Naruto explained. It caused intense fear, even the conviction that you were going to die, if only for a brief moment. It's something that's almost impossible to replicate outside actual combat conditions, since knowing ahead of time that someone's going to do something like this ruins the effect. That's why I didn't tell you. The fact that you didn't know if I was serious is the only reason that you actually believed it. Naruto sighed. Tell me, how many other shinobi are near us right now? What do you mean? Sasuke blinked slowly, as something suddenly stuck out to him about what he was seeing. The world was sharper, more defined, and he could see vague blotches. The answer was easy. 2. Naruto smiled. How do you know that? I can see his eyes widened. I can see them. The Sharingan. He had activated the Sharingan at last. For a moment he wanted to laugh in victory, celebrate this accomplishment, then the reality crashed down. All it meant was that he was a step closer to killing Itachi, who had removed everyone who would have cared about this occasion. There was nobody to share this with. Come on, I'll treat you to ramen to get you back on your feet, and then we'll go see if anyone's willing to let you test drive the copy ability, Naruto said easily, trying to lighten the mood a little. Maybe we can convince Kakashi-sensei to shunshin us to Ichiraku's, actually, since I don't feel like walking back. Or maybe Pervert Sage could take us on a toad, who knows. Well, maybe not quite nobody. Slowly he put up his hand, and he was pulled to his feet by the deceptively strong Naruto with ease. Thank you. No problem, teammate, Naruto replied seriously. So, would you tell me what happened last week, now? Sasuke smirked. No. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys in the next video. Till that. Take care.